not spell that correctly. Alright, so I should be live on everything. I should be. Let me just, yeah, have desktop audio muted there. And I don't have it muted here. Oh, I have to do one more thing. Is it this? Yes, it is that. Okay. Got everything set up. Sorry, I was trying to make sure I have the puzzle score displayed for those who want to see that. I guess I can just go to the other account. I don't know why I'm on this account. Yeah, I suppose it doesn't matter that much. I don't know. Actually, I need to listen to this for a second to make sure it doesn't sound too bad. No, doesn't sound too bad. Okay, here. Alright, made a move. Okay, you can kind of hear it. Okay, I mean, that's not the worst thing. You can hear that. What's going on, Soggy? How you doing today, man? Got some puzzles to, puzzle day, not start. And Jose, thank you for these likes already as the stream has begun. Much appreciated. I just wanted to listen to that. The music seems kind of loud, but I haven't changed the music sound. And I guess if you guys are cool with it, I'm cool with it. But here's a maiden one there on D8. Alright. Let's see what we can do next. The queen's there on D4. That's a free queen, because our queen's there is going to take that there. Alright, they're going to slide over. We're going to take this rook here on C1. That's a beautiful checkmate. Alright, for this one, I think we're going to go rook down here. Right, because there's going to be a queen checkmate at the end. So they're going to take this first rook, right? And then the king goes forward. You have queen here. It's a diagonal piece as well. Maiden one is the king's just trapped there in the corner. Honestly, I wish I could listen to the lo-fi music. That's honestly kind of a vibe. I can't, though. I wish I could. But checkmate here. 8 for 8. Alright, so you see the king is 2 squares away from having a diagonal escape. So you're going to take the knight. And then on this next turn here, you're going to sack the queen. Because the king can't move diagonally. You have that lateral attack there. You're going to get the win. Alright, the rook slides over here to E2. I'm thinking QG3. And Jose, again, thank you for all these likes already early on. Almost at 1,000. But I imagine it's like queen here. This knight's hanging. These knights are guarding each other, so they can't really do anything about that. Let's see if it is. There shouldn't be a mate. Because if you go down, they have this rook and they have this out the way. So I think you just take the free piece here. Alright, starting off on a nice beginning. We have the first 10. A knight's going to slide in here looking for this check. And then you're going to take here on F1 for mate. Alright, so this next one. Their bishop's going to slide up. As you see, the king's cut off here by the queen. So we're going to go rook here to G8. And then you're going to take this. They're going to have to sack the queen. And a queen versus a rook and a bishop is winning. Now on this next one, we have a check here on F2. We're going to slide down here on F1 for mate. As the rook's going to slide over, the rook's going to slide. They don't have enough pieces. And we're 13 for 13 to begin. But you guys can also see it now. You can see where I'm at, where we're at. So for this one, you see right now the king can't move diagonally. That's what I'm looking at least. This rook can slide down. They can only go back legally, and then queen down here finishes off the checkmate. So rook here to E2, and then queen just slides down here for mate. Alright, next one. The queen slides over. Alright, so something important here is that they don't have that many pieces around the king. So they're weak on this dark square diagonal. So bishop here to B4, it gives a check. If the bishop comes up, queen captures checkmate, right? So if you go bishop here, king goes forward, you can go queen down now for mate. As you control the diagonal with that bishop that's moved there to B4, and then they can't move anywhere else. So I think that's what it is here, and then queen down here for mate and 2. Alright, so much of the other puzzle here. I appreciate all these likes we're getting again on TikTok. We're closing in on 2,000 from Jose there. Appreciate that, Maha. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have a great day as well. Much appreciated for the kind words. The queen slides down here to F2, and then you can sack on F1. This is very similar to a previous puzzle. The rook's going to capture, and we're at 16 now. So the king's going to slide over. An important thing about this puzzle that you want to know, the bishop is cutting off this diagonal, right? So the king can't move back over unless you move your bishop, or they somehow blockade the diagonal, which they can't do that easily. Now the knight can sack itself, and the only legal move there is h captures G3, and then rook captures. Remember, the pawn is now cutting off anything from happening. They can't move the king up and over. Honestly, it's still too slow, but it's knight here, and rook's going to take, and now the queen goes in. You're still cutting off this king escape here, and the rook's going to capture here for checkmate. Alright, for the next one, they're attacking some pieces in the center of the board. What is the best response? So a quick material count, we're equal. Now if you take this, you're attacking this bishop. I mean, I feel like this is the only thing you can do. Maybe They're worried about this, but there's no attack on the king. I'm just assuming you take this. Yeah, I'll do this next one here. The king's going to slide down. So it does look like it's bad. Their king's more active against your 3 pawns. This is weak, but it feels like these 3 are weak. The one thing about this is the king can only move 1 square at a time, right? So if it were to race this pawn, like if it moves up 1 square at a time, it'd keep up with it. But this pawn can go up twice. Now if you push this one twice, it runs into the D pawn. So I believe it's A5 because of that. You go A5, take. The king is just too slow behind. Let's see if that's right. Capture. Now, you don't want to leave their A pawn on the board as you go back, because then they'll just go down promote. You see they're too slow. They have to worry about taking this pawn first. So now we're on equal footing. We go down. We're 2 squares ahead, and that's going to be a win there. And this, when they go bishop back here to D2, the queen could slide over there to G1 for a check. The only legal move is the queen sliding back. So maybe it's not that. They can only go back queen to F1 if you go queen there to G1. If they move their queen back, there has to be something better than that then. Yeah, I don't know if I see how that's a win. Or maybe just remove the defender. You take the queen, king takes, and you take the bishop on D2. Yeah, that might just be the best thing for this position. Winning a minor piece. Alright, the queen slides in. There is no mate right here, so you have a little bit of leeway. But anyways, you have a mate in one here. The bishop is cutting off the king, so the king cannot step forward or over, right? And it can't step forward at all because of this queen as well. So it has no forward mobility. It can only move laterally. But queen going down here to F1, it gives a check on the king. What's going on, King Leon? How you doing? We have queen here attacking. They can't move. It's still cutting off that diagonal, so I think it's queen down. We have the first 21 here. The knight's going to slide forward. So there's a check. They would have to go over, right? Because if you check rook up, you just take. So you give this check, they have to go over. But because you're on this diagonal, you can drop back another check. They slide back, and then you're here on H7, which is checkmate. So check. They can only go there. That's the only move. It's up rook up, and then you just take the rook. So that's why I don't go for that. We already hit 2,000 likes there on TikTok. Much appreciated. We had queen down here, check, and you have mate at the end. Doesn't make you show it, though. The queen slides over here to C4. Okay. So the king is cut off from going forward right now. If you slide down check, they do have this escape square. But I think you could then just move your bishop down, right? And then they can go up because of the pawn. And that should be mate. And you need this check, so the king has to go forward, so the bishop down. Because right now, bishop down, the king could just capture, and you don't have a mate. This, I believe, forces it, because they can't go through the queen, right? So they can't stay on the 7th rank if you go down. They can't go back because of the bishop. They can only go up. Now, if they move the knight there, I think a similar issue happens with take up, and then you capture that there. So let's see if this is correct. Queen down, and you want to have this bishop drop down here to C8. I missed the last piece of it, but I think it's just queen over here. And then Mondo, thank you for those likes there on TikTok. But yeah, I believe it's just queen here. Check. Come back. Bet. We'll be on for a little while, so you have some time. This should just be mate. Alright, they move their bishop here to B7. It looks like there should be something here on F7, right? Because the king's so open. If you move your bishop back, it's a little too slow and runs into E6. I believe the move is queen here to H5. And you're going to take here for checkmate. You're showing the diagonal. So if you took this pawn here, appreciate that, YK. Appreciate the likes as well, YK. But yeah, their king's in the corner. If you give this check, they come up. I'm a little confused, though. Oh, okay. I would say, if you go there, you can move rook over. They can't, you'll take. So this is just a force mate when you capture. If the rook could go to G6, then it actually is just a draw or a win for white. But this is not opposition. But because they're in the corner, they can't like move to this imaginary area over here. Whereas if it was like the king's here and it's here, like if it's over a square, they could go up if the rook moves. But they can't move anywhere else. So you just go rook down. And that's checkmate. Other than the next one, the bishop drops back. This should be mate in 2. So I think it's G5 check. And they can't move on the diagonal because of the bishop couldn't get off. So they would have to go back. But then you could go bishop down check. And they can't move forward because of the pawn here. And they can't move forward because of the pawn here. So I think that's it. Let's see. Check here. Again, these pawns are cutting off the king from moving at all forward down the board. So you just need to give a check, which is bishop here to F1. This is a smothered mate, a pretty common setup. So knight here, double check. Queen's going to go down here, sacking itself. And then knight here to F2. Alright, the king's going to move over. This one, I don't see automatically. My first guess is queen E2 check. If they go king G3, how do you win the game? So maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just queen captures c3 then. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Because QE2 looks good. That's a mating idea if the king, if there's like a piece here and they can't go over there, like if there's a pawn there and like a bishop there. That would be mate. But I think you take on c3 instead. Playing games later, I don't know because I've been trying to do like only one thing a stream, but I'll probably stream for a while. So I guess it'll be when we get to where we've done puzzles for a very long time. Like I'm sure I'll be on for like hours today. If we're just tired of that, we can go to some games or do something different, like do two things in one stream. But right now, I hadn't planned on it, but I definitely am open because I'll be on for probably like 5-6 hours. And doing puzzles for 5-6 hours is probably boring. I know it's boring, but I'd rather do something different if I want to stream for that long. Like you take here on c3. All right, the king's going to go back. If you go rook down, the queen can actually capture, right? But also queen down here, oops. Queen down here, check if they go up. You go back. There's something along this. If you go check up. I don't understand. Oh, maybe you're setting up checkmate? Yeah, because they couldn't stop you, right? And they don't have any check, because they just take, check, over. No, that can't be it. Okay, you slide your queen, oops. You slide your queen down, they can only go king here to a7, right? If you bring your queen back, it's the same position, basically. If you go rook down, the queen takes. And if you go queen here, does this do anything? Queen here, up. Yeah, this is my guess, is queen here. Now, if you go rook here, you're threatening mate in 1. The problem is if they sack their rook, I'm not sure how you can stop them from repetition. But that has to be the tactic. That's the only thing that makes sense. Let's see if I can calculate captures. After rook c8. So let's see. Rook c8 here. They take. If you take the rook, they could. How can they not check you forever? Check, over, check, over. Maybe you can eventually get on the files. It has to be this. Yeah, okay, it must be that. I want to see that for a second, though. It has to be that. Play rusher. What do you mean? You mean, like, is that a game? Are you talking about football, like a pass? What do you mean by rusher? But yeah, they must not be able to sacrifice for that long. I've only played chess on stream if you're referring to a different game. They have king takes. If they check here, king h2, check here, king g2, here, king h1. Can they not keep king g1, check, king f1, check, king e2. Like, oh, maybe, yeah, I think it is, because once you get over here, they can't check you anymore. Oh, but they can go here. Oh, but then rook down. Okay, so I get it. That's what I was worried about, but I missed that part of it. A chess YouTuber? Oh, yeah, I am on YouTube. I only do, chess on that, though. There you go, rook down here for this check. If they bring their rook down, so you go rook here, here. You could probably go queen in here after. Because you go queen here first, they can just move. Oh, no, it is that. Yeah. It's queen here. They move their king. You slide over for checkmate. This is the idea I was talking about a second ago. For one of the other puzzles. Do I have it? Is it this one? No, this one. I can't find it. But there's another puzzle that was a similar idea. It was like the QXC3 one. Where I said that QE2 is a usual. It's like a mate idea. But yeah, I think it's queen here to h1. And then queen here to d1. Alright, so they go for this en passant. What you notice here is the king is guiding it. So if you took this, you can take it after they make a move. So you should probably push here first. And now you're one move ahead of them. And again, if they push that, your king is already attached. I'm going to go down. And you would have guarded their promotion square, so I have to blockade. And now you have the queen. So this next one. The queen's there, and they're setting up the discover check. So that makes you think you need to have some type of mate idea. And Q captures h3 will be mate eventually. So queen takes, they can only take with the pawn. Rook takes rook, king h2, and then rook g2. And that should be checkmate. Let's see if that's correct. And again, you need them to all be checks. Or this is just mate another way. You take the king takes and then rook over. I didn't even consider that. But yeah, rook here, and it's a ladder mate. Even though like it's a normal one. It looks like you can just win the rook on b1. But that's thinking too small, as you actually have mate in 2. You have knight to c6 attacking the king. They have to go rook a8, and then you go rook b8 for checkmate. Let's see if that's right there. Knight's going to slide in, and the rook's going to slide down. Alright, you see their bishop is there on f6 attacking your queen, but it's actually a blunder, because you can take the bishop, threatening mate in 1. If they take the queen, you have rook x e8 for also mate in 1. So there are 2 mate in 1s here, which is why this is the correct move. I'll show that real quick, just to have that on the screen in case someone missed exactly why that works. So here, there's mate in 1 on this move, right? So they would have to take the queen to stop that, because they can't get a piece there. So once they take, but there's also mate in 1. And a good tell of this, you see there's, I guess mate, it says mate in 2, whatever you decide to. I guess QE5, but it's the same. It's the same problem. Your rook would just take there, and then you're still threatening it, except the rook's on E5 versus E1. But yeah, that's that one. Let's go to this next puzzle. Your pawn's going to come forward here. Okay, so if you go queen here to h4, you have this check. Their king could slide over, though. So it's probably not that. It's probably not that. Taking there may be it, but I imagine that has something to do with the king being weak. Although I don't see anything else, honestly. If you take here, you're trying to win the rook in the corner. But it must be that there's a mate somewhere. So if you go, say QH4, they go king to D1. Glad to have you back, man. There you go there to H4, king to D1. Maybe you do just have to take on. That feels like that's not it. If you just take on B2, that feels way too slow. But I don't see another way that you could do that. Unless you could get your rook somehow to E5. Like if the rook could get to E5, that would be quite useful. Maybe it's Q, H4, king over, rook F5. That feels kind of slow. Because couldn't they just go knight to D2? But I know the answer is not to take there. It can't be to take on B2. Like that, it would never be that type of answer. So that's why I'm leaning towards QH4, rook F5. It just feels like that does not set it up correctly. Because if the king's on D1, they can just move their knight, and then rook to E5, they could just go bishop. Yeah, I don't see the other. I don't see it. Yeah, it is just that. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna take the rook here in the corner, and then queen back here. And all right, let's go to this next one. You said queen takes pawn, bishop check, take queen. Hold on, let's see. Queen takes pawn. If you do queen takes pawn, the problem is knight captures here. Knight x f3. Yeah, you had to just take in the corner. It was just not a lot there. Which, that's a weird puzzle. It's usually not that type of answer, but it was for that one. Here, I believe you have... Nah, you're good. You're good. There's nothing wrong with suggesting a move. I appreciate it. It's fun. It's more fun even that way to have it interactive. You guys trying to solve it as well. So, definitely put the moves you think as well. But I think bishop c3, it attacks the king. I don't see how it's mate, though. I guess it's bc3. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. It's bishop c3, king to h7, and then queen to d7? Or was it... Well, this is the first move. I can just play this. Or is it the first move? They can move their bishop down. Maybe it's not the first move. Maybe that's the first trip. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it would have to be this. And I just don't see the rest of it. Because there's no other way you could even get a piece over there. Yeah, I'm just going to say that's the first move. Yeah, bishop back is a response. But, I mean, you would have to do that. Now, a counter. If you go queen to h6, trying to threaten mate, the queen just takes your queen. So that's the issue there. Oh, maybe you can just take the bishop. The king takes, and then you go rook to d7. The king goes back. We're almost there. When the king's back in the corner, there's no way to really attack them. And you can't go rook down now your queen hangs. You have to keep checking unless you move your queen. So let's say bishop captures g7, king x g7, rook to d7 check. If they slide back in the corner, which is the only legal move I think it is, Could you then go queen g6? qf6? So I think the problem with qf6 is the rook or the bishop might... Are you saying after? After you trade? I think the problem is they have too many pieces guarding that square right now. This is my... I'm not sure about this one. This is my guess. Yes, that's correct. No, they can't take that apparently, which would... Makes it a little bit easier. Now, I still am a little confused, because your queen's hanging, and you can't maintain the bishop. If you take the rook, rook takes, rook down, yeah, I'm sure that's not it. I'm sure that can't be it. The queen slides over, queen takes, no, that's not it either. You would have to guard the bishop. Your queen hanging the whole time is what's throwing me off about this. But their queen is stuck in the corner. You can't get your knight forward. If you go rook down, your queen hangs, and you can't get a mate or anything. You can't slide in check. Do you sack your queen for the rook? They take... I just don't see how that would be a winning idea, though, after, like, king g6. So I imagine you need to keep it. Maybe it's just queen back. Yes, it is just queen back. Now you have that the rook's attacking your queen. This is a long continuation for... I guess we're on 35 or 36, but it feels like a long continuation still. Do you take both rooks? No, but then they can take your bishop. If you take their rook, rook takes, rook check, maybe it's that, because the computer would say that two pieces in a rook is better than a queen. That's my guess is bx f8, rook x d7, rook x d7, and just saying that it's winning. So qf5 I think doesn't work because of the rook taking. I think it's here, and then you give up your queen, and then you get two pieces in a rook for the queen, because you can't even continue. Yeah, it is that. Because this is, the computer says it's better. I don't know if I'd win that for sure, but that, it does say that it's better to have two pieces in a rook. It's just more material. I want to show why, I want to see why they can't take. I thought I saw a way they couldn't, but after rook d7, and then they have to go back here. Oh, it's qg6. Oh, threatening mate in 1 here. And then if you slid over, they could just slide over here, right? Yes. And then, okay. It's qg6 that I missed, which is why they can't take the bishop. Until this next one here, we're able to get that right, despite being a little confused there. We got another subscriber on YouTube. Much appreciated. We're almost at 960, closing in on 1,000. But the rook goes up here to d5. Okay. The thing here is there's a mate. Now, it looks like you have a free bishop. And you're not wrong, but what you have before the free bishop is pawn here to f6, giving this check, right? They would go back, and then rook down here should be mate. Let's see if that's correct. And you have to go f6 versus h6, so they can't come out this way. And rook slides down, and that's going to be mate there on that turn. My elo, so do you mean over the board or online? And if you mean online, what time control? The rook slides over here to e2. Check, take. Here, over, down. Yeah, that should be it here. Capture, king down, over, and you just go over. Online, and then what time control? They go rook here to g4. Check. If they go back, you could go qd5. I guess their king can go all the way down, though. That's kind of the issue with that idea. But rook goes here. 5 minute 10. They're both like 2100-ish. One's above. It depends on the account too, but like on both accounts I'm like low 2100 rapid and then like 2100 blitz for one. Another one I just started playing blitz, but yeah, about 2100 I'd say. Although probably a little bit higher because I don't play rapid that much. But we go rook here to g4 attacking. If they go king back, I guess here you win the rook. That feels like it has to be more than that though. Well, yeah, I guess if you go here, they can't go king there, because then your rook slides over to a8. So you can give this check here on g4. They go down, queen down. Yeah, that could be it. Let's see if that's right. Here. Oh, they go over, though. Not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting at all. Check. Man, this one's a little bit difficult. I guess they're getting harder as it gets higher up, so makes sense. But QE5, I still think... What's going on, Abanov? How you doing today? Yeah, I think QE5, attacking the king here on c3. If they drop back, Okay, there's some way if you get up and you go down if the king's down. That's something to watch as well. Can you check them again? Maybe you can check them again. Because the king can't go over unless you have a check again. And then they go back and then you have that. So maybe it's rook down. Because they go back up here after rook down. You could go queen down over here. And I don't see anything else. A queen up is the only other move. But after king down, I think they're safe. I think it's rook here. No, that's wrong. What is the move here? What's going on, Ryan? It is queen f5. Here. Ah, I missed that one. What's going on, Pabu? When you're free to look, hats off. No need to actually put on a hat. Oh! No, why did it not play? I just added the Twitch alert thing so I could hear it or see it. But yeah, what hat would you like me to wear? I have a top hat. I have a firefighter hat. I have a captain's hat. What hat would you like to see there? I'm not sure why I did not see that. I literally just added it. Was it on the screen for you? Did you see it go off? And I just didn't see it go off. Congratulations, Ryan. Congratulations. What type of math are you taking again? Let's go to this next game. Here. Next game, next puzzle. And what type of test you got, Abunaf? Yeah, I think there runs into that. So you can't do that. Let's see. We have one incorrect. We have to get no more wrong on this level. We want to get to our personal best. 10th grade math. Is that geometry or algebra? Yeah, the queen's on a2. I wish you could go queen to f7. That just doesn't work. Does anything... this is crazy. I don't see any tactic or anything happening right now. Like, maybe queen... Is it just to not lose the game? Maybe it's just queen c4 to trade queens off. Only thing I could think of. But then they have rook e1. And then king g2. And then they check again up. No, that's probably not it. Oh, maybe you sack the rook. If you take on g7, king takes rook. Oh, yeah. I feel like you could sack the rook. Yes. And then rook here to g1. And they have to sack. Yeah, their king's just too weak here. Alright, their king's going to slide over. Maybe you have to have two pawns here. Law interest. Oh. That sounds horrible. My cousin, she's studying for the... Not the bar. Whatever you call the one to get into law school. I don't remember. And it does not sound fun. Alright, I'm going to go up here. Maybe g5. g5. They can't promote because this is on a light square here. LSAT, yes, LSAT. Up, they take. Up, yeah, you can't promote this pawn. You have to move both, I think. Alright, they're trying to get active on this diagonal. They're just too slow. Now you have to push this. If you push this pawn, you just lose the game. You have to go here. No! Is that not? How is that not it? I have to. Why is that not it? Oh, they're going to promote. Oh, I missed that they're going to promote. Yeah, it's the right idea. I just was not paying enough attention to that side. Well, I thought I messed up my end games. And it's not that. I just was not paying attention to them moving their king forward. All right, I have two wrong. I'm guessing we're not going to get our personal best today. And then, Pablo, which hat did you want me to have on? I can put on one. I missed that. Sorry, my volume's off because I have music playing now. So I can't hear when something goes off. So I have to figure out a way to get around that. Whatever hat I want to. Okay, let me grab a hat because a hat software is deemed on Twitch. Give me 1 second. I don't even know how to turn off the camera, but I'm just going to get out of frame for 1 second, grab a hat. Because that was requested. I guess it's over here. Well, I guess I'll put this one on. Haven't worn this one in a while. Alright, Alright, so let's go back to the puzzles. Yeah, thank you for doing that. They're horrendous. Oh, it's worse than the normal one? I thought the normal one was bad. Catch you later, man. Hope you do well on that. But they go pawn forward here. I imagine you need to get your queen, like... oh, yes, because the king can't go forward, so you can just go over. Right, that would be... It would not work. My only issue is if you go queen over, are they setting up queen here? I guess you could just go h3. So this is what I think the move is. Yes, that's correct. Alright, the king's going to slide over here. I think it's check, down, check, down, and then bishop down here for mate. Because you're cutting off the king from moving here diagonally out of the situation. So I think you'll give this check. They go back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that. And then check again. Now is it here or here? Oh yeah, going back they run into that. Or they have that. So bishop down here, it's just checkmate. Alright, next one, their knight's going to slide. Let's see what's going on. Getaway, how you doing? Another subscriber. We are closing in on 960. Closing in on 1,000. Closer to 1,000, we'll have a costume stream. A fun one. But yeah, their knight's back here. Bishop down. I guess they get a queen. So that's probably not it. None of them get a queen. Take king over, and you go there anyways. They go over. Yeah, that's probably not it either. Can you let them get the queen? I feel like you probably shouldn't because they have a lot of mobility. But bishop going there is starting mate in 1. So I do have to do something about that. Bishop e3. The only thing is there's nothing you could do that stops them from promoting. So that's why I'm partially like, well, it could just be to let them promote and there's something else after. Because how could you even stop it from happening? Like, there's no piece that can get there quick enough. So that's clearly not part of it. Part of it is clearly not to stop the promotion. But there must be a mate that I'm missing. So if you take the knight, the king takes. I imagine you need the rook, though. It has to be like rook x g8 after the bishop's guarding, and it somehow doesn't lose the game. That's what I'm thinking here. My rating, so do you mean what time control? I'm assuming you mean online. If you're not, are you asking over the board? If you mean online, what time control are you asking for? The knight's back there. Bishop c4, g1 queen, king forward, check over. They could just keep checking you. Yeah, I'm not going to get this one. This may be where we're out for the first attempt at trying to break my own record. This is a guess. I have no idea. I'm just guessing it's this. It's not. Okay, what is it? See what the correct one is? That feels way harder than you sack the rook. Ah. Well, that makes sense in hindsight. I was thinking there's something to do with the king, but yeah. Because nothing else could have stopped it. You have 2 pieces for it. Wrap it, it's like 2100-ish. Alright, let's try again. We got 14 behind our personal best, so not exactly close that time around. Alright, we're going to start off 2 for 2. If I get one wrong earlier, we're just going to restart, but I shouldn't. Alright, knight's going to go back. This is a free rook here on d8. Alright, next one. This is going to be mate in 2. You're going to take the rook here. The king is stuck in the corner. You're going to take this rook, and then I have checkmate here as the king can't move. This is mate in 1. They're attacking your queen, but their king is weak because the bishop's on this diagonal. So take here for checkmate. This is going to be mate because the king can't move anywhere. You just deliver a check. Only a knight can do that in that position. They move their knight in here. Okay. There's not... Oh, no. They have a rook. Like, where's the mate? The bishops aren't there. But you have a rook. So this is actually just checkmate. You're going to sack your queen here on f1. We've seen this puzzle a lot on stream, and I've done a lot off stream. It's a very common puzzle for some reason, even though it's not that common of a scenario. But if you take here on d4, you remove the defender. If they capture, you capture their rook. So I think you just capture the knight here. This is remove the defender tactic, and you take the bishop. Alright, they have their bishop blockading. But there's also a mate in 1 that the knight's stopping. So you take here for check, and then you have the mate in 1 that's on the board. Are their rooks going to slide over attacking the queen? If you bring your rook over here, the king can't actually move anywhere. You see the queen's cutting this off. So I have to blockade somewhere. You'll take for checkmate. See if that's correct. Rook h8, take queen. That's just checkmate. Are the rooks going to slide down? This is a similar, not similar idea. I guess the king is pretty stuck. It can't move anywhere. So you're going to deliver this check laterally. The rook can go down, but you can take because you have that knight there guarding it, despite your king being weak. And you see that's mate. Let's go to this next one. Okay, so their king's here. If you slide check... Oh, okay, I see. It's slide check. They have to go back, right? Rook down check. If they go over, you'll take with check. If they go down, you'll still go with queen in check. And then over, same idea. So let's see if that's correct. Queen down, rook down, and that's just over. Are the rooks going to slide over here to f8? There's some type of discovered attack on this bishop, and I'm pretty sure that's just it. Yeah, just rook b7. You're attacking the rook and attacking this bishop here. Whatever they do, you'll take. They shouldn't be able to... Yeah, there is no mate or anything. And there's nothing else that can even be, I'm pretty sure. So you just go here. Oh, you can capture this. if they take, you could take. They go down, you go bishop back d6. Because if you just take this, that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it is just you take the bishop there. The rook's going to slide down. My high score's going on Ali. My high score is 55 right now. Appreciate that getaway. Thank you for the subscription. The rook's down here on d1. What is your high score, Ali? Knight check is probably not the idea, because their king can get out the way there. Knight check. I mean, there has to be some knight check. I mean, otherwise, I don't see how you have to check them every turn. I don't see any light square ways to get in, though. So you move your knight down. They move their king. They have so many ways out of this. Oh, this is just a fork. Yeah, it's not checkmate. It's just a fork here. And then the king's going to go forward now to attack this knight. You don't want to go over or you get mated. So king g2. Alright, the king's going to slide forward here. There's just another fork. And you're just going to be up a minor piece going for the rest of the game. Just drop back and take here. And then the knight has one escape square. It's knight here to d6. So this next one, the queen's going to go forward. I believe it's to remove the defender. Rook down here. They move, you take the rook. And if they take, you take the queen. So rook's just going to slide down. And then you're going to... this is actually what happens this time. Usually it's the other way. They don't make you find this. But rook captures, and then you go behind. You got two pieces on the file there. The queen's going to slide down here to f2. 48. Oh, a year ago. I'm sure here it's higher now. Let's see if we can get this next. Let me check something real quick. Make sure this setup is working. Okay. That looks good. Alright. So the queen's down here on f2. If you go... It looks like there should be something on this. And this runs into you losing your queen completely for free, right? If you go queen down, that would be my guess. Because then if they move their pawn up, you could go down now. And then if you go here, they move their king down. You take this, they go back up. And then could you reset? Yeah, this would be my guess. Queen here. And we're going to take here again for this diagonal check. And now we're going to have our queen down here. And you're going to get mate here on f6. This is one where this is an unstoppable mate. Or if you go here, I guess they can go here. But then you have queen. Yeah, there's two mate in ones, which is the problem after going queen h3. Their knight could get in the way, but you have another move that works. This knight's doing an incredible job of guarding the king from getting here to f3. So the idea would be rook here to h1, king forwarding the other rook down, and that'll be mate as they can't move diagonally out the way. So rook's going to go down here to h1, and then rook down here to h2 for checkmate. Are their knights going to slide in? So you... Or not their knight. I'm looking at my knight, I said their knight. Their rook slides in, and our knight's active right now. But I think it's doing enough of a job guarding... It's not really doing anything. You can just go rook down here, up, and then checkmate. I guess they have this... So probably it is involved then. So rook check. They come forward. Rook check. Oh, it's because you go knight to e2 at the end, right? And you're guarding that. And now it's acting like a bishop guarding the dark square. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. You do need the knight for this. You want to give this check. They can only go here. And then knight here, check is checkmate. Check. And then knight here. Because you're controlling the diagonal. And you're basically controlling the diagonal with knight back. And they can't slide over. Over the board, I am 1956 USCF. Let's go knight here. And that's me. Their pawn's going to jump forward here. Rook down to c2 doesn't quite work because the bishop's there. But you can use the other rook up and then push that one to c1 on the dark square. So you have this check here. And then this other rook can slide down. I have the white pieces. And this pawn and king, really just the king. I guess the pawn's coming off the rook, but this is just checkmate. And one, rook here to a8. They're going to slide down. Another mate and just a couple idea here. QB8 should be it to win the game. So they go queen here to b8, check. Take this bishop, and then take this rook here. That's mate. The rook slides over. You're down some material, so you know you have to have some type of mating idea. And because of that, I think it's rook captures g4. Yes. Because if the king slides in the corner, you then could move your queen to give a check diagonally. I'm not sure which way, though, because you have qc3 or qb2 if they're in the corner there. I don't know what's better between the two. But this is definitely the first move, right? Rook captures. The rook slides over. That'll make you find that. You just take here. You'll take the queen. I'm curious for myself, though. Why which square was better between c3 and b2. Maybe they're both winning, which is the point. And if they slide here, yeah, they're the same. That's why I didn't even do that part. They're the same same winning percentage. About +7 there if you were to do it that way. So the queen's going to slide here to e3. It's interesting they make it so only one move works most of the moves you have to find. And I was confused which one you had to find there, and they both worked. And that's why that wasn't the actual puzzle. But their queen's there on e3. You could... I don't know what you could do. It should be a mate idea somewhere. So let's talk through the pieces. Right now they don't have a mate on the board, so you don't have to do it immediately. The queen can't give a check that doesn't hang the queen. Like qf6 you lose the queen, and qh6 you lose the queen. Rook over, like you need your rook involved to do anything. But it feels like you would need like a queen here and a rook here in the corner. Appreciate the follow there, Fram. Queen d9. I don't know if that is on the board, but qd8. No, I don't think you can do that right now. Let's see. Queen to h4. Oh yes, that is it. I was saying it has to do something to do with the idea of getting there to that corner. But yeah, if you go there, then they push up to f6. The queen slides down over, check. Then you win the queen at the end of that, I believe. Yeah. Queen just drops down here. And you need something, so they sack, and you just win the rook here. So this next one, their pawn's going to jump forward. If you move your bishop here, attacking, they'd have to slide all the way out the way. Or is it here with the queen? No, because in pawn 4, it's just a pretty easy stop. Taking this and taking that, I don't think is the idea. So that's why I do believe it's bishop here. I just have to figure out why the bishop not being there is a good thing. So if they go over, queen here, they can just go up. Taking, check. They could take with anything, and then taking that doesn't give you a win. So I think it is bishop here to f4 attacking. If they slide over, you have rook over. But still, that doesn't feel like it's that good. No, that's not it. Okay, it wasn't knight captures then. It is knight captures. This is winning apparently. Would not have guessed that's winning. The knight's gonna slide there to, or that much winning. The knight's here on b6. You could sack the queen. King takes, rook slides over. They go down and rook here to h7. Let's see if that's correct. Here, rook over, and then checkmate. All right, you have the black pieces. You're not quick enough to, let's see, over. Yes, I would guess you're probably not fast enough to stop them. If you go up here, the king moves. You could give a check. If they take then, see, I think you just push, prompting them to move. And then if you go up, they move. You go down, they take down. They're too slow to stop both of them. Appreciate that, Dot. Thank you, thank you. It was redeemed on Twitch. Hats off. Yeah. And you bring this pawn down. And then this pawn down. Then you get this queen, you'll stop, and you'll win the game. Alright, they have their pawn pushing forward. But you can't allow them to sack their rook for this, right? Because then you just can't win the game. So if you move your... I don't know why they'll just sack it here. Like, I feel like that would be better. But if you go here, they can't go there. And they can't go down. And once you go up, you could always move your bishop here. Let's see. Here, they run the rook down. Here... I don't know how you could ever promote this. If you give the check first, then it runs into that. So it has to be push, yeah. That wouldn't make sense the other way. I'm confused why they can't just go down. And then ISM, I can't see the rest of it. Appreciate the follow there on TikTok. Now you can just go down. I am confused why that works though. Yeah, and you get the queen. I want to look at that. Because if you just... So say you go up. Let's go up, right? What if they go rook down here? Saying F2... Can you not just continually check them? Check. Oh, this is a check blocking. That's the problem. Oh, yeah, it's a check as well. But if this is not a check, I don't think you can actually. Maybe you could still win. But it looked a little weird to me. But that is the correct way. And we get that one correct. On a 3 puzzle streak since getting that one wrong. And this is a maiden 1. I think rook just here to B3. Attacking. They can't move forward because of the diagonals. Yeah. Yes. Just rook here. That's maiden 1. The bishop here. Oh no, the bishop moving stops it. This is mate in 1 here on d3. Next up, if you go knight here, the king can move forward. If you go knight here, though, the king can only move over, and you have mate there at the end on e1. What's the hat for? So, on Twitch, I have a channel points reward that's called Hats Off. So, if someone redeems, you get points for watching a streamer on Twitch, basically. And one of the things I have set up as a reward is you can redeem the points, and I wear a hat. And it was redeemed for me to wear a hat. So, I'm wearing the firefighter hat here. Let's see. If you capture, the queen takes, then you could go up now. Right now it's equal material. It has something to do with taking the knight in the center. Oh, I mean, I'm stating the obvious there. It has to do with that. If you capture there on d4, if the queen takes back, you could go e5, attacking it. But you need your bishop involved. So queen forward first. Oh, I see the issue. Yeah. It's because if you move the queen... Well, if you go queen forward... They move their bishop. Yeah. Okay, I see it. I'm not explaining it well, but I'll show you if it's right. Yes. What I thought at first doesn't make sense because the queen can't take this. But now if you go up here to e5, the knight can't go back to a square that guards the bishop. Like they could, that's why the pawn's there. Very intricate board design, I'll say. If the knight can move there, it wouldn't actually work. But because it can't go there, you just go up here to e5 with a fourth attacker, and they can't go back guarding the bishop. Let's see if that's right. Yes. And they slide in. You're just going to take... and then take the knight in the center. The queen's going to drop down here on a7. The bishop's also guarding a8, so it's nothing focused on that side of the board right now. That would win for us. Wow, these are feeling harder than the last time I did this. The queen must be trapped somehow. Somehow the queen is trapped. I don't see a mate idea. If you castle, you still can't slide your rook over. The bishop can't move anywhere that attacks the queen, that doesn't just fall. Could you just... Nah, if you went rook f8, they could just go f3. So it has to be a quick attack. If the bishop moves attacking their rook, they can take there on e5. There's something that must be just hanging that I'm missing. Right now, you're equal material. If you just castle... and they take the pawn in the center. I guess you're up material. So maybe you need to maintain your current advantage. That could be the point of this puzzle. If you got your king to... if you just castle over... I don't get why it would be something more than that. Yeah, I think it is just castle over. Because if they take, you can just take back, right? And you're just playing defense. It's weird when the puzzle's defense. Yeah, this is just the puzzle. You're just playing defense here. And you take this with the bishop. And then there's nothing that should happen here. You just take the rook back. I'll go to this next one. What's going on, Lenko? Yes, castle indeed, castle indeed. It took me a while to spot that one, though. This one I think I do spot. It's just bishop there to e4. That should be made in 1, as it's like the diagonal coverage here and here. That's a bad arrow. Like here, you're guarding this entire diagonal, and this is already guarded here. I think here... Oh, I meant like you're not playing aggressive. Like you're just defending their... whatever you call it, their mini attack, and then just go from there. Like sometimes, like this one, like, you know, just being more aggressive. But the bishop's going to drop back. You have the white pieces. I imagine your king just has to slide in. Oh, this is also here. So if you go over, you let their king in. So if you go king d4, king up, king up, king up. Oh, then you can go king here, and then maybe king there, and now you can push both pawns down. I think that's what it is. Yeah. And then king up here to d5. And now king in here attacking the bishop. Whatever they do, you just go king here, and then you push both pawns. See if that's right. Yep, that is correct. All right, they're going to slide over. So there should be some type of mate in 1 idea. I think there's a mate in 2. You can go. I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Semester's going good. YouTube's content's been going good. I got a new setup. I don't know the last time you've been here. I don't think you've seen this setup. Does it look different? Maybe you have. But I got a PC now. Got some lights, so it's a little bit better. New camera, so hopefully it's overall better quality. You can see his music now in the background for TikTok. But how you been doing though? Any over the board tournaments lately? This should be the move. And you go up here. Check. They go over. That's the only thing. I don't understand how you could... Oh, maybe it's the other... Maybe it's this pawn then. Check, over, and then that's mate in 1. Yes. Alright, then that's mate in 1 here. There's the next one. In a week? Fire. What is your over the board rating? I don't remember what it was. It must be pretty high, because you know you said you're 2400 online. But if you... I think you can capture on A1. If they check, you just go back there to B2, and you have 2 queens that are on the way. And they can't go rook B7. Yeah, so I think you can just capture here. And then you can go back here. Now, which one is it? Does it matter? I don't know if it matters how you do this, but I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. Maybe it's A1 first, because the other one, it allows a check on G2. And I don't see why that's losing, but my guess it's not good. So we're going to promote this one first, yeah. I want to see why the other one's losing. I'm not sure why it is, but it has to be, which is why they gave you the dilemma. So here, and now, this is losing. After rook takes. You can't go there if check. I see. Let's go to this next one here. Appreciate those wow, not a sentence. Thank you for the likes there, Jazzy. Closing in on 3,000. 1730 OCF. OTB rating has been slowly catching. Yeah, that sounds... I'm sure you'll be pleasantly surprised then. And then Ghost, thank you for the follow there. A fire I need to put out. I am a fireman, so that is my job. They're up here on C3. I don't know. Could you take? If you take there, they can do BX C3. And thank you for all these likes for closing in on 3,000. This is a hard one. This is equal material, but it has to be a Zugzwang. It's Zugzwang at some point. Can you push to C4? Because if you go C4, they take, and then D3, and then if they take D, I guess D3 either. But then if you go here, what if they take? And then take and then back. I feel like that's the idea, but then King X D4 is the problem. C4, King X D4. No, but you can't take that. And there's no way you can take on D3. We are back. What chat do I read the most? I guess technically, I don't know. I think I read them all the same during puzzles, but during the other ones, it's probably easier to read the TikTok, but I try to make sure I look over a decent amount. We are back, boring edits. We are back live. Some puzzles going on today. I don't see this. Is it G? Because if you go G6, you just lose the pawn in the center, right? Like G6, CX, D4, CX, D4, king back, They're up a pawn there. Can you go up to B5? No. Wait, hold on. B5. Oh, wait, no. I think you can go B5. Or can you take, and then B5? And then you have this passer. I think that is it. Captures, B5. If they take, you go up. They go down. You go over. They're too slow. And then if you do it the other way, I don't think... Yeah, because you have to remove the pawn first. Yes, that is correct. And then B5 here. And then you can go up a square. Let's see. Here. So you go up a square now. And up a square. And up a square. Alright, that is correct. Alright, then King's going to go for it here to E6. QH3 is my first idea. You saw it too, Born Edits. I see you. Yeah, QH3 is my first idea. My issue with that is after rook F, they can sack a rook, and it doesn't really matter because they're up 2 rooks for a knight. So that's my first idea, but I don't think it works. If you go knight down to C7, oh, but it's not QH3, it's QG4, and then that would work because then you could take yeah. QH3 doesn't work, but I think this does. Yeah, I'll show the difference in a second if I get the rest of it right. Maybe I can explain why it is a bit of a difference between the two. If you go F4, where's the final move? QG3 runs into them taking the pawn there in the center. I guess they could do that anyways though. So maybe that's not that bad of a thing, yeah. Whatever you do, that's just hanging if you give a check. Unless you could go check here somehow, which you can't do. If you slide down, take... Like, you need to guard all of these squares at once. What could do that? I don't know what could possibly do that. One thing is they don't have a check immediately. So if you go queen down check, they take on e4. But at queen down check, they could just go back there to f6. Or no, e6. So that's why I think it's f4. And then they take... Oh, it's f4 take and then queen e6, right? Okay. Yes, and it's queen e6 if they were to take. So they have to go back. And now you can take this pawn here, right? And then if they go over... Okay, I think... I still have to figure this out. Okay, their king's back. I thought we figured out most of it. Now queen down should threaten a lot of maiden ones, right? Because the knight is so powerful. So you have this one more check. And then you take... Alright, so I want to show the difference between QH3 and QG4. What's going on, Southern? How you doing? F4, King D6. Oh, Pablo has the exact exact move order there. But yeah, the difference between the queen going here and here is if you go Q to H3, now this is not guarded, right? And they could just go... Or no, not guarded. This is not attacked. So they could just go up, which is what I mentioned briefly. I said they could just sack a rook. But here now, this doesn't work the same way because you can take here on G6. So this next one here. See if we can get to... We already got higher than last time, and we got an early one wrong. So a better start here. But yeah, their bishop's there on G4. I think you just take their queen. They take your queen. Rook x e5, and you take on e2. Is it more than that? No, I don't think it is. And there's not a checkmate. So take, take. That's kind of simple for that high of a puzzle. All right, the rook slides over. Q to e6 check. Their king has to slide in the corner. Oh, I guess you could just... Okay, Q e6, king has to go to h8. If you go queen down, they could go rook there to g8 in the corner. And they can defend it, which is the issue. There's no sacrifices, so check over. That has to be the first two moves. Queen down, rook over. Not sure how you would continue that. But that I would guess that's the first. Just Q e6 and worry about the rest later. Because if you can't sack the rook, the queen could just get away. You can't attack the queen, then the king can just go to f7. So I do think it's queen here to e6. I just don't understand, like, yeah, but the problem with that is Q e6 over, down, and then rook over, right? So maybe it's not just that, because it's just no me. I can't see it here, and they slide over. Here, can they get a piece back in time? They can't. Oh, I guess they can't get a piece back in time. After Q here instead of here. And they don't have a check or anything on the king. There's nothing there. It might be that. Yeah, I guess it's that. Let's see. Oh, it is Q. Okay, I see a lot of QD7s in the chat there. I'll go to this next one. Their queen's here on E7. I feel like it's just capture then push the pawn forward. If you push the pawn forward now, it doesn't actually work. So rook captures. If they go there, I guess you could still just take. Whatever you do, yeah, I think it has something to do. You just take. Now the exact, or is it better to do this first? Captures, captures. I'm sure there's a difference. I'm sure there's a difference. Oh, yes, because if they just go back, you can't move. So, yeah, you have to trade queens first. And now you can take. I'll show that for a quick second. The difference between the two is if you push it now, they could just go queen back here to, or it says b8. b8 or c7. And now you can't take or your queen's falling. So I also have to trade the queens first for that one. Let's go to this next puzzle, though. 10 away from 50. The queen's there on e7. My guess would be QD5. Because you're attacking the rook and attacking... I'm not even a guess. I'm like pretty sure that's right. It's equal material right now. Here, this is going to fall. And they don't have a check. Or that's going to fall. How would you even play... Yeah. I don't even know how you would play that. And then here. And that's the puzzle for that one. Or the solution for that one. The knight's there on f6. The queen can capture on f8. they'd move, and then I think you'd go Q D6. They could go down, and then that's like the, yeah, that's a mating pattern, I'm pretty sure. So let's see, capture, and you can't go here because you need the knight to get in. So it's here, and if they go back, there's mate in 1. So it'd be here, over, and then knight in, over, and then queen down. So let's see, here, and you need your knight, and the queen's going to go down at the end. So there's a fork here that I'm seeing with knight to c6. Now the king moves, you take bishop. Well, I mean, you have to do that. I just have to figure out how you stop them from promoting. So knight to c6 check. They have to move their king, you take the bishop. They move their pawn, they're a move away. So you could go knight. So, okay, I'll just do, this is definitely the first couple moves. Here, and then you would have to take the bishop, I'm guessing. Yeah, you have to take, they'd go here. Is that it? Hold on, is that it? But if their bishop's on the board, you can never promote the e-pawn. So that's why I'm like, you kind of have to take that. But your knight's too slow. So if you take, and they go king e6. Oh, king e6 wouldn't work, right? Because king e6, you'd go knight c8 check. If they move, you'd push up. They go king over. Then you go knight b6, a3, knight a2. No, you would have to go a different way. So you'd go take, over, check. They'd have to go... Oh, yeah, they'd have to go down here. Yeah, they couldn't get over. Oh, because it's a check. Yeah, okay, I see it. And now they can't move their king in. So now you have to figure this way out. And this, it should just be a walk of the piece down. With knight here, they can't slide in. They'd have to slide here. You'd go down, they'd go in. Oh, that's probably not it then. Actually, that might not be it. We can move our knight. Appreciate the donation there from Fram. Just saw that there. Knight is too slow. Oh, no, it's not. Wait, no. Knight here, if they go down. No, yeah, the knight is just too slow. So knight here, pawn down. Because they can't take, you go up. They go up queen. Because if they take, you're here. They need to keep the knight, though. If you... Wow, this is more complex than I thought, given that it was a free piece to start off. The knight is nowhere near quick enough. So would it just be knight c8, a2, but then knight c8 after they move their king in to c6? I don't know how you promote the pawn. I'm stuck. Because if you go knight c8, they go king to c6. If you push the pawn up, they can go king to d7. And then if you go knight... Yeah, the knights are just too far away to get anywhere. Or not the knights, the knight. So knight, let's try knight f5. If the king goes there to c6, because they want to stop it, and they can't go king d6. So let's see, knight f5, king c6, pawn forward, king down to d7. Oh, wait, it's because of this, and then you could get there, and then if they push, you could go down. I think that's what it is. Yeah, and you're quick enough, which is why they can't go and stop you. The knight's fast enough there on f5. So you can go up here now, and they're promoting. You still can stop their promotion, but you promote with you have an extra piece. That one was very complex, I'll say, for 48. That is crazy. But the rook's there on c4. You would need some way to... So there's a mate there on g2 that I'm looking at. Is there any way to do that? Oh, you could throw it in 2 mate in 1s. No, this is not. Here, they take... Nah, this doesn't quite work as that being a mate in 1. You need the queen on the board still. There are some cool ideas with the knight. If the bishop was on f3 and the knight's there, that is mate. But the other way around, it doesn't quite work. It doesn't quite work there. So you need the queen on g. So either, yeah, you have to go knight c5. But after they go f6, is it because it's rook a4? If they move, take... That doesn't feel accurate, though. So knight c5, they'd have to block. However they do it, they block the mate in 1, right? After you do that. They stop mate in 1. I'm guessing they would just go f3. But and then your knight is trapped. oh, no, they can't even stop it. Well, no, but yeah, here. And they just go up here to e4, though. And then how do you stop anything? If you move your rook up, the queen just goes back. And then you have to go down playing defense. But there's no way you can checkmate the king without the queen, though. There's no... Everyone's saying knight c5. I'm not seeing the knight c... I see the move. I don't see why it's right, though. Maybe you guys are all... Everyone's saying that. But if you go there, and they just go e4, I'm not understanding how you could even stop that. I don't know if that's it. Because if you go there, and they go e4... Rook to a runs... Yeah, because they just have qb8. I would guess it's queen to... the queen has to get... So this is attacking it, right? If you go here, threatening mate and 2, they could take that, but then you could go queen down here instead. I guess they could also... Oh, then the rook is hanging. Maybe it's that because the rook's hanging at the end. Right, so, and there's no mate in 1. Whereas this way, you can't really move. Like, you're too stuck. Everyone, if it's knight c5, I'll just have to say, I'll have to take this one on the chin. I don't see it. I can't convince I'm going to try here instead. And we'll go through it. We can laugh at me if I'm wrong. Okay, I'm right. It is here. And then you could take this just for free. I believe, because if they capture, they'd be attacking this. So you would take it this way. And then you take the rook here in the corner. Alright, so I'll show why I didn't think it was knight c5. My thought is that if you just... Okay, here. If you go back, can't they just go e4? Yeah, they can just go e4. Like, after e4, here, I just didn't see how that it could go there. You said you solved it. Knight c3, knight e2 mate. Knight c3, I don't think you're able to play knight c3 because they're able to take here. And that's not quite mate because they can slide over there. But yeah, that's why I think you have to go here instead. It's the only move because here it's threatening that mate in 2. What is it, knight c3? Yeah, it's because if you go knight c3, then your queen is just too weak there. So let's go to this next turn here. Next turn. Next puzzle here. Alright, there. King slides down. It looked like there was a mate in 1 for a second with rook h5, but they could just take. And then rook f5, rook e7. Oh no, I see it. It's okay. It's rook here to h5. King captures. Oh, I was gonna go here, but they can take. Maybe it's not that. It's not that. If you go up, they can take. Wow. And there's a mate here somehow. Somehow there's a mate here. I'm amazed that there is a checkmate. Because everything seems very guarded. Well, it has to be rook to h5 first check on the king. And that's forcing, and they take on f6. And then you can't go rook f8 because rook x f7. So let's say rook down, king takes, only legal move. Rook f5, the only legal move is rook e7. But you just can't win after, like, you just can't win after that. There's no checks on the 7th rank. Is it rook over? Oh, maybe it's rook e8 first. But then they could go pawn to g4. Oh, but no, if they go g4, yeah, I think it is there. Because g4, you could go h6. Yes, this is my guess. No, that's not it. What is the correct answer here? Okay, it is there. Oh, then I have the right idea. It's just the wrong move order. Yeah, you do have to go rook e8, but I did it in the wrong order. It is there, and then rook e8. All right, let's go to this next one. Their bishop's going to drop back. All right, we have 2 strikes here. I think you guys can see it if you're watching on TikTok, but for Instagram, not Instagram, YouTube and Twitch, I don't think you can see it. We have 2 strikes. We're 7 away from our all-time high. I'm feeling like I'm probably not going to get it if I have 2 strikes, but we're still gonna try. Bishop's back there on c2. Queen to h2. 6-7, yeah. I catch myself saying it all the time unintentionally. But the bishop's there on 6. No. Bishop's there on c2. If you give a check, you can't give a check on the file. You could go bishop there to h4. What's going on, Ferris? Happy holidays. The knight can drop back, attacking the bishop. That's not useful. Is there any way you can blockade? Because there's this mate in 1 idea, obviously, on h2. And then Larry, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. What if you go bishop h6, knight takes, knight takes? I don't see this. Yeah, for most of the puzzles that we've done so far, I don't immediately see this one. I don't see how you can blockade. Like, if you put any piece there on h4, the knight would just take it, and then the other piece takes, and they could just slide their queen over if the knight's not there. Like, their queen could just get to g2, and the knight's not on g2, which I think defeats the whole purpose of this. Which is why I'm leaning towards, like, knight somewhere obscure that I'm not looking at right now. Like, knight d4 or knight to d2. Like, knight d2, it's guarded by the bishop, it's an initiative, but after the queen slides back over, like, how do you do that? But bishop h4, the knight just takes, I believe. Oh, no, the knight can't take, can it? If you go, yeah. Knight h4, the knight can't move, so move, rook takes. But then, oh yeah, no, it's the same thing though. If you move the bishop, the rook could capture, knight capture, knight capture. Maybe it's to win material, because I guess you can't checkmate them at all. What's going on, Zach? How you doing today? Yeah, I think you're right, Brian. I think you're right. Because I'm looking at that and like, well, there's not a mate, but I think I'm being short-sighted. I think it's not just me. I think you just have to win the material there. With bishop there, the knight couldn't capture, so the rook would have to capture. The knight would capture, the knight would capture, queen would capture. And you'd be up an exchange. I don't see anything else, so let's see if that's right. Yes. They have to sack. No! No. You don't take the free material. Alright, let's go again. Let's go again. 3, 2, 1. You do not take the free material. We have the white pieces in this one. Okay. Here to, I think you just move the king out the way. Hope I don't get the first puzzle wrong on this one, but it's the only move that makes sense. Alright, you're gonna slide over. This is a free rook. Difference in difficulty. What's going on, King Leon? Thank you for joining back in. Rook down here, check. Alright, take this. Let's speed up back to the 40s. Alright, mate in 1 here. Next up, this is a mate in 1. The king can't move anywhere. This one's a mate in 1, an interesting one, not too common. If you're attacking the king can actually move anywhere. Don't focus too much on the fact that your queen was hanging there. And that's mate in 1, the king has no escape square. Alright, this move is bishop here, as the bishop is constricting it on the other side of the board. The knight's going to slide in for a check, cutting off the escape square, and then the rook to h6 going to deliver the checkmate there. Alright, check. And then checkmate here on h6. Alright, that's perfect there for what? For the, what was that? The black pieces. The bishop's going to slide over. If you capture here, capture king up. That would be my guess, as you just win a rook, right? Because they couldn't take with their knight. So you're just going to take this here. And then rook's going to take, and that's the puzzle. What are they doing? The rook's over, but I think there's a mate. With rook captures here on h2. King moves in here to h6 for checkmate. Yeah, don't focus too much on their material, and that is the puzzle. The queen's going to slide forward here. If your rook drops down to c3, that's the worst feeling. That's the worst feeling, man. At least you got something productive during that. But sorry you're going through that at the moment. There you go, rook here for the double attack. If they move, you just, yeah. Yeah, because they can't move the bishop. You can slide the queen over diagonally. That's actually just mate. Yeah, that's actually mate. You can't do the other way because they had d5. You sack the queen here on f1. The rook's going to take, and your rook's going to slide down and mate here. I got the first 16. This is a fork, and that's it. The queen can't quite go down. Oh, you can take here. Yes. And there's mate at the end. There's another idea with just mating the king. It's just very limited options. If the queen slides in for a check, the king must go over. Let's see, take. Oh no, it's queen here, and then they block, and now you have 3 attackers on the F2 square. Take, yes. And then now you just capture. And you capture. And you capture. And we got the first 20. They're going to slide over. I'm pretty sure you take here, king up, rook up, king up, check. They move and you take the rook. Let's see if that's right. Yes. And then here, and then here. And they move the king you have up there to F5. And you win that one. About to get 2,000. You drew. Man. I don't know if I said the first time I tried to get to 2,000, I was at 1998, 1999. I don't even know it was that possible. I just could not finish the job when I first did that. But yeah, we can go here, check. Oh, that's just mate. Yeah. They can move out the way. The bishop's controlling the diagonal. Lateral. They can't block. Queen here is mate in 1. Alright. Now we're going to have queen captures. They drop back in and mate there. Because if they go up, you could also just go back over. Yeah, you could just take this pawn. And it's mate in 1 regardless. This is also mate in 1. It looks like your king's weak because it is weak. But you have this idea. Your queen's active. Activity wins. And that gets us that one. The rook's going to sack itself because the bishop is guarding the king's escape square. So they cannot slide over. And the rook can slide over here to H7. Here and then rook here. Okay. I want to take like a 1-minute break. I gotta go to the bathroom. And I'm going to stream for a while, so I think it's a good time to do it. We don't get too far in. But you guys can definitely look at this. Or I'll get this one. You can look at the next one. It will not be even a minute. Yeah, that's checkmate. Alright, give me 1 sec. Let me roll away real quick. Give me 1 second. We're back. I don't know if you can hear me from here. It's not long as I had mentioned. Alright. Let's see if I can get this puzzle correctly. And I appreciate that. What is that? SZ more for the kind words. Alright, so I didn't look at this one yet. I believe, yeah, it's the easier one. I think you just take the pawn there in the corner. Because there's a pin there on the king. And they slide over and then you take on G2. I don't want to touch them out. Dry my hands first. I should have. Alright. Here and then mate. Alright, here. The bishop can slide over, pinning and winning the bishop on C8. I think that's just the idea. Bishop H3. They drop back and you take on C8. Should be it. Yes. I think that's it. And then you just take this. And you can take this as well. Yeah. I didn't look at that part of it. But you just capture it. And now even more winning because they're dropping another piece. This should be mate in 2. You sack your rook. Only legal moves for the bishop to take, but the queen can now slide over to H2, and that's checkmate. This is a mate in 3, I think. You'll take, king takes, or I guess it's mate in 4 technically, but it's the same idea. Take, king takes, queen moves. If the knight moves, you take it, then up and then over. If the knight doesn't move, you just go down there to H6 anyways. So you sack this. The queen moves here. Yes, they do, so it is mate in 4, I guess, versus 3. But it's the same checkmating pattern. You have a check. I think you have to go here. Yeah, because down, they get out the way this way. But you go over. They can only go over. And then bishop down on the diagonal should be it. Yeah, and then bishop here to F6. And that's mate. You got the first 30 correct here. Let's see. Rather, years, 13. Anyone can get to 2,000. Really? Anyone gets 1,500 to 2,000? Really? I thought 2,000 was doable. It does. I don't feel like I'm something unrealistic. How my calculations so fast? I've done a lot of puzzles in my lifetime, especially in the last 3 years, to be fair. So I have a lot of experience with these, and it helps your brain. Just the more you do, the easier they get. Like I hope at a point the 40s and 50s get as easy as these right now, because like the first 30, I wouldn't say, at least on this one, it hasn't been that hard. But as you see later on, I get a little stumped. I want those to also be easy at a point. Yeah, I think knight to f4 is probably the idea, because you're attacking on g2, and then you could just take that, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. If you go here, yeah, I'm almost sure that's it. Yeah, they offer the queen exchange. This is still check, right? Before that, these are chess.com. This is chess.com, but I use Lichess in my free time. You can capture here on g2. If they slide over, like, do you take the queen? Well, this is probably the first move. Yes, do you take the queen or not is the question. And if you take it, then you could just take on f2. Clips, Twitch one. What do you watch it usually on, Clips? Yeah, let's see. I think you could capture the queen, and then knight takes, then you take on f2, and you just be up a couple of pawns there. Because your queen can't do anything else useful that I could see, at least. So I'm just going to take this. Yeah. All right, next one. Their bishop's going to slide here to h6. If the rook slides down, you can get the other rook in. But no. Oh, no, no. What am I talking about? You just go rook over, and then here. Okay, rook here. They have to go rook over. Rook down. They'd go bishop back. The mate idea. Oh, they're being the way of the... Yes. I get it. So here. And yeah, I'll show that because you don't get to see the rest of it there. So does it walk you through the moves? It does not. I'll go to analysis board real quick. So the idea is that with this check, if you go over, there's just this mate idea, right? So they're going to go here. You still give this check. They have this, but you can move the rook all the way over. They'll slide over, and then you have checkmate, right? So that's why it works there. So this next one, we're at 32 here. All right, the rook slides down. I imagine it has to do with the rook just going up. Yeah, I think that's mate in 3. So you go rook here. The king's going to have to move. The queen here, they'll have to push, then you move the queen down. Let's see if that's correct. Here. What's the difference between doing this? Well, oh, you can't go there. Yeah, I would say the difference between this and this. There is no difference in terms of the actual like calculation, but you just can't go there, so it's queen here instead. Yeah. All right, let's go to the next one. Their knight's going to drop back. I think you just take the rook, and then you have this fork, and then there we go. Let's go to the next one. Their pawn's going to go down. So it's probably knight captures d4. And then what if they go there? Oh, then it's knight to f6 checkmate. Yeah. That's crazy. Yes, I believe that's it, though. Yeah. You capture. And then the knight sliding in for mate. The knight pair. Rarely are they used to mate together, but in this puzzle they are. Here's a mate in 3. So you can go queen here to b4. They'll have to drop back to a2. Then you'll go knight to c3. Now, if you go the other way, there's actually not a mate. So if you went qc3 first, the king drops back, and then you went knight b4. After the king goes back to, what is that? To b1, you can actually mate them. But if you go q to b4 first, they can only go back there to a2. Your knight slides in. They can only... Oh, no, it's the other way. No. I'm wrong. I'm saying it back. Yeah, you can't move. You can't make this move. I'm seeing now. Because here. Oh, then you could just take... No, you can still just take the knight, though. Yeah. You can still just take the knight to in. It's not going down, mate. That's the difficult part of the puzzle. It's not that it's not... that it's not, mate. It's that you can... I'll show that. Because maybe I confused myself. Maybe I confused you as well. But the idea is that you can't go here because you'll lose the queen. But you can do this. And I mentioned that in the last puzzle set we did about how there isn't a main idea with the knight and bishop for that hard puzzle. And this is what I was referring to, is the knight and the queen, or like a 9 diagonal piece can constrict the king by themselves. Alright, so this next one. They have their bishop moved forward. Now, if you just take the knight, that's check. So they would, I imagine, take that back. But your rook's hanging. I'm not a fan of the rook hanging. So capture knight takes check. I'm not sure how you get out of this. You have too many pieces that are hanging right now, and it's equal material. Why would someone ever get themselves in this position? I'm not sure. But if you capture the knight, you're plus a minor piece. If they just take the knight back, I don't see how you save it at all. Because QF3 runs into bishop to E4, which would also be quite the issue. So that's not it. But it probably still has to be that. Because no, yeah, if you just go Q to B5, then they just attack, and then, yeah, I'm sure that's not the answer. Because they just move the knight there to D7. So if I'm guessing you have to take with check as the first move. And we'll assume that they do, oh yes, that's what I have to do. We will assume that they just take that back. That would be my guess. Because I don't see any other way they can do that. I mean, I gotta send the text real quick. 1 second. Okay. Oops. I will say I don't know. But my guess would be taking there on F6. Because the issue right now is your knight's hanging and your queen's hanging. And then your rook is hanging through X-ray of the knight moving, right? And if you went queen to B5 to try and remove the queen attack, they have C6 to deliver the same type of issue. And then you can't really take because of knight D7. And that's not that good either. So I would guess you take with check. They'll capture. Oh, then you could slide over check. So they wouldn't take back. Because you could just go QE3 if the pawn takes. So if you take their knight, the king moves. Could you then... Yeah, I think this is the first move. I just need to see it on the board. Yeah. Oh, no, now this is it. You can just go over here, check. And you take this. I want to see why they can't do it the other way, though. Why can they not just go king up? Here. You're supposed to lose your queen. Wow. Okay, I didn't see that. You're supposed to give up your queen. I was right. I was like, well, you can't. Giving up your queen was the part I wasn't okay with. So I was right that there is kind of an issue, but the issue was just not an issue. Let's see. Let's go here. Queen for check. The king slides in the corner. And then you could just give another check laterally. And that should be it. So QG4. The only legal move would be king to H2. And then you go QH4. The only legal move would be queen blocking. And you take. And that's checkmate. That seems kind of simple for... Oh, wait. No, I almost went to the wrong square. I was like, why? I can't go there. That's the wrong... That's the wrong first square. Now you can go here. And then, as you can see, they can't go back because of the bishop. So they'd have to go up and you take because of your bishop. Yes. Okay. I almost did the move order wrong completely. But it's like their rook over. I think I've had this puzzle before. Or something like it. Because isn't it just rook down? And then if they take up. No, this is a different puzzle. This is different, actually. Okay, rook slides down, check. They would have to take if they don't want to lose the rook. So let's say take it and the queen's there on D8 attacking the king. They would have to move their king forward. Oh, but this is the same idea as that puzzle. Then you just go rook D2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all you have to do. Because you're cutting off that... Oh, but the king could slide over... Oh, but yeah. It's the same idea. Take, and then you just go rook here to D1. Because they're too weak on the file. And if they go over, you go down, and then rook down. Yes, this is it, I believe. Yeah. And you'll see in a second. Check. And now they lose the queen with rook down. And you take the queen. Let's go to this next one. See if we can get 40. They push the pawn forward. It looks like there's a mate in 2. If you just push the pawn up to H4, there's nothing that could ever remotely stop rook to H5. That's just a forced checkmate. Yeah, the king just can't move out the way in time. The rook can't move. Whatever they did, Yeah, okay, check. Well, they do have one distraction. But if you just move your king over, it still is mate here on h5 at the end. Appreciate the follow there, Vince. Let's go to this next one. We got the first 40. And I think 41. I think 41. The queen can go down there to g8. They'll take, and you promote to queen. Let's see if that's correct. Queen down. Queen. That is correct. Alright, their pawn goes down here to e3. I don't know for this one. Oh, no, I do. It must just be rook up here to a5. Because that's mate in 1. If they go down, yeah, that's just mate. They can't stop it. Yeah, just rook here. Alright, their king's going to slide over. Rook over is the first thought. Oh, is it rook over? They go down, you just win the rook. But if they move their knight here, I don't know though. I still think it's rook to b8 because I cannot. That makes the most sense to me. But once you take that pawn there and they move their knight attacking your rook, if you take their rook, they take your rook. That feels like that's not the idea. Oh, maybe it's because it's check and then knight d1. Knight d1. But if their rook slides over, take. No, but I guess their rook could just go to b3. So it probably is taking. I'm just missing what to do after knight d2. So I think it's still rook b8 first. The king's going to drop back. Oh, you would take on c2 with the rook, though, not with the pawn. Yeah, that makes, or with the knight, that makes way more sense. So here, but you don't take with this. It's rook capture. And that's mate in 1 that you can actually stop because the knight's blockading. Yeah, let's go to the next one. The knight's going to slide in. It's a check. Can you take it? If you take... Okay, take. Pawn captures. Knight to a4, c6, knight to b6. So you could stop the mate. I just don't know if that's the actual idea that they want you to find. So we have that in the back of our mind. Like it has to be, oh, we lost a subscriber. Someone was not satisfied with the puzzle review. We're at 955 again. But yeah, you can take there on c6. If they take there on c6, you go knight down, c7, and then knight to b6. Yeah, I feel like that's it. Because if you just move the king, you lose the pawn in the center. No! What was the move? We get one incorrect. Is it move the king back? Oh, you can take and still do that. It's the same idea, except you can win a pawn instead. How did I see the worst one? Oh well. They push their pawn down here. I think it's rook down. Off of initial thought process. Rook down. Because then you're turning mate in 1. Yeah, and then if they move their queen, taking the rook. Because they can't check you. Because you just go king h6. So let's say there, they take with the queen. Queen takes. Rook over. Check. Rook over. Check. I don't know how you could mate them though. What am I wearing? I have on a firefighter hat. It was hats off was redeemed there on Twitch where you're at, and they said I could pick, and that was the closest hat. So I went with the firefighter hat. Another one. What was redeemed? Is that hat's off again? Okay, what hat are we asking for this time? What hat are we asking for? I have to grab... I guess I have to grab another one. You don't care which hat? Okay. I don't know. Alright. We have a magician's hat this time. We have one more hat, so when we do it again, you'll just get a repeat. But this one's magician's. Their pawn's here on b6. Rook down here to f3 is the only thing that I can see right now. Yes, that's correct. I move their queen down. I think up here is probably the only option. Yes, and they take. How is that winning? No, I need to. They have to explain to me how that's winning though. I saw the tactic. Here, can they not just go here? And then check, and then back. But how is this a win? And then QE4. Can they not go down? Oh, rook xg2. Ah, and then you take that. Oh. That was like 5 moves deep, though. Kind of an interesting puzzle to figure out how to win that one. But their knight slides in. We have a couple pieces that are aiming here on the f7 square right now. Let's see. The knight could slide, but if the queen then just takes, that's probably not it. Maybe you can discover it and then take double check and then take that. Let's see, capture if the king moves over. That's not that good either. But there's nothing else. I mean, if you just move this, they can move back. If you just go up, they just move back. They also can just do this. Yeah, why would they don't even have to here. They go over. How do you, this is the only thing I see. Yes, this is correct. This is correct. Now double check here and you win the knight. Now again, I want to know why they can't just do something else. Why can't they just go here? Oh, it's saying after this is just winning. Okay, so this next one. And see if we can get to 46. You're on fire, Pablo. What'd you say your personal best for this was? Yeah, I think rook can go down, check. They go down. Oops. Rook here, down. Bishop down? Should be it. Because there's no checks. So yeah, here. And then bishop here. Because they have no checks unless I'm mistaken. No, that's not it. What is the correct one? Maybe we went too fast. Oh, there's a mate. Oh, man. That's, well, you're still winning if you do that. Oh, you're not. I guess you're not winning. There's a mate instead of just winning the knight there. Instead. Alright, let's see. The pawn goes down. No. Alright, looks like we may go 0 for 3 to catch up. But I will not be defeated mentally. We go bishop here to f7, king moves, queen down. You can win the rook by doing this. Alright, check. And the queen goes down here. Then you take the rook. Okay, 46. Alright. It should only be checks because your king's so open. Is my thought process at least. It should only be checks. And because of that, well, you can't go, well, can you even check? Can you even check them? If you move your queen over, is it just a repetition? It could just be repetition. Queen over there to f4, king over, queen over. What if they just slide their king to h though? How would you continue to check them? Because their queen's guarding everything. So I think it's just qf4, and they go king b1, qb4. But if they go king a1, how do you check them again? Is what I'm missing there. I don't see how you continue to check them. Your queens. I hate open board puzzles like this one. This is so difficult. But my guess is queen to f4 though. Queen f4, over, check, over. I keep saying the same thing, but I don't know. I don't see anything else. Alright, well, if it's wrong, it's wrong. That is the first move. Okay. Now, did not think that was right. I don't have a plan outside of that. The king's forward. Is there another check you could deliver? Is it just queen back? I mean, there's really nothing here. Your king's so open. Nothing's hanging at all. If you took the rook now, they take, you take check, you give a check, king back, over. They could get back there in time to protect the rook there that's on e1. Oh, wait, oh. Hold on. Here? No, you could take here, here. I am missing why they had to do that, though. I'm missing why it's forced. If they go over... Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, and you go here. Makes a lot of sense now. Go this next one here. Alright, their king's going to drop down. Queen e2. Well, it has to be checkmate. So, what I'm saying is doesn't even make that much sense. Knight f5. If they move the king backwards. But I feel like the knight can't go that far. So maybe it's knight c2. But again, where's the check? If you move your queen down, they have to take the knight. Oh, yeah. It's here, take, and then bishop here. That's mate. Yeah. Boom, and then here. That's checkmate. The rook's going to slide over. So you have this rook that's almost hanging as they have this attack. What you have, though, is d5. It severs the connection between the rook and the queen on the f7 square attacking. And then the rook's hanging. And they can't get their queen back in time to guard it. They'd have to take with the pawn. But then you could also just take the queen first and then take the rook. I'm pretty sure this is the move. It is. But I'd be careful. You can't take this immediately. You can take here first and then take the rook on f3. Alright, at 49, the queen slides forward here. I think you just win the rook. You go rook e8. They move the king. You take their queen. They take your queen. And you take the rook in the corner. Because there's not a mate. But it's not always about getting a mate. Here. And there's nothing else here, right? The attack is done. So you just take this and then take the rook here. Alright, at 50. Alright, the rook slides over. Catch you later, man. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, man. Hope the head feels better. But we could go queen to h5. Check. If they slide over... No, there's no fork, though. Oh, no. Wait, yes, that does work. Because they move their king to g7, or e7, you have bishop to g5. So check if they go down to f. What is the issue with that? Is the question. If you just move down and they go king f8. Then could you try... That's the only thing I'm not seeing. I see why that works otherwise. I guess if you go there and then go g6. Yeah, because if the queen moves, you take the bishop for free. So you move the queen, king f8. Could you just take the pawn for free there? And you're starting... Yeah, I think that's what it is. And now I think you just take this. Here on h7, threatening to go down. Because if you just take the bishop, then the attack's pretty bad. Like, there's nothing you can really do. Like, the knight is threatening because the queen has to guard the bishop now. Like, it's under attack. Now, if you move your bishop there to g5, I think it's too slow. I think it falls to just qg6. And then if you capture and move their king forward, slide back, check. This is my instinct. This is my intuition. I'll trust it. No! We got to 50. 5 off of the all-time high. What was the best move? It is here. Wait, this is winning? Oh, yeah, it is winning. I just explained why that's winning, too. And I didn't do it. If they go over, f4 apparently is the best move. Well, we got to 50. Not that bad. Not that bad. Man. Well, we got to 50 there. Let's try this again. We're going to keep going. We got 5 off that time. I think that was the best one we got. We've gotten better every time. I hope that can continue, but there's no guarantee. A lot of maiden ones to start off. I can't get any like pre-40 wrong if I want a chance realistically. Pre-40, I have to be perfect. Checkmate here. Checkmate here. Let's see. This should be a double check checkmate. Pawn forward, down, forward, down, forward. And they can't stop you. Now you can open up the diagonal. I'm missing why they can just move their pawn forward there to f3 though. That's the only thing that I don't get about that. I guess knight could capture. Setting up a discovered attack there. And they block with their queen. Yes, we get the first 10 correct. The first 11 we have correct. The first 12 we have made in ones here. Nothing too complex. We have the white pieces. We have more pawns than they do. If we could trade queens, that'd be extremely useful right now. If you move the queen to... Is there any... I don't see this automatically, which I should. Oh, there's mate. There's mate. There's mate. Q to b3. Alright, we have the white pieces again. The rook's just going to slide down, offering the exchange. Yeah. They take this. There should be a mate. We have a double check, forcing the king to go back. And then checkmate here on h7. Okay, well, this next we're at 15 for 15. And the king's going to go down. Queen can simply give a check and a take. And then... Now, what's the difference? If you go here... Oh, this is mate in 2. This is mate in 1. Say that's the difference. Mate in 1 versus mate in 2. Although they both would have won you the game, though. There's a free bishop in the center. And the knight's going to take. Perfect. We're going to have the knight slide over, as the knight and bishop can combine for a mating tactic. The king can't move to any dark square. Deliver this check here, and that's game. Their pawn's going to take there on d6. Now we can have queen sliding here to h4. So qh4, looking to attack. If they slide over... Oh, that feels kind of weak. I feel like that it might be something better than that. Oh, then you have knight g3. Yes, that's what it is. Here, knight g3. And then you take the queen, because the rook was hanging at the end. Or I'm guessing more than the rook, but that was one of the things hanging. The queen can slide here diagonally, attacking the queen, guarding the rook, and they can't do anything about it. So q here to g5. You got the first 20. Very, very important. So if you take with this rook, I don't know if it works, but you can take with this rook check, and then go down and take that rook. So capture, capture. So go this next one, they're going to drop back here with their knight. You can take here, attacking this and attacking that weak knight there. With qx g7, queen captures, bishop captures queen. This is mate in 1 here, the knight guards the escape squares. The queen's going to slide in, and it's not going to go down a sack like on some of the tactics we've done. You take the rook, and then you're going to sack, or just take the bishop at the end, not even a sacrifice. Here, there is no mate. The idea, I believe, is q here to g5. You're threatening mate in 1. If they move the pawn forward, you have qh6, and then knight down with the check, run into king b1, and there's no follow-up attack. Let's see if that's correct, and that will win the game. I think it will. Let's see. Here, here. Okay, you have to take, though. If you go over, this is checkmate. So you'll take, down, up, over, take, up, over, up. And your king's sitting there on b6, you have mate in 1. So capture, and then king here, and then king here. They'll make you do the whole thing, but that was the idea, that your king just had a way to get out of all those attacks there. Are there knights there on d4? I believe g5 is just checkmate in 1. It should be mate in 1. Yeah, just g5. There's nothing else they can do there. Perfect. Alright, their pawn's going to go down on this turn. What can we do in response? How many? Oh, cool. Alright, full screen this. So we can do the response. If you move your bishop down there for a check, the king slides over. You can do bishop x, f7, double check, checkmate. So this is a forcing move, right? Going bishop here to g7. And then if you go back here, it's the same thing. But you can... This is a discover... Not double check. Discovered check. And you take the queen. And now it's checkmate. Alright, they're going to slide there. Queen down. I think you run into the issue of knight check over rook sacks, takes, and then queen here, checkmate. Sack the rook here on h2, and the queen forward here to h4 mate. Alright, they slide in for this check. I don't love defensive tactics, but you can't move the rook up where there's mate in 1. I think it's just king over, though, to keep your attack going. Move your rook down, your attack's done. So let's just go here. Yeah. They bring their rook down here to e8. You have the black pieces. They're trying to promote on this next turn. I almost see it. The only problem is if you take their rook and they take diagonally, they promote with check there on the next turn. And that is a bit of an issue. If rook x e8, fx e8 queen, there's a check as well. Oh, you could take... f7 check. Rook captures. Rook takes e8. But then their rook can slide over. So if maybe you take, their rook takes, you queen. They check, king moves. But that's a 2-on-1. That doesn't feel like that's the response either. It has something to do with sacking on f7 though. That's definitely the idea. You have to sack on f7, I believe. Rook captures. Oh, you have rook h6 check. Yeah, that's what it is. Here. Oh, they don't even make you do that much. I'll show what I was talking about though. You can go rook here, take, and that's going to promote. But what I was looking at, that I was trying to figure out my way through, is if you take, if the rook takes. Because I'm like, well, if you just promote, right, you're not doing that well, that good. But you have a check first, and then you promote, and now you're just winning. Oh, well, eventually you have to give this other check and then over, and then now you're winning. Yes, because they go here, you go rook back. All right, so this is the next puzzle here. We're at 30. All right, a nice start here. This is where it starts to get a little trickier, and we have to maintain the efficiency. We have to maintain the efficiency if we want to get the highest streak we've got. So their queen's there on f4. There's a free bishop, but rook to e1 is now a checkmate, which is it'll be the issue with that move. Is there a way to avoid it? So if you take the bishop, if you go knight to e2 first, their queen slides over. You take the bishop, they take the knight. Yeah. This must be easier than I'm making it right now, though. Because all you need is an initiative. But the knight going back doesn't work as an initiative. Because they could just move their queen on the file, and then it's hanging, right? So it wouldn't make as much sense. If you took the bishop then, they'd take the knight. They take the queen on e2. Not it. I'm sure that's not it. There's no sneaky way to get back. Your king is just stuck. I wonder if it's like g3 then. g3, they can't get on a light square diagonal. Then you could take. Maybe it's that. So let's just say you go up here to g3. Over, take, down, up. It is just g3. Okay. Then you take this bishop here. So this next one. a9. That would be a surprise if it's that one. But yeah, there are knights here on f4. How you doing today, Elijah? Got some puzzles going on, as you can see. We've gotten close to my all-time. Almost there, almost there. But yeah, thank you for all the donations you got this stream. I think I said something, but just in case I didn't. We're going to go here, check, then move out the way. I am a little confused on this one. We got to get this right. If you give this check, they have to go up. There's something with, I need to attack this. Oh, I don't want to click on that. Attack this knight while also delivering a check. So like this square, if the king's up here, is an ideal scenario. If we go down, there's no real way. I'm doing all right. A pretty good day. Very relaxing. Ain't nothing bad happened. Only good things. So can't complain. But I think. Oh! It's queen to c8, king 4, and then you go up to f6, winning the queen. So here, check, take. And it's not winning the knight. Here, it looks like it's this, but you can take the knight first, and it's still a fork here, winning that. All right, and the next one, I believe it's a Greek gift. You sack the bishop. They take knight in. They go back, queen up. Yeah, I think that's it. And do you just capture it? I guess the only thing you can do is capture it. So this next one here. The queen's going to slide over. I believe it's because you take and then there. Let's say take. Oh, then the rook can capture, but then you go up here to b4, and I have to go all the way back because there's no other safe square. And yeah, that's a cool one. So you see that it looks like they get out of it. But after b4, if they go down, that's a fork. They can't go down. They go down, that's a fork. So simply b4, and they get forked here. You take on c6. All right, their bishop's there on h4. I believe you need to, like, chisel your queen into f3 with checks. So check over, but then queen here, unstoppable. They can promote, you take. They go down, you take. I think you have enough there for the win. Here, just chiseling your queen in, and then that's it. All right, the rook's gonna slide over. This one, I think is pretty simple. I think you just go king to d3. I'm confused where the puzzle part of it is. Yeah, you just go king d3, the rook's under attack. And you're threatening mate at 1 as well. So I believe you just go there to d3 with the king. So here, they take. This is just a mate with the rook. They can't do anything funny. You just go down. Yeah. Alright, the queen's going to slide over. We need... So rook slides down, check, right? What if their king goes to f3? That's where I'm a little stuck. Rook down, king f3. If you bring your rook over, they have king to f4, which I think is kind of an issue after the rook's there. Because if you bring your queen down, check, they have king to f5 after king d4. But rook down has to be the first move. I just have to figure out the rest of it. Because there's no other check you can even do. Unless it's... Yeah, I would say rook down setting up like a mate. But there's still a diagonal issue. So I think it's rook h2 check. The king would have... Because if the king goes backwards, qh3. And then that really is just a mate waiting to happen. But they would make the move to keep their game alive of king to f3. The rook would slide over to f2. The king would then go to e4. Now after king e4, I'm at a loss. Like how, I don't know how you would mate them after that. But I believe that's the first move though. Let's see if we're correct. That is the first move. And I think that is the second move if that's the first move. Rook there to f2. It's just after king to c4. I'm running it. Oh, maybe you just win the rook. Yeah, it's not checkmate. I'm always looking for checkmate. It's not mate. It's just because the rook is hanging. So the queen can slide over. But you simply just take the rook there, right? And you can't take the queen. And there's no checkmate. So you just take the... No! Wait, you don't take the rook. You don't take the rook. There is something more. F5 mate is crazy. Completely missed that. Alright. We did get one wrong before 30. Not what we needed. Not what we needed at all. Not good. So if we go queen here to g4... No, that's not a check. I thought that was check for some reason. Usually it is. You could attack the queen with a bishop. I'm heartbroken. We got most of that right, but I think bishop here is just the move. And then you take this here. And Jose, thank you for these likes on TikTok. We have the white pieces. No, we have the black pieces. Can you just push the pawn forward? Because they can't actually promote right now. Despite how this is looking. Up, king here. Up, rook down. Like, take. I think you can just push. And then... If you go up, over, take. Yeah, I think you just go up again. And then take, deflect, and get the queen. Alright, next one, the bishop's going to slide over. This is I've actually done this in a game before. So, I already knew that. Just take there. Alright, knight's going to slide in. I think you can sack for the knight. And then... Sack for the knight if they take. Congrats on that, Griselda. Congrats on that. Alright, let's see. If we take the knight and they take, we go up here to c2, rook and king down. And Jose, again, appreciate all these likes there. Who's winning on... I see Twitch, you guys have a puzzle battle streak. Who's winning? Who's winning the games? Attack the rook. Can you now go king in? Yeah, and you're setting this up. Check. Queen, and you're going to win the game there. Alright, now we have king there to f3 potentially. And Jose, again, appreciate all these likes you're getting on TikTok. But king f3, I believe, sets up just rook to h2. They can't really stop it. Because if you move rook h2, or rook h1, king g3, they get out the way. So you just go king back this way. Now this is cut off. This is cut off. This is already cut off. And rook over, and they can't stop it. So king down, yeah, that's all it is. The queen drops back in this one. rook can go over to f8, attacking the queen. And because the queen is so weak, then Griselda Chess, appreciate those likes as well. And Jose, you're closing in on 5,000, it looks like now. Yeah, the rook can go to f8, attacking the queen. If they move, you can then take on f2. That should be it. Because knight capturing feels a little slow. And it doesn't counterattack. Yeah, this is my thought for this. Yep, they slide over. Gonna win the queen now for a rook and a bishop. Alright, this queen slides down for this check. We have mate and 1 on the board right now. So king to h2 is the first thought. If they move up, I mean you can't. I'm sure it's not blocking with the queen, so we're just going to go up here. Alright, push the pawn forward. Now it's about figuring out the rest of it. I think you have to go queen to like f6 and then bishop to c3. I think so. If you move the bishop, if the king moves, oh, you win the rook in the corner. Is that it though? I think it's this, yeah. And then you go here. What's my TikTok stream record? I don't know. I have not even considered. Yeah, that's a good question. I have not even considered keeping track of it though. I'm sure there's a way, because all the games are documented. I think all time I'm probably positive. I think I've won more than I've lost, but it's probably like 70%, I'd guess. Like 7 out of 10 games feels about accurate. But yeah, bishop c3 and queen down. Threatens mate. I just don't get... Oh, the rook can slide over check maybe? My record for the stream? My record... Oh, likes? Oh, likes? I've got 38,000 one time. But that was like a 2-1 against Clips. That was a very long stream. And a lot of people... It was like 4 people who decided they wanted to just give me a lot of likes. I think you just go here. Yeah, much appreciated for the likes you've been sending to Jose. The bishop can go here, attacking the king. If they go up here to c5, that just stops the attack though. So if you go rook down first, the king can get out the way. That also does not feel like that good of an idea, to be honest with you. We give this check, the king moves out the way. So no. Bishop check, they go c5. There's nothing there. I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this. I'm still stuck about the one we got wrong. That really could be 45 or 45. I missed one move, and I still made a move that won material. That's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I wonder, can you take the pawn there? Nah, there's no... It's almost working, but you can't sack like that. Check. Man, this is a difficult one. And it must be that c5 is not that good. That's my thought, is the part that I'm missing. Because of rook, I want to sack the rook for check. But there's nothing after you sack the rook for check, unfortunately. So it doesn't make as much sense as you would think. Bishop g7, the king slides out the way. And then bishop f6, you just lose the pawn there. Rook down, the king slides forward. I mean, that's the only one that's a forcing move. And then you could go bishop, but the rook's just not hanging at the end like you would need for this type of idea. I may have to get this one wrong. I may have to. But we already have one wrong, so we have to figure out a way to get this one right. The rook sliding down is not enough. The bishop sliding is not enough. Taking the knight, I don't think is enough because they just counter probably. They could just go bishop e4 or something along those lines. But there's nothing else though. Bishop a3, that's what I was thinking, but with bishop a3 it has c5 as a response. Now I'm like, it must be that c5 isn't that good. That's the part that I'm missing. But then I guess it doesn't even matter, because if the rook moves, I could then go king g7. It has to be like a sack. It was definitely a sacrifice. Let's see, all rook moves. So the rook can take the pawn on f7. If you take, the king can slide over. That's probably not it. The light square bishop can go to g6. That's probably not it. Or take on f7. I don't think that's it. G4, F3, E2, D1. Those are not, okay, none of those, it's not the rook or the bishop. So dark square bishop. Bishop A3, C5. Bishop C3, no. Bishop D4, no. Bishop E5, no. Bishop F6, maybe. Bishop G7, no. Rook H8. So I guess it's F6 then rook. Okay, it is F6. All right. 3-1 you. Oh, are you guys doing? It is only 3-0. Yeah, you're correct. Here, yeah. All right, rook's going to slide forward. If you take, I don't see how you could do that. Rook over attacking. They could go queen down, though. So that's probably not it. If you go here attacking the queen, they can move their queen here or here. And there's no way forward that way. Oh, it's an overloading tactic, right? You can take and then you take the rook. I'll do this next one here. Alright, rook here to E2. We're at 46. We're at 46 here. Knight in. It's all guarded. This is guarded and it's a fork attacking. But it feels like that's probably not the idea. Knight here attacking both. They could take. I could take. They'd block. Alright, stop that. Queen down, check, up. I still feel like it's knight in. And then Jose again. Appreciate all these likes on TikTok. But I do feel like it's knight in here. If they capture, then it's capture. If the rook moves up, though... Oh, then the bishop's hanging. Yeah. So you take... Yeah, and the bishop will be hanging to let that happen. So now you take the rook here in the corner. Alright, their knight's going to move forward out the way. You go up here to C3 attacking the knight. Yeah, and then if they go here, you take, and you fork. So it's an up here. And then they let you... Yeah, it's just this, I think. And then you can take, knight here, take. Alright, they have a mate in 1 idea. I also have a mate in 1 idea. So one of us is not going to be happy. If I move my knight here, I feel like it's probably just F3. Because F3, it attacks their knight. It cuts off the diagonal. And if they'll lose a piece. If they go back, take. Yeah, I think it's just F3. Nothing else could even stop it. Yes. Now this is set up to be stopped with F5. Could you go knight back now? But then, knight back down. Then you go up, they move, then you take the knight. Because if you move back and then they go back, you just take, they have mate still. But you go back attacking, they go back, you go D5, they retreat, and you take the knight. No. Okay, what's the move? What's the move? Why can't you push up? Here. Oh, there's a check. Oh, there's a check. So you just take... we could have got that one. We're at, what, 48. We got to 50 last time. That is unfortunate. The bishop's here on C4. Capture. Over. And then capture. Over. I'm not sure the rest of it, though. Like, just taking this first probably is not it. So say rook captures this, they move their king over here. Rook slides down, they move their king over here. There's no other way to do that. Like, how do you mate them? And this has to be the first move, though. And the mate after, I'm not sure. If you take here, is there a mate here? And they're in the corner. Taking this, do you take that first? But then I guess they could, why can't you take that? So you can either take on C3 or bring the rook in. If you bring the other rook in, I don't see how you could win the game, though. Oh, wait, no, it's almost mate if you, oh yes, this is mate. Yeah, you just take, and you go here. Yeah, so this next one, they move their king here to H7. And then here to H4 check. Could be the first move here. Oops. Could be the first move. If they take, The follow-up, I'm not sure. Knight down check? No, that's not. I think you need your knight. But you go queen forward, they take your knight. No. Knight to... No, the knight can't move out the way. It's too slow then. And you can't take anything. Is it just to try and win material, but then your knight's hanging on d2? I think the knight on d2 hanging is telling you that it's not enough there. Queen forward, king takes. But there's just no mate. There's no mate. If your knight could like be on e5 or e7, then it has a... Then the king can't go forward to a g6, which would be useful. Take, over, check, down. But there must be a way that you can stop them from doing this at all. Queen b1 is too far away. I like queen h4. I feel like that's a trap though. Like it must be a trap that it looks like a good idea, and it's not quite a good idea. If you move your queen to h4, the king would have to take the knight. At least that's forcing, right? That's a forcing idea. Oh, and then you could go g4. I think that is it. And then you could go g4 now. Yeah, that's probably it. Because now they can't go backwards. Yes. Now you can't take with the queen. They go back. You can take with the pawn though. And then that's check. Oh, wait. If you take with the pawn though, the rook slides over. So, oh yeah, oh, it's queen here first. I was like, you can't take this. It's queen here first, they slide, and then you take. Yeah. Okay. We got that one. Let's go to this next one. The queen's going to drop down here for this check. Can you sack the rook? Take, over, take. Maybe you can sack the rook. Because if you just go down, they have a check again. And then their queen's kind of back in the game. But if you get rid of the rook here, their king is pretty open. And you're attacking the queen, despite it being a free piece. Let's see. If you just go rook down, queen up, here. It's too many checks for a puzzle. That's my thing. For a puzzle, too many checks. Let's go king here. That is correct. Alright, the queen's up. Now if you take... Is it the same idea correct now with the queen there? I would guess it has to be the same idea. If you take, then the king moves. Take, king moves. Queen check doesn't... Oh, this has to be... If the first part is right, then this part's right, I'm guessing. And... Oh, you can't go here. That's what I was about to do. Good thing I stopped myself. Can you go d7 now? d7... The rook simply slides over. You can't take because the queen could slide down in. So that doesn't make any sense. d7, the rook slides over. Queen down, takes, queen. Oh, you have to sack. Oh, this is crazy. You have to sack the queen and there's checkmate. So let's see if this is correct. Here, yeah, they do it this way. So you have to move your king over. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's a... You can sack for mate eventually. Let's see if... I'll show that one. Here. And then you go over. They go rook d8. You can go... Oh, I guess you can go. Can you not do this? Oh, that's what they did to stop the mate. Oh, no, it wasn't even mate. Why is this winning? I guess because you just have that extra material. Go to this next one. We're at 51. We did get higher than last time. Let's go to this next one. Let's see. The rook's here on f4. It seems like the idea of just... Oh, maybe you can check and then just go g3. Just with qc4 first. Because if you take it... If you do it now, they can just take your rook. And you could take their queen, but they take your queen. And if you took their rook, they can take with the pawn, and then it's no longer an idea. But qc4 check, and then g3. Because if they take the rook, you could take their queen. Yeah, I think that's what it is. No. 4 away. 4 away. Or I guess 5 away. It's the exact same thing I said, except the move order is backwards. I would have rather have not got it right at all. I would rather not see any of the moves. It is queen c4, so why can't you do that first is the question. Oh, they can bring the rook down. Yes. Oh, no, they can't do that. They're saying after here it's fine. Because if you go up, then what? They take... If you took here, here... Wow, that is quite the position. Well, I had the right squares in mind. The move order. Right there, right there. Best ever on this account, though. But this is not... It's not what we needed. We needed 56. We needed 56. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're going to take here on d1. We'll have the rook slide down, taking, and mate in 1. We got the first one right. Alright, this is... You can't get the score without getting the first couple right, so I don't have to dread doing this. But these are so easy. You take this. The fun is a little bit away because of this. Although here I will say, not that simple. The knight is probably going to have to go here. And then up. I may get this wrong. I'm going to get this one wrong. Why is it so... Oh, you're in check. Okay, you're in check first. I'm focusing on that side of it. Well, you would have to take. Because if you go over, they just have checkmate. And if you go down... Yeah. And then here. And then up. And then here. Okay. The rook slides over. This is mate in 1 here. We got the first 6 correct. We got the first 7 correct. These are all mate in 1s. The king has to move over. The king is now stuck in the corner because they don't have that access to the other rook. Queen slides down, the knight's guarding that square. And the rook can slide over. This is maintained. You have a checkmate there. First 10 are complete. What you see is that the queen can't really give a check. Except here. Queen here to f6. But what you can do... Rook to b8. And then rook over here. Checkmate. Alright, got 11. This is going to be another mate. As the diagonal is completely covered by the dark square queen. Or not dark, the black queen. This is... The queen can be any square. Any color complex. But you can go here to f6 for that mate in 1 idea. This falling is irrelevant. They don't have a check, so there's going bishop here to f6. And then checkmate. Got the first 13. Now you can't go down or you lose, right? But you can go down here and then take that same queen that would have stopped you. This is mate in 1 as the king has no escape. We got the first 15 here. You can slide over, check. They go over, you'll go down. They'll have to take and you'll checkmate. And you go here. If they go over, you have mate here on f7. So let's see if that's correct. Check. Rook slides down, and you have mate there in the corner. Alright, now we have a queen to g6 idea. Appreciate that, NWA. Yeah, king g6, or no, queen g6. If they go back, rook's going to take here. And that's checkmate. Alright, go for the next one. I believe we just captured. As the bishop's guarding the rook there. And then it's nothing they can really do in return. So you just take this for mate. Next up. You take... The bishop is pinning, so you can take this. Alright, next one. We're almost at 20. If the queen slides over... Oh no, this is... What am I doing? This is just free. Yeah, that's just free. Their king's going to slide here. This is just checkmate. As the bishop here are active, is cutting off the light squares. The rook's cutting off the file. Very cool tactic, honestly. This is probably a very beginner-friendly one. Like showing the advantage of having a good bishop, a good rook, and then now it's checkmate here on the corner. Alright, they drop down. You can check up, check, down, and then mate here because the bishop's guarding. And it's like Skylar's mate almost. But they go here. I still think this is an issue, right? Oh yeah, because of the check. Now, of course it's an issue. You can take and then take the queen here. And now you're up a lot. The knight's going to drop back here. There's no smothered, discovered mate here. So, not as easy as some of the other ones we've done. But it still should be relatively simple. If I could... Is it simple? So we're on 23. The knight drops back. Can you just go bishop d5? No, the queen hangs then. So you need to just move the queen out the way. Why am I so confused? Knight can slide for a check? No. Queen forward? No. Oh, it is. Oh, I think it is queen here. Because you go here, if they take, then the rook goes down. And if they don't take, yeah. And then rook down here, and then mate because the knight guards it. That seemed a little difficult for, for the rating it's saying it's supposed to be. But yeah, Q here to C5, check. I see you carts. Q C5 check, they go down, you get the queen. Right here. Alright, got 24. Got 25, the ladder checkmate here. Alright. It's a good start, it's a good start. Check. We got 26. We gotta get to 30. Then we can start thinking about potentially getting back. Rook here, down, up, rook over. And they're stuck there. Here, check, mate. Alright. In this position, we are down a minor piece. If you take this knight here in the center, you're attacking here. And then yeah, and that's hanging. You can take this and then take here on G4. Yeah. Now this next one, the pawn's going to jump forward. The bishop can slide in for this check. They could go over. Knight in? No, that's a little too... It's not fast enough. But bishop over check is a forcing idea, though, so I need to consider that a little bit more. Bishop slides to H6. The king goes to G8. And then what? Oh, can you sack the queen? But if you go there over, sack queen over, check with the knight. No, that's not it. That's not it. You can't sack the queen. Maybe the problem is the queen can't slide over, the rook's guarding it. So I think it's here and then knight up. Because I was worried about queen over, but I guess the queen can't really get there. That might be the issue. Yeah, the queen can't get there. Now you can take here because the other rook is there guarding. So you just take that. Alright, next one. A knight here for mate in 1. Yeah, they can't move anywhere. This just delivers the check. This is also mate in 1 here. We're at 31. If you can... Oh, you can take this. Take, and then checkmate. Alright, 32. The rook's going to slide down. We can have the rook capture back. I think king capturing back allows QF3. So take back with the rook. Still attacking that rook at the end, but you could capture on C2, right? Threatening mate ideas there. Appreciate the likes there. Brilliant. Brilliant chess moves, team. Appreciate those likes. I think the rook's going to slide over. I think I saw a follow from someone. Appreciate the new follow as well. And the donations for brilliant. Much appreciated. We hit the goal, it looks like. We did hit the goal there. First goal on TikTok. Let's set up a new one. Much appreciated. Can I set one up on my phone? There we go. Thank you for the support. And the likes as well. Closing in. We hit 7,000. Closing on 8,000 is the next one there. Alright. Just set up that goal there. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is... I'm trying to get my best in Puzzle Rush. And NWA, appreciate those likes. My best is 55 right now. I got 50 and 51 this stream. So I'm right there. But not quite. I think you can take on C2 for this one, though. I think so. I think you just take here on C2. Yeah, and then... Can you go here? Rook down. They go up. Why am I about to get this wrong? If you take here, rook down, over. Doesn't work. Rook slides down, king goes up. Oh, then you could take this here. Yeah, that's what it is. So they have to do this instead. Okay. I'll explain that one real quick. 3,400. You got... Wait, you're saying you did 3,400 puzzles in 24 hours before? Well, that's insane. That's crazy bad. What's your rating? Yeah, I'll show that real quick. The reason this works is because Rook F1, if they were to take this... Oh, I'm not in the analysis board. Yeah, here. If they were to take... Or they go here. You can take here. Oh, it says this is better. But they both work. If you do this instead, take. Yeah, this one you're up a rook, but in this line the computer's saying. Oh yeah, I guess you're just up a queen. Yeah, that probably is a little bit better. But they both would have been winning. Let's go to this next one. We're at 33 now. Okay, just going up. It feels like it shouldn't be that simple, but I think it is just that simple. Last post, I got you, I got you. I got you. Alright, appreciate all of these likes there as well. Closing out on 7.3 thousand. I'll check after stream. I'll make sure I remember. Brilliant chess. 1850. Okay, that's rapid, I'm assuming. Yeah, if you go here to F4, I mean, you would have to be able to take there, right? I'm just double checking. I'm pretty sure it's just that, but I've said I think it's this and been wrong a lot, but I'm pretty sure it's just this. And you can take the rook, and you take the queen. Alright, they slide in. Ah, this is a pretty normal mate idea. With rook over, down. But where's the... Okay. Rook over, they can go rook h. Usually they don't have rook h4. So maybe it's not a normal mate idea. Rook to g7, rook h4. Rook slides to... I don't know. I don't know what you do actually after that. Would you just go rook to g1? And then maybe you just go swing around and take there on c3 and have a passer? Because they can never break through. Rook g7 is always threatening that mate idea, right? So I think this is the first move. Oh, they sack. Does rook h4 not work then? Apparently not. I want to see why that doesn't work. I saw that. King d5. Oh, it's Zugzwang. It's Zugzwang. They literally can't move anything but the rook, and now it's mate. That is crazy. Wow, these are some fun puzzles. I gotta give them that. All right, their rook slides up. If you go down, I see this one. It's just enough squares. The king can get there, and the knight can get there. So up, rook over, knight here, check, and then king down, and they can't really stop you. Up, and then again you want to go here, and you promote with the queen, check. All right, next one, the rook's going to slide in. Bishop d5 is almost mate, but queen h5. Is it qh5 and then bishop d5? If you move your queen in, then the king can go over. But then I think the knight needs to be active. I guess the queen has to get in though. So the queen has to get in. The king slides over. Is it knight in? Because how do you give another check? If you slide in, they go over. This is the only other check. So the knight would slide. They'd go back. Well, I'm guessing. This is just kind of a guess. But it would have to be something like this. Because if you go here and they go just back. Wait, no, not that. If you go here and they go over. This is the only follow-up. And then there's nothing after the king goes back. So I think it's here. And now again, there's really nothing else but this. Like, you can't sack this because the knight slides in. I don't see it after this, but I'm pretty sure this is the move. Yeah, I want to see why that works, though. You have to go to the analysis board. And it says after king f3. I saw this. Oh, then it's bishop d5. Or knight check. It's a lot of stuff you could do, apparently. And they go king e2. Now discover check, I'm guessing. Yeah. And then they can only go up, and then the queen slides in. I know it has something to do with bishop d5 eventually. Alright, we're at 37 here. Oh, this I see. This is pretty simple. The rook's going to slide down. Check. If they go out the way, or block with this, you can go bishop here to h6, setting up that mate threat. And they can't blockade. This check doesn't work as a mate. You can go up. So rook down here, and then bishop here to h6. And then you just go king out the way. Okay. Alright, this is the only legal move, though. I can't get it wrong. Because if you go back, oh, knight here, then knight here. I see. So you go king here instead. I gotta keep getting it right. And then You go king here to h. Because knight capture... Why doesn't that work, though? What is the... I don't know what the difference is. Oh, no, the knight has to take. Yeah, the knight has to take. If you move the king here, it's the same thing. Here, and then over, and then get out the way. So knight has to capture. Alright, so the next one, the pawn's going to come forward here. Take. Take. But you need a way to stop this from happening. Can you just do this here, then queen down? That feels... That's not the idea. Appreciate that, Brilliant. Well, that's not the idea. But I don't know what else you could do. Like, I don't see another way through that. If you capture here, up, down, take, up, they'd slide over in time. So I'm thinking you capture, because they can't promote or you'll take it. They'll take, you go queen down. It would have to be that. I mean, nothing else is even an option. Because just going down, it just runs into that. Yeah, let's see if that's right. That's the first idea. And you just can't get a checkmate. The king has that. There's no slide. That's right. Okay. I had to close my eyes. I didn't want to get that one wrong. Please just be taking the free material. Alright, their knight's going to slide. You can slide, check, over. Or is it better to take this first? Or does it matter? Queen check over here. So what is... I'm trying to think of the best configuration. So if you take the knight, then the... I'm guessing they would have to take the rook back. Because there's a mate on the... Or no, they could go rook to f1 though. So no, that's not true. Maybe just wanting material. Because you could go queen f2, king over, knight e3, threatening mate. But then they could go rook to e2. So that's probably not it. Yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work at all. I know you have to sack the rook at some point. Is it check? And then... Oh, wait. It's probably here, and then over, and then rook sack. Because you're threatening mate, they take. Then you go back, and they push. Then you move your queen in. It's an unstoppable mate. And then you here, and then here. Oh, wait. This is the part... Oh, you go here instead of the... It's fork. And you take. Are those the next one? Their pawn's going to go down. I think it's sack, here, over, up, down, down, there. Is that right? Because check, they can only take. Over, they can only go up. Down, they can only go down. Take. And the rest of it, it has to be mate. So you can't go here. Check, over, check, over. You can't capture, there's checkmate. Oh, yeah, you just take, and then you go, this is mate. Yeah. Alright, they want to move their pawn down here. If you take the bishop, they can only go over. Check, over, here, and then down. Yeah, you go bishop d3 at the end, I'm pretty sure. And then Gary, appreciate those follows. QC6 didn't work. Let's see. QC6. QC6. On a different puzzle or this one? But yeah, let's see. I think on this one you can take the bishop. You're attacking. They could only go over, so you... F6? F6, let's see. Hey, you're good. You said QF6. I think the problem with QF6 is that... what can they do? Can they sack? Oh, let's see. It says after queen F... Oh. Queen F6... BE5, and it stopped as saying. Yeah, because here, then you could take. I see. Alright, here, H6, I think. And then Brilliant, appreciate these likes again. Closing in on 8,000. But rook capturing on G6, check. I think has to be the first move. Because there's nothing else you can even do. So I'm just going to play that. Okay. Now this is the part you have to think. Oh, I see. It's just bishop here. And then you go, it's like you're feeding the rook a square, basically. And whatever they promote to, it doesn't matter, because this is checkmate. Alright, next one. They're going to slide over. The king would be safe on h5. I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do, though. Like, what is the idea, is the problem. You could also just go king g1. Like, you could go king g1 or king... Oh, no, it would not be safe. No, but no, you could just go king g1. If they go q d2, d3, you could go rook e3. I will say I don't know the intention of this. NWA, appreciate these likes on TikTok. Oh, wait, no, is the queen just free? Am I? Whoa, hold on. Is the No way, the queen's just free this far in. I'm like, what's happening here? I don't see the objective. The queen is completely undefended. Well, you go rook here to g8 attacking. Let's see. They go over. There's no, you can, if you're on this square, you need to attack this. Oh, duh. It's just this and then here. Yeah, okay. And here, they can't go, yeah, because you go here, they go over, take, yes. Take. All right, 44. 44, 44. The bishop's there on c5. Email you harder chess puzzles to try. Easy book answers. Yeah, you can email that. We can try that. Probably not this stream, but next stream I can have it set up already. But yeah, my email is probably somewhere on my link tree. If it's not, I can add it there after the stream. But their bishop's on c5. Maybe rook c1? Maybe rook c1 and then b4. Because I guess rook c1 and then b6 and then b4. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Here, they'd go up, you'd go up. Alright, 45. The bishop's going to slide here to g5. If you take the knight in the center, then... Oh, you could... Okay. You could just keep taking pieces until their bishop's hanging on e2. I'm pretty sure that's it. You could capture here. And then if they take, you would take, and then take. That should be it. And you can't take this way first, because they could take attacking your queen. Alright, here's hoping. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. Alright, got 46 done. 46 done. We're closing game. But we cannot sell. We can't throw. But is it even a throw? I guess I get it wrong. But the queen's there on a4. The knight is not that weak. They have 2 pieces guarding it. Man, appreciate all the kind words. They're brilliant. But man, is it rook to d4 or bishop to d4? I think something has to go to d4 if I were to guess. Because then that is kind of cut off. But no. Because even if you got that and you took it, they could just go f5. And if you took, they could do gx f5. So that's probably not it. If the queen slides over, like, can you force a mate? Like, if you went queen h4, and they could go king f8. So that's probably not it. Take. Is bishop over do anything? No, it doesn't do anything. It's almost... I see the makings of like a dark square mate in the corner. But it's a few moves too unrealistic to say that right now. Maybe it's just take the knight and then take the pawn though. Like, it could be that simple. It could be. And if you took and the queen took, you'd be equal material. And then I guess you lose... Oh, but then the rook be hanging at the end. Yeah. Maybe you could just take the knight. Whatever they take with... But then they could take on a3, which is the issue. That may be the problem with that. If you take the knight, then you do knight captures c3. But they could do qx a3 check. Queen h4, king f8. That, it feels like it should be something on the h file. The h file is open. But I don't even know, even if you got like qh7, like say they just did something completely random after queen h4. Like if you went queen h7, they just go king over. Right? There's not really a mate there, I don't see. So, I don't know if it's that. Taking the knight is my, oh, wait, no. If you take the knight, queen over. It's still not anything there, though. Bishop d4. Take, oh, you definitely can't go bishop d4, though. Bishop d4. Oh, no, I think you can do that. If you go bishop d4, the knight, oh, but the knight can move. Take, knight takes pawn, queen takes, queen to the right. Just play the game. It is a puzzle stream, but you do not have to watch Nath. But the queen's there on a4. I'm not sure exactly how to go forward. Q to qh4. Yeah, I'm also thinking, you said rook d4, Gregory. Rook d4. Now, I think of rook d4, I think they can just take there with the bishop. That might be the problem with that. Rook sack. So you think it's, oh, you think you're with Gregory. You think it's rook d4. Oh, no, you're right. Oh, yeah, I think you guys are right. I think you're right. Because rook forward, bishop. But what if you move the rook to d4, bx d4, bx d4, could they go f6? And then it's just done. I see the idea, though, that you get the bishop and you have rook h8 checkmate. And that's what I was saying earlier, too. I feel like it has something to do with a... Oh, wait, no. Wait, it could be qh4. And then... Hold on, it's something... I think it is the dark squares. qh4. If you go down... Sacking, take over, check over. It's just a move slow. It's correct. Rook d4. What's going on, Hagen? There on YouTube. Rook d4 is correct. So rook d4, bishop captures, bishop captures. f6. The knight free, but couldn't they go f5 though and protect it? Because you go rook d4, bishop captures. f6. Oh, f6. Oh yeah, they can't. Well, no, could they go e5 though? After, if you take, no, if you go rook up, then they take. Bishop takes. f6. Bishop captures e4, and then what if they went e5 after? No, that's what I'm saying. If it's, so you're saying here, so rook d4, bishop captures during the maiden one. They go f6, bishop captures e4. What if they go here to, oh, then that's check. Yes, you're right, because that's check after they go e5. Yeah, very good spots. Yeah, I would not have got that, honestly. So I need to get one more. I got helped on the 47th one. I'll have to take that one off my counter. I would have never seen that. I didn't even consider. So I just saw that you could lose the knight at the end. But it's I see e5 doesn't work because of the check there. And then appreciate those likes on TikTok. Alright, there are rooks there on g6. Gregory, you were cooking, man. I think I saw your message like a little bit ago. I did not see that. Very good spot. Gregory and NWA, I believe. And someone else called it too, if you did, my bad. But I saw their messages. I think flip flip too. Yeah, rook's here on g6. Let's look at this one. Rook on g6. Could you check? King up. h3 check. King up. check. There. It's something. I think it's rook down, king forward, pawn check, king g3, and then the rook just slides over and you win the rook on g6. That's what I think it is. But hey, rook down, up, 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 over, up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so this is the next one. They're going to queenside castle here. I wonder, can you go... you can. Let's say you could go bishop d3 to try and stop that. But you can't stop that. qc7, check. Runs into an issue. Oh, no. The queen's just trapped. The queen's just trapped. You can check, and then you could go here, and the queen's trapped, right? And then even if they went king over, and then you went there, they'll rook over, you'll take... They'll take you. You're up a rook. Yeah. That should be it. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to bring their rook over. But you have here, rook over, take, down, and you take the rook. Look at this next one. And then brilliant. Appreciate some more donations there on TikTok. King f8 would have been the move rather than black sacking the queen. King f8. Oh, for that other one? I want to see what you're talking about. You're saying instead of... You're saying here they go king f8. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Why does it? I want to see why that doesn't work either. Here, so king f8, rook down, and it's saying king e7. Oh, this is just, I see. It's just too much happening. The king's super weak, but yeah, realistically, someone probably wouldn't sack the queen. That's just the computer. All right, the pawn's forward here in this one. Slide down, check, over, check, up. Mate? I think that's all it is. Here, no. But yeah, it's probably just this. Here, over. Here, up. Mate. Yeah. Alright, we got 50. Or 49. Really, 49. 49, 50. Whatever. We have no strikes, though. So that's a good thing. If we go queen here to a1, check. There is a free rook in the corner, but there is a mate in 1 on g7. So that's a bit of an issue. I wish you could... Can you take the bishop with an initiative? I mean, you could take it right now, but that's equal material. I don't think that's what we're aiming for here. So queen, let's go with qa1 first. qa1. Oh, maybe it's qa1, and then if they go king c2, it'd be qa2 check, and then you take the bishop, stopping queen e6 check, and threatening the knight. But that doesn't win any material though, so I don't know if that's it. But that's an idea. But I feel as though look is qa1. But if they go qa1, but yeah, qa1 king e2. You just have to go back. You wouldn't be able to hold that. And taking the bishop... I guess taking the bishop now... Oh, wait. No. You could just take the bishop now. If the rook slides in, you could go qa1 check. They slide. There. No, but you couldn't go back to e5, though, because the rook's there. And then, yeah, there is a mate at the end. So that doesn't work. Queen there to c6. If I just do there, it doesn't work. Yeah, if you can't go here. Oh, okay. This is what I did one of the last puzzles, and I think I went to the right move. Every legal move we're going to go through. So bishop captures. I think this creates kind of an issue, right? If you do it that way. Okay, so the bishop, I'm guessing, is not going to move. Because it's doing nothing except maybe that. And that doesn't work. Rook over. I also think we can say this is not going to be it. Because you can't give a check and that's mate in 1. So it must be the queen. It must be the queen. So I'm not going to go through every... I guess not every one I want to go through. But every one that kind of makes sense. So taking here on h6, I simply think is just not winning. Right? It doesn't do enough taking here on h6. Queen down was my first thought. but it doesn't do anything. After they go king here, you just repeat. And you could mate it. Okay. Queen here's another check. If you give this check, king over, queen, oh wait, okay. Here, king over. Oh, they can go king over. That's not an arrow because of this. And then here, and then here. So let's say here and then up. But how do you mate them? Because if you go down, can't they just go back over? Yeah, that's probably not it. Wait, here. So at least this is the only one that's forcing, I guess. So it makes sense. Like, and nothing else is forcing. After here and this, it's just a repetition. And then after take, then there's literally no, like, there's no idea at all. So this is like, look at this, and they can't go over. But if you were to go up and they move their king here, I don't see, like, you can't even slide in check. You can't slide over. Can you sack the bishop? Oh, maybe you can sack your bishop. You can check and then they can't go there. They have to go here. Bishop sacrifice. They can't go over because down, up. But even that, there's still... Oh, no, they couldn't. They couldn't. You could take the rook for free. So maybe you can sack if they take rook over. Check. Down. Check. Over. Check. That might be it. Maybe QA4, bishop B2. But I don't know how you could win the game, though. You can take their rook. I can take their rook. I can't. Like, right now, you're saying? If so, oh, I'm complete. Oh, it's going on rickety. QA4, then QA1. QA4, QC6. Oh! But no, but then the rook's still hanging. They're still checkmate, though. Check, down. Yeah, because if you do this... over, down. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, no, you're right. No, never mind. You're right. Because here and then down. They can't move off of the back rank, and then you take that. Yeah, I thought the king could move somewhere. So up, they can't go over. So you'd go queen here. They go here. QC6. What a spot. What a spot. You're attacking the king there. And the king can't go forward at all because of the bishop. They have to go back over. You take. And then you just keep checking them. Yeah, I believe that's correct. And now you do it for this way, which is then just rook here to e8. Well, if it's that simple, I could have done that like 20 minutes ago. Or not 20 minutes ago, when I first saw QA4. I assumed they would not... Why did they choose that as the alternative? I thought the other one would have made more sense. If they were just going to do this, and then, yeah, it's QC6. They can only go back. That has to be better, though. I guess not. Apparently, that's not better. Go to this next one. Let's see. The bishop's going to slide in. Rook B8. Thank you. Don't think I would have found that one. RB8 attacking. They move. The queen can only go there. Knight here would attack the queen, but they'd have to drop back. So the first instinct there is not correct. I don't think so. But this is forcing though. So because it's forcing, it makes me think that it's somewhat right. They'd go queen there. Rook up. Queen back. You could thread in. No, but this has to be the first move, though. And they just go here, and then you go here. Then they go back. How do you finish it all? Like, I feel like it's like I'm a move away. I almost see it. Rook slides over. The queen goes there to a6. That I'm following. Oh, maybe then it's knight. Because maybe you could just take... You could have the fork on c2 at the end if you sack the rook. That's a possibility. So maybe it's rook over, queen back. Knight b4 attacking the queen. They go q to a4. You take the bishop. They take the rook. Knight captures. And then you take the rook in the corner. But that doesn't feel... I feel like you can't really save the knight, though. That doesn't seem that accurate. If you go knight there to d4 instead... Or could you go here immediately? But I guess here immediately they can go queen back, and they're guarding that. Everything's guarded. This is my first instinct. Yes, that's correct. Rook to b8. Now, it's either rook b6 or knight b4. And I think they both work. No. That's not true. I think knight b4 works. Rook b6 runs into queen back to a4. And then the attack's done. So if you go knight b4 first, and it has to be there versus d4, because if not, they could then go bishop d3. So knight b4, queen a4, rook x b5, qx b5, knight x c2, king d1, knight x, what is that, a1. I just don't see how you could save the knight. Like, I think that's the tactic, and I'm sure I'll have to look at this after. But nothing else makes sense. Like, if you move the rook forward, it definitely doesn't work, because the queen just goes back in. And if you slide over, yeah, this is what I'm going to play. That is correct. I think that I'm right, that you just have to take it in there. I just don't understand how it's safe. But let's double check, because I've got the first 3 moves or 2 moves right before and got the last one wrong. So the queen there on a4. Q. No, I just think that's it. I don't think there's anything else there. If you push the pawn to a6, they could just take that. If this is wrong, it's wrong. I see no other way you could even possibly do this. Yeah, this is correct. Let's make sure this is the follow-up, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then you take. How would you save the knight? I have to see that part of it, though. I have no clue how you could save the knight there. Any advice for 1400 looking to climb? I'd say stuff like this. Maybe not puzzle rush, because it's really easy at the start, but doing hard puzzles, tactical stuff, I think is useful. Playing long chess games, helping you visualize. If you know all the end games and stuff. But yeah, a lot of rapid games, I think, is probably the best thing. How do you save this? As well, I just don't get that part. They would take this check. It's saying d6. qc6. Queen b6. qf3. Is it just because this is super weak? Yeah, that's what it is. This is just too weak. You could get it out eventually. Alright, so this next one. Their knight's here on e6. Is opening theory... I think playing is the most important. I mean, like, at a point, yeah. Like, you need to know what you're doing in the opening, but... you don't have to know every opening to before you start playing some games, I'd say. But yeah, the knight's there on e6. Knight. Is this not a free knight? Am I looking at this wrong? Can you not a free knight, a free bishop. I must be looking at this. You could just take that. Oh, maybe knight can slide into... I'm very confused. Why? This seems quite simple. Like there's a free piece and it's equal material. If you take maybe take the knight first so they can't go knight f4. Do you take the knight? They take and then you just take... Oh, rook c5. Okay. I was to say, what is this? Rook c5. That makes it make a lot more sense. But still, though. You could just take that and then... After rook x d4... Oh, rook c5. The queen's also attacking the knight. Okay, I'm back to seeing why this is an actual puzzle. Alright, so let's see the options. You can't take the bishop, I'd say. More than likely. Because of rook c5. So that's not it. Knight f5. Knight f5 and knight d5 are knight options. Oh, wait. Oh, I think I see it. Because I just mentioned that the problem with taking this or doing this, and then is that there's a hanging piece at the end. What if you move that hanging piece with an initiative? If they slide over, take... Oh, but what if they go knight here, though? Knight there, rook down, knight takes, king over, rook over. That runs into some issues as well. But then this doesn't make any sense, because they could just go rook c5 anyways, and now you don't even get the piece in return. So the three main moves we're looking at is here, here, or here. So I'm guessing it's one of those. There's another one. If it's another move besides those three, I will be floored that was the move. You can't go f4, and moving the queen doesn't make any sense, I'd say. Okay, so let's see. Rook captures d3. Rook to c6. Queen to... Yeah, you just lose the knight back. That doesn't make any sense. So then knight captures e6. F e6, I would guess. Rook captures d3. Rook c5. Yeah, and you still can't guard it. Because after you go qa6, the rook just takes. Rook takes, queen takes. So that doesn't work. Knight d5 instead. Knight f5 again doesn't work because of rook c5. Knight d5, trying to remove that attacker. If the queen slides over... Oh, the queen can't slide over. Oh my god, yeah, that's why it works. Because if you go here, here, and then you go here, it's a fork. Right, so here... But it's the same thing though, isn't it? They go here. If... Oh, then now maybe you take the knight? Maybe that's what I missed. Maybe you take the knight first now. And I'm like blending the ideas together. So here, up, capture. But then the queen could slide in, so you can't do that. So it'd have to be here, up, capture, rook down, or knight down. Rook d2. Stopping mate. Knight captures, king over. Oh, after rook over, you could take because there's not a mate threat. That's why it's a puzzle. Your king is super weak. It's the problem. What if you go here and they take, though? Wait, if you go knight here to d5, knight x d4. Oh, I guess you're taking with check, though. Please. Please. No. What is it? What is it? It is... I was right! No way! Oh, e5. I missed e5. What is it? E5 I didn't see. Appreciate all the likes for getting almost at 9.5 thousand. Appreciate that tree work. This is Magician. Yeah. I just saw after this. Take here. I saw Q. I did not. Yeah, this is a draw. I completely missed e5. That is crazy. You have to find e5. And then... Alright, well, we're at 52. Or 50, yeah, 52 right here. We need 4 more correct. 4 more right. We have 1 strike now. Margin for error has just gotten smaller. Queen sliding over to a3 is the first guess. I'm hurt about that one. I was right there. The qa3, rook b5, rook b1. Is that not just mate? Well, I'm not gonna say that's not just after that last puzzle. qa3, the knight wouldn't move, right? Because you would take it. The king would move. Then you could take the rook for free. And you get the 2 pieces back. If the rook slides... Oh, the rook can't slide over. So you can only go... Yeah, you can only go qa3 for the first move. Nothing else is a check. I mean, anything diagonal, they just go king a7, rook over, and simply king b8. So I'm willing to say it has to be queen a3. Because no, any other check, I think king a7 is the problem. Right? Because if you go qe2 or qd3 or something, they go king a7, qa1 or qa3, king a7. So you go qa3, If the king moves... Oh, how would you win after that, though? I don't see how you could win that. How could you win? But I think this is the first move, though. Yeah. And then... Here? I just don't get... You still can't bring the rook over, which is the only thing I'm struggling with here. The rook can't slide. Oh, yeah, rook here. That's what I was saying. Rook here to b1. And they come forward. And then you can take that. Please, 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 please. We need this correct. No! No. Oh, no. It's the free rook. I literally said that. I literally said that, too. And I forgot. You just take the rook. And I said that, and I forgot that quick. I'm disgusted. I could have got that one right. I saw it, and I forgot that I saw it. Alright, 2 wrong. Let's see. Capture. That may be... That was our chance right there. That was our chance. I think we blew it. But yeah. Takes here. Back. You're down material still. And then Tree-Rook, appreciate these likes. Rook capturing. If they move... I don't know. I need to take a second. I can't believe I just threw that one. But yeah, rook captures c6. The queen's under attack. If the rook moves, you could take... You can't do anything else, though. That's my instinct, is rook captures c6. Rook captures c6. Wherever the queen goes, I don't know. That's my instinct, but I'm not entirely... This one's a difficult one. They're up 2 minor pieces. Like, you have to make up that gap of material right here. So this is going to be kind of hard to do. If you go up to h4, setting up the pin, I think h6, I think the knight moves, so many different things. So I'm mad you do have to take the free material there on c6 with the rook. Because you take with the queen trade, that's really not that useful. So rook captures c6. Let's say the queen goes, like, I don't know, qf5 or something. Then what could you do? Well... I don't know. I'm disheartened. I'm trying not to be. I could not believe I got that last one wrong. We could have broken the record with 2 more lives on this puzzle. But yeah, rook captures c6. If the rook moves, you take... But you can't even take the knight, though. Because then the rook's falling. No, you could, because then that's rook's falling at the end. So let's say it's capture, up. Could you go over? No. Okay, so I think this is the first move, because they can't go forward, or you'll take, and you take on e8. So capture, they have to go queen forward, and now you have made up some of the ground with the queen up. If you move your bishop, that's free, so that's not it. If you go over, like, that's not even hanging, and they could just move the knight anywhere, and that wouldn't work. It's crazy that a grandmaster would see this and instantly know how to solve this. I am very, very confused. I'm guessing you take there on c6, though. It's probably the first move. And the queen goes to f5. Could you go queen to d6? And then look to bring the rook down to c7? But then I guess they could go bishop f8. I'm not saying anything else, so we're just going to try this. Wait. What just happened? Wait, what just happened? Did they not make the move yet? Did I go back by accident? Okay, move this up. This is apparently the position. The rook's here on e5. What just happened? I swear it was just like that the whole time. They didn't move that whole time. Okay. Well, the rook's here on e5, but now it's white to move. This may be a little easier to solve. No wonder I was so confused. I'm like, what do you do? Maybe I still get it wrong, but at least I know. I didn't have much of a chance at first because it was not the right position. If you take the rook with the pawn there, you'll then have... You'll be attacking the queen. The knight could attack... Could take and guard the bishop. So you could have rook captures bishop. Right, attacking the queen. The rook drops down. Queen takes knight. Rook takes rook. Q takes rook. And it's equal. Because if you just take the rook here, the knight takes. And then after f5. Maybe you could go f5 though. I see two ways. You do this, the knight captures back. You go f5 here. Oh, if they move the knight. But you could take this though. Will they have diagonal attacks though? That might be the issue with that. They have diagonal attacks. QF3. I think that'd be okay because you can take the light square at bishop if they were to play that. I feel like you'd have to take the rook. It's whether you go rook x c6 after or bishop f4 after. There's no way. If it's not taking the rook, I'll just take my L, man. What in the world? You're supposed to... It is taking here first, and then you take... I'm not built for the 50s. I'm not built for the 50s, clearly. What's going on, Jazzy? How are you doing? Appreciate these likes. But how are you doing today? I'm not doing today. How are you doing this instance? I cannot believe it. The puzzle's wrong. Let's see. My best ever on this account. We've got one more we got 50, then 51, then 52. I've been very, very close to getting to my highest. Man, that's sick. Alright. They go down. This is free. Very simplistic beginnings. Rook's going to go down. Good to hear that, Jazzy. Anything fun planned at the moment? Or just cooking for right now? Rook here to h8, checkmate. Rook down, mate here. Thank you for these likes as well. Clicking on 10,000 likes there on TikTok. Queen down here for mate in 1. Checkmate. Checkmate. A lot of mate in 1s. Let's get to the more fun ones where we have to do some thinking. We're all confused. Mate in 1. The queen's going to slide for this checkmate. Alright, here. Some thinking, but it's mate in 3 with rook down, queen over, and then queen takes. Alright, now... Let's see. Okay, okay. That sounds very nice, very fun. Homemade food. Definitely the move. I think knight here to d3, and you can take that. Is probably what it is. Yeah. And then go for the knight. That's pretty fun from the computer there. This is checkmate in 3. Check. Check. And then rook here to h2, checkmate. Alright, you want to sack the queen here and have mate here on e1. And we have the first, let's see, rook takes, king moves, knight takes, right? Oh, they go this way. Now what I did not expect that. But still the knight, the superhero of the position, knight here, checkmate. This is mate. You can't go the other way though. That would not be mate. There's a fork here on e5, winning this rook. We're at 17. The rook goes over, allowing the queen to slide once the king slides over. You'll see in a second. Alright, we got the first 18 there. You can drop back on this diagonal, get that attack going. Boom. Boom, that's checkmate. And you have to stop their knight somehow. Or not their knight. Stop their pawn with your knight somehow. If you go knight to e4 attacking with that check. If you just take their too fast. Because you go check on e4. King moves. Knight d2. That's my thought. Yeah, we got 3 straight wrong. Brilliant. 3 straight. Heartbreakers. Heartbreakers, man. Knight down here. Yes. This is mate in 2. Dude, I couldn't believe it. I was cooking. And we just could not find. And one of them, I saw the right line. And I forgot it until when it actually happened. It was... insane. I think you go rook f5. That seems way too complex for a level 1200 puzzle. But rook f5, if they take, then you have rook to g7 checkmate. That is truly absurd. But I think it is this. And then rook here for mate. Alright, their queen's going to move over. You could capture, capture, capture. you'll be up that minor piece. And you're up that piece as mentioned. Their queen's going to slide over. This one would have to be mate somewhere. And Francisco, appreciate these likes closing in on 10,000. But yeah, QD3 for this check. If they slide over, is it queen down? And then they slide back over, you go queen down there. What's going on, Maisie? Can she hear me? If she can hear me, tell her I said, hi, Maisie. Queen's going to go down here to G6. And then take. Awesome. We go bishop here to G5 for the pin. Here. Yeah, I think that's working there. That should be it. Bishop G5. Here. Yes. We have the pin. She's excited. I don't know if that's what she would call me. I don't know if she'd call me that. Real queen captures F6. If they slide over, and then no. This is probably the move though. You're gonna take here with check. They slide the king there. Why am I not seeing this? Could you go? This is a direct quote, really. That seems a bit difficult, given the circumstances of Maisie being a dog. But shout out to Maisie though, love Maisie. But queen can go here for this check. If they go over, if you go here, oh, they can't move. I'm like, why can't? I'm like, they can just take that. They can't because it's a pin. Yeah, I see. And then here. All right, next one. Queen slides up. I mean, this would have to be the first move. Yeah. Is it en passant, take, check, over? That's it. No, that's not it. Well, you can't take. Well, that. I mean, it has to be it. Like, you can't do anything else. This is at least a check, right? And if they took, check, up, over? I do not see this. I'm gonna guess it's an en passant though. Yeah. They must not be able to do the others. I want to see that. They cannot do the other option. I'm not sure why. They can't just take this. Queen C2, King A3. Oh, it's QA4. I'm looking at, oh, and then here, and then here. I was looking at the rooks. I'm like, if the rook slides over, I'm right that this isn't actually checkmate, but this is not what you would do. That's why it matters. Okay, let's go to this next one and see if we can get this correct. We're sitting at 27. I mean, that's a good start, but we know the part we need to be here, but I think bishop b4 is the move here. We know what we're trying to do, though. We're getting these right. It's a good thing. You have to get them right to get to the record, but for the record, we need to get the harder ones correct. They're going to take here on e2, but we have to get all these right so we have all our strikes at the end. So they have a level of importance still. The rook could capture on e2. Rook would capture on e2. If you just trade all the rooks, then go a4 over, a3 over, a2. Yeah, I mean, they can't stop both of these passed pawns. I think you could just take both rooks. Yeah, they couldn't stop both of them. Here, this is a sacrifice of the knight. Queen drops back. The idea is that that was kind of quick. The idea here is that because this bishop is so active, it's cutting off the king. This is the only legal move. And now you go back. Still, they cannot go to the, I guess that's the king's right. And they can only blockade. Let's go back to this puzzle. We're at the first 30. Now here you may think rook over. Trying to get this in-your-face checkmate doesn't quite work, but rook down is mate ladder. Mate there. The rook's going to slide forward. Same thing. They're subverting expectation. This is usually a mate idea. But the actual idea, I believe, is queen down. And then if they go here, I think you can just go rook over. Let's see. And is this still right? Rook here, check. And that should be checkmate. Alright, go to this next one. The knight's down here on d8. Here. Oh, that's cool. I think it's knight e2 check. They slide their king over. Knight g3 check. They can't move over. They take checkmate. And then you get mate here on the file. So their king's going to slide. This should be mate in 2. With rook down. They can't go back because knight takes unleashes. So you'd go here, but they can't go over because take. Yeah, there's mate in 2 either way. This is the harder one to see, though, I'd say. But knight captures. Now the rook is protected. There should be a mate in 3. Check. Down. Okay. Check. They're getting on a diagonal. So if they go here, here, that's honestly pretty simple. So what if they do here and then here? And then would you still go back? They go down. You go down, they block. So that's not exactly the same thing. Here they go over. Down. Or could you go do. No, your knight's too far away. I mean, this has to be the first move, though. Yeah, it's about the second move. So knight to h4, I still think is the idea. I just don't know what to do after they go king to... You could draw the game, though. Maybe it just can't be drawing the game. The problem with the position is if you go knight h4 and they just go king f8, king f1, I mean. If you went queen h1 after that, you couldn't actually win the game. Right, that's kind of the problem. Knight e1. I don't think knight e1 works, because if you go knight e1, they can go king f1. And then if, like, the knight's just not protect. Like, if they go, like, qg2, you could just take on e1. Like, the idea would work if the knight on e1 couldn't be captured. I know it has to be, like, it has to be h4. I just don't see you after they go king f1 what you could do. And you could just go, you could draw the game maybe? Like you can't checkmate. h4. Yeah, I agree it's h4. I just don't see the after. Because if they just go king g1, there's mate in 1. I'm guessing you have to repeat somehow. Because where was it just at? It was here. If you go knight h4, king f1, queen h1, knight g1, qg2. How is that check? That's not checkmate. I'm not. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is not mate. I guess this one is a little, it should be on the harder side too, so I'm not that surprised. I'm getting stumped. But you can't move the knight. You can't move, I'll show you this is what I'm saying. If you go knight e1, if they go back, that is mate. But if you do this, and then they go here, and you go here, they can blockade, and if they check, you could take, and then down they could go up. Because you're down so much material, it has to be a forced mate. If you go here, this is my first thought as well, because in 2 of the moves, there's mate in 1. But with this, they go down. You go here. Oh, and then it's knight f3 back, right? Oh, that's what it is. It's here, and then here, and then here. And then here. But how do you win the... I have no idea how you win this game. How is this mate? This is not mate. Oh, it's qg2. That's what it is. I'm looking at qh1 the whole time. Yeah, that's why it works. All right, let's go down. Here to d6. If they go over, you can go down here to d7. Yeah, you're right. I was looking at qh1 like there's not mate, but qg2, I just missed that square. Now it does work. If you go up... Oh, I think I kind of see it. You have this pawn needs to push. If they go over and you go down, you could bring the second pawn in the game, right? Up, over. Then you could just bring this up. And they can't stop both of them. I think that's the general idea is they can't stop 2 pawns going forward. Now I don't know if they can stop it at all. Can you just go bishop here? Rook down. Okay, up. Rook over. C4. Check. Up. If you go in, I think the issue is they can just go there. And then if you go up, they can go rook over. So then you might as well just have gone c4 that whole time. So I think you just go here to d7. They move their rook here, and then c4. Honestly, this one I don't fully see. It is kind of a guess. You're going to go up, and then you can go c4 attacking the rook here. Here, here. Man, I have nothing else. Yeah, I don't see anything else. c5. I think you sack the bishop, and then you go up. I think you go up, they take, and you go up. Yes, you do sack the bishop. And you get the queen here. Alright, so this next one. We're going to have queen captures here on c3. That's the first idea. Get some material there. You are correct, Benzion. You are correct there. Yeah, I was like, you go up. I was not fully sure why, but you just had the connected pawns, and that's why you win there. The queen captures this knight, and you're now up a piece. And they don't even have a mate idea. Oh, they do have a mate idea. Yes, they have a mate idea. And they can take there on f7. So you have to watch out for that. How could you do that? There's rook or, I guess, queen. Could the bishop move here? Because I think just going up doesn't make as much sense. Oh, maybe you could go up here, attacking the rook. But yeah, then if they just go back, you still can't go for that. That wouldn't work. Bishop here runs into queen down. e6, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, e6. The only thing with e6, like after rook there, it still feels like a similar issues in the position. Okay. You can't take, because there's mate. You have to do something regarding to the mate threat. Rook over runs into that. f3, I guess. But then there's no, the bishop's so bad. That's why I'm thinking this bishop here. Let's see e6. e6, rook back. f5, I don't, and then Elmo John, appreciate those likes there on TikTok, closing in on 10,000. Let's see. Don't see this one. I don't see this. This is 36. We gotta get this one right because we know the ones in the 50s are extremely difficult. So you gotta get it right here. And then Benzion, appreciate those likes. So it's either bishop f6 or f6 or e6. Now process elimination, I think it's not e6. That's what I want it to be. But I don't see how. Oh, I think it. Oh, it's almost e6 because e6, rook f4. Then you could have went. What is that? d5, but then they could go e5. That almost works. But it's one move too short. I may have to get this one wrong. And that is a huge loss. But I don't know, and I might be here forever. Because I'm not seeing it. Bishop x d4. bx d4. qx. Maybe. Oh, you're saying after I do that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, no, you're definitely right. Oh, yeah, because, yeah, then you just take that, and it's still a pin. If they can't checkmate you, you're completely right. Yeah, this, and then, oh, it doesn't even happen. They have to do it this way. All right, the queen's going to slide down. If they go up, then you check, forcing them up, check, forcing them down, check, down, and then mate. I think it's mate that way. Because I'm pretty sure it's mate like that. Here. And you can't go back here. You have to go, well, if I'm right, here. Yeah. And then, okay. The only thing is if you go here, down, here, down, here, over. Yeah, you can't mate them. So maybe do you just take the rook first? But then it feels like they can defend what's happening. Here, 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 here. down, over. Yeah, you just can't mate them. Taking the material doesn't feel like it's the right thing. Maybe it matters what you take it with. Can you take with the bishop instead? And then you're setting... No, but you're controlling the back rank. You're controlling the back rank. So take, over. Take, down. Oh, there's mate. There's QF3, right? Because they can't... Yeah. I think that's it. And they can't go back that way. I'll show that. And then this is what I said originally. But the reason they can't go the other way is QF3 is checkmate. So, if the king moves here, it looks like they get away. If you go here, they do get away, right? They can go there. But you have queen to F3 checkmate, right? Because the bishop is now cut off here, I believe. So, like, are you saying to wear a baseball cap? Did you do a hats off that I missed? Let's go to this next one. If so, I can switch. I cannot hear it at all. So I'll believe you if you said you used that. And I appreciate those likes on TikTok. If we, this is just a pin, I suppose. And then capture back. Is that really it? I think so. Yeah. And you just take the queen. All right, next time, or not next time. Next one. They go back here to H7, G5, they move, you just go up. And then Minzy, I appreciate these likes. I don't know if they'll be able to stop it if you do it like that. And you can't go F5. This makes it kind of process of elimination because the other way, like F5, the knight goes to G5, everything is blockaded. So you'd have to go G, down. Yeah, I mean, only thing that makes sense to me. All right, they move the knight. Now we could go F5. Similar idea. No other... These pawns can't go up another way. So you have to do it this way. And then up. They take. Up. They take. They're one move too short. They almost got you. They almost have you. Oh! No, that is wrong. Because they take on G6. You go the other way. They got me. They got me. You go the other way. We're at 39. That's not a good one to get wrong. As we... I want to have much harder puzzles. We gotta lock in here. King forward or king down is the question. King D5. Rook down. I think king D5 so you can allow the bishop to blockade. So let's say here, sack, take, down. Yes. I believe it's D5. And now I think it's king here to D4. And now you blockade the diagonal. Take. Alright, got one right after a heart-wrenching miss. We can go here. They go up. Or do you just sack? Take here. Over. Do you sack immediately? I feel like you would have to. Oh, you wouldn't bring the rook over. You bring the queen over. Yeah, you do sack. Yeah, I'm thinking of the wrong piece. And then queen here. And yeah, I'll do this next one. They castle. Capture up E4 is what I think. Alright, next one. The queen's going to drop back. There's this check here on F7 attacking the king. If they drop back, taking, take, over. They have an infinite amount of checks. So I don't think doing it that way is correct. You can slide down to F7. The king can only go backwards. Oh, then you take this. They'd go over. Then you check, over, check. Yeah, I think I have to make the first move first. But I think this is the idea. You can't take because of this. So you can take, check, over. Then you could check diagonally. They'd go over. You check. There should be a mate there eventually. And still you can't take. And now the queen can go here. Okay. You go here. Yeah, here, over, take. Yeah, you just need to get the queen and the rook working together. So check again. And then take. And then check, and then over, and then check, winning the rook. Oh, no, that wouldn't win the rook. Taking this doesn't work, though. Because here, here, down. So slide over, check. Oh, and then you bring the rook over. Yeah. Check, and then bring the rook over. And that's going to be it. So the queen's going to slide down. What's going on, Tay? I see, yeah, we got the magician's hat on right now. Hats offers are redeemed on Twitch, so must honor that. This looks like a maiden too, unless I'm missing it. But the rook can capture... Oh, it's not maiden 2. Yeah, it looks good though. I thought... But no, it is maiden 2. You could go queen to e8, and then you could take... Or maiden 3, I guess. qe8, king h5, rook x g7, king x h6, and then q h8 checkmate. Should be it. Should be it. Let's see. Yeah, and then you're going to take here and then mate. Alright, this next one. They slide over. Alright, rook drops down. They go back. Oh no, I was say, what is this? This seems very easy. It's because they're going to go there instead of just going laterally, which would lose the game. But this also loses the game though with that and that. Yeah, this is just maiden 3, kind of regardless. Or maiden 2. But now you want to take this here, and then they slide over, you go down. Look at this next one. They're going to capture, what is that? A rook on e7. So what do we do in response? If you capture there on f2, the king would have to go back diagonally. And I don't know if I want it to do that. I may go bishop to f4 first. And then if they move over, we have bishop f3. And then we go bishop f4, they go king back, check. Yeah, I think it's this move first. Yeah. For those who didn't, I'll show that for those who didn't see. The idea behind this is that it's force mate whatever happens, right? So if they go down, you can give this check first. They can only go up. You have like a few, like 3 different maiden ones, but it's somewhere on the back rank, right, is the idea with that. And then I think that's the only thing they could do. Oh, and then rook here is the only other thing. You could take, and then they go, I guess they'd have to go back. And then you just go here, right? Yeah, that's also mate. So let's go to this next one. We're at 46. Take, down, take, down. That feels like the general idea of what I'm supposed to do, but I don't know if it's exactly right. You have to take there first, I would bet. That's my assumption. You're going to capture there on f6. Only legal move is bishop back. I just don't see how there's a mate. Like, if you take there, can you go here, this, and then queen back? And the king slides up. Oh, then knight check. That's mate. Yeah, it's not taking on g5. Capture. And you don't take here because they get out. You're going to give this check. They slide their king up, and then knight f6 is mate. Right, and then here, let's double check. It's a check. They can't move forward. They can't move back. Yeah. Look at this next one here. Their pawn pushes up. If you take their queen, they take your queen. No, that's probably not it. If you take their knight, they take your bishop. Another one where it's like, well, that's not exactly. That doesn't quite work out the way you would want it to work out for black. It's equal material right now, so you need to take more than they take. So you could take their queen. Take their queen. They take on b5. You can take the pawn there. What's going on, Dragon? How you doing? How do you get so good? What is that? Is that TikToks? But yeah, I'm not sure the exact take knight. Yeah, that's my first thought as well. My only thing with taking the knight is they can take your bishop, and then your queen's still hanging. So that's why I haven't done it yet. If you do, I don't see this. I don't see this at all. Because if you go up, The dark squares are weak. I see that they're... Oh! Oh, no. I get it. It's because their rook's rook is trapped. So if you take, and then you go bishop here, and then rook over, you go there. Yes. Yeah, and then you just take the rook here. Yeah. Let's go to the next one. They take there on h3. Oh, no. You just take the knight. And then they take, then you have a fork on h3. And then take... Though they would have to take back. I believe. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're at 49. The bishop's there on b5. So, 007, I don't know how to pronounce the first part. I'm doing puzzles today. I had viewer tournaments yesterday. I had them like every third. So, today's puzzles, tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next stream is Rapid Grind. And then we'll have puzzles, I mean not puzzles, we'll have the viewer tournaments again on that stream after. But bishop's here to b5. Let's see. If the knight takes on f3, queen takes. The bishop can't take in the center. That's not too useful. Oh, you could take and then go knight d4 though, right? Knight x f3. If they took with the queen, you could go knight d4, bxe, knight x, taking. They move over, you take back. Yeah, I think that's it. And now you can take this for free, unless I'm mistaken. I think you can take it for free now. All right, we got to 50. We got back to 50. All right, 6 away from a record. 6 away. My elo, over the board or online. And if you mean online, what time control? But I need to get 6 more puzzles right. And then normal guy, thank you for those likes there. Closing in on 10,000. All right. Okay, it took on d5. What can we do? What can we do? We want to save the knight. It's equal material. If you take their knight first. Appreciate that, Gio. Appreciate it. But you take on c3. They take your knight. You take. Now you would take attacking their bishop. They'd move and you take. But that doesn't win you anything. Wins you nothing at all, actually. Capture, up, discover, check. You couldn't save that. You can't save that. Why is this online my best time control? 2300. Yeah, they took there on d5. D captures c3. D captures c6. And C captures B. I have no idea. And I appreciate those likes on TikTok. Closing in. We hit 10,000. Closing in on 10.5 thousand. A6 doesn't work. Because they could still just take that. That's the problem. Everything you're thinking of, they can just take. The knight is stuck. So let's say you take their knight. They take your knight. You would have to take their pawn back. I don't know. I mean, I have no clue. Why is this the puzzle that is blocking me from 56? I do not. This is so difficult. You can't save the knight whatever you do. Like, trying to save the knight is pointless. Take. I don't know. Who knows? That is correct. Okay. That is the first move. Now the second move. My thing is, I think you need the queen here so that they don't take back and you take, and so that you could just take back. So I think it's bishop e7. I think king over just runs into like rook over or something. I think you don't go queen down. I think it's bishop e7. That is correct. And then you're going here because the queen now guards that. And then now you can take this at the end of it. Yes! Alright, 51. Alright. And that one was harder than, I think, this one. Hopefully it's harder than this one. So if you go, I think d4 is just winning. Because if they take your knight bxc, and you still have 2 things attacking that, and if they move the knight, You can move your queen, check. Then you take the knight, or they push you, take the bishop. I think you could just go d4. My personal best is 55. 55 is the personal best. I've got 50, 51, and 52 this stream. So I've been gut-wrenchingly close to it. And I think I can do it this time. I'm feeling good. We only have one wrong. And one wrong that should not have been wrong. Like, I saw it. Or I could have seen it, I should say. It wasn't one where I'm like, oh, I would have never found that. I missed a gettable one. I think this one's just d4, though. I am not going to overthink this. If you take, they take. The queen takes. Elo for online or over the board, and then what time control are you asking? Just want to make sure I answer the right question there. But yeah, I think d4 first is the idea. d4. They move the knight, take. If you take, they take. Yeah, please be right. Yes, because the problem is, it looks like they're moving the defender. Over the board, 1956 USCF. I don't have a FIDE, I only have 3 rated FIDE games, but that's my USCF rating though. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. And then we could go queen here to a5. Right. Because you can't go up here, I believe, because then they could go up, attacking your queen. Then you go back, then they can move. But if you give this check, now if they go up, you could just take the bishop. Yes, and now you can take, let's double check though. You can take this. I already got that one. Alright, they go up here to e5. What's my best time control? That's my bullet rating. Although I don't know if it's my best. I would not say that's my best time control. I just don't like playing rapid very much. I want to, if I'm playing a long game, I want to do it for like the norms or the title of USCF. But my rapid's a little lower, but I think it's probably a little higher than it is right now. But yeah, they're going up there to e5. Bishop captures f5, attacking the king. And if they slide over, do you play Dragon or Burke? And if so, what are your guys' ratings? Alright, this is not one that is coming as easy. Some of them I've seen kind of instantly. I'm not saying this instantly. I think you can take on f5 and then try d5. So bishop captures, they move the king, pawn forward, but that, I don't know. I have to worry about this pin here with the pawn going forward. Okay, Tilo. Do you play over the board at all? I think if you go up, when you start playing Dragon? 51%? Okay. D5, I don't think is it. Because they can just go up. That's why I think it's this. But beyond anything else I could do, this is just such an issue. Never play over the board. Do you want to? Or you think you just want to stick online? I mean, no judge, just curious. But you can take here, check. If they go over, up. I mean, they can't take it. No. Alright. It's take this pawn here. I didn't even see that at all. Alright, we have 2 wrong. 2 wrong. We have to go 4 for 4 on these next 4. Alright. 4 for 4. Queen a5. No. I don't think that works. Right now the knight's hanging. That's the big issue in the position. If you take the bishop, the queen takes. Oh no, you could trap. No, I think that is it. No, the bishop's almost trapped. So what if you go queen? So you take that with, you take the bishop on f4, queen takes. Queen a5 check. The only problem if they can move their queen down, because b5 almost traps the bishop. That's the thing. It's almost trapped there. So if you take, queen down, take, a6 runs into b3. So but you have to check first, but then they go bishop back. So take. I honestly do not know. I have no clue. Because what I'm looking at is if the queen's on a5, you could get in b5. You could trap the bishop. Like, it's not impossible. Can I do the arrows? Yeah, we can do the arrows. So, my first thought is to take, and then here. Well, the first thought is if the queen's here, let's not focus on like this side of the board right now. If the queen's here and you go up and they take, the bishop's trapped. So I'm trying to work to that position. And if you capture queen up, it's almost there, but queen down. Now you can't go b5 or they take your queen. So that's what I'm thinking of right now. They'll just take the queen that way. So if you go, but if you go here first, then here you're just losing, right? Because then this is under attack and this is hanging. So that's why I think you have to take, and I'm just not seeing the rest of it. So if you capture up. Oh, it's still that. Oh my god, no, it's still that. It's still that. Because they would have, I see it. You take first, take b5. The bishop's hanging right there. Take at cxb5. The bishop's still hanging. They have to take, but then you go qa5. And now, yeah. They even just go for it. I'll show how that works though, but you could just take here. The reason is, okay, I saw that one. I figured it out. The reason it works here, my dad taught me since I was 6. My dad also taught me. I used to know the Italian, but I don't anymore. It's because if they take, the bishop is still stuck, which is the problem. What I was seeing at first for a while was here, and then queen here, which does not work because of QD2. They're actually still winning apparently, but it doesn't win the bishop, which is what you're trying to do in the puzzle. Let's go to this next one. See if we can get this. Their pawn is here on f4. Alright. Alright. So, I think it's easy. But I know the 54th puzzle should not be easy. Absolutely, Tilo. So what I'm thinking is queen down here to a8. If they go here... Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. It's not easy. No. Take. King over. Down. Here. No, that doesn't work. The idea, I'm thinking here with the rook. But they could take my queen. And I'm down a minor piece. You can't win a piece that way. Slide the rook over first. They'll take. No, that's definitely it. I think it's rook ad1. Now, if they take queen check up, take. So that works because of that. So if you go here, and then they say go back, that's checkmate. Right, you go here, they go back, you'll take. You go here, they go back, you'll take. Over, check. That's the rook ad1. It's not quite mate yet because you have that check before. If you move this rook, it is mate though. But I think you go here, yeah. And they're going to move their rook up. You can go check, and then you take the queen, right? I believe so. Here, and then here. Okay, I want to see why can't they go queen there to a7 though? Why can't they go here? Knight b, oh, it's the same thing. And then here, and then you have qa8. And then it's to remove the defender tactic. Ah, interesting. All right, this next one. We're at 54. Their bishop's down here on g7. Okay. Queen b6. If they slide king h1, there shouldn't be a way to... No, there's not a mate there. If you go knight to h3, I guess the pawn is free though, so that's something. If you take on h, they have, I'm sure, a mate. You have to check every turn. I would guess here. Let's do a material count. You're up a rook. So you honestly, if you just don't get checkmated and you survive the attack, they could be fine. So you could potentially just take there. on g7. Rook x g7. I guess why can't you do that? If you just take that. Oh, and knight captures h6, king h8, rook x f8. Okay, you can't take that. If you... Okay. Bishop captures h2, king captures h2. And then if the king's over, you can't really do anything. You can't take on g2. The knight can't move anywhere. Like knight h3, the king could still just slide over. Rook takes, check, over. And then Soul, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. Man, 2 strikes here. 2 strikes right now. We gotta get this one right. Bishop captures h2, I don't think works or does anything for me. Rook captures g7, doesn't work because of knight x h6. Rook captures f5. Bishop captures h6. I don't know. Or not even that. QE8? Take QE8. Take... Oh, wait, no. If you took the knight, QE8, king captures g7. Take the knight. Bishop captures h6. Oh, maybe you can do that. Queen b6 attacking. Take QE8. Take. Yeah, maybe you do just have to do that though. There, rook captures. Man, this is a hard puzzle here for to get the tie of my all-time record. Hard puzzle, hard puzzle. This feels, I guess this is supposed to be the hardest one I've done. The hardest one I've done today, but this is the farthest I've gotten today. So yeah, that makes sense that it's the hardest one I've done today. So, I guess yeah, you asked me to do the arrow. So, bishop captures was my first thought, but the king slides over, and then there's just no follow-up, I believe, is the problem. Rook capture was my second thought. There's mate. I don't know if black has mates, unless I'm missing it. Rook has to take. I mean, that's one of my thoughts, but I'm still just calculating is all. You can't do that because they can slide over. You can't take there. If the knight goes there, you slide over. Rook captures f8. That's checkmate there. If you go here... Oh, no, you can't. No. Yeah, bishop back there to d4. That's an issue. I guess you would have to. Because then takes... If you do this, captures over. Queen takes bishop? I think the problem with that is can't they just take? I think it's this. Because anything else runs into an issue. The knight. I wish we could go here. Over. Take. Check. Over. Sack the bishop? I don't know. Where are you saying sack the bishop at? Man. Rook takes bishop. If the rook takes the bishop, they can do knight. That was my first thought. I think if you take the bishop, they have knight captures h6. And then you have to go king h8, rook captures f8. I think you have to take the knight. I just don't see after that what to do. That's not bad. Rook x g7, knight x h6 check, king h8, rook x f8, rook g8, rook x g8 mate. I think you have to take the knight. I'm just, man, if I get this wrong, I'm cooked. I'm 2 away. I can't get it wrong here. But I think you have to. That's what my gut is telling me. But I'm like, if that's wrong, tough. Because if you take queen e8, king captures g7. Bishop x h2. You're saying do that first? There. But then king over. And then it's back. I guess it doesn't matter that much. I mean, either way they would take that back though. Right? Because if the queen would have to move at some point. QB3. I'm guessing you mean QB6. So QB6. Yeah, I was thinking QB6 as well, but bishop d4. And then it's this. Well, I'll just put it on the board. It's because if you go here, then they have bishop here, and then it's a check as well. I'm almost certain you can take this though. Bro, please, please. I have to. This is too hard. I wish it was an attacking puzzle for the penultimate puzzle, but it's this one. I think you have to take, because you just get mated if you don't take. I guess if you don't take, what's so bad about it? Knight takes here. I mean, I'm guessing there's some type of mate. Once the knight, yeah. And then the rook coming down. Same idea as of just taking. BH2, that was my very first thought. I'm between these two moves. Everything else I've kind of ruled out. Honestly, nothing else makes sense besides this or this to me. Anything else runs into a pretty big issue. Like, I wanted this to work. It almost works if they, like, do anything. But they can go knight h6, though. That's the only thing. I'm just going to go for it. No! It's wrong. Is it taken then that? Yeah. Oh, you sack. Wow, that's crazy. You're supposed to go into this endgame. Well, I'll live with that. Here, you sack the queen. I was never going to find sacking the queen. And you're just supposed to go up these pieces. That is an insane one. Well, we got to 54. Unfortunately, we are a little bit short there. Good stuff, Silas. Alright, we gotta get back there, though. Gotta get back there. This is the first puzzle. Should be easy for the first little bit. Hopefully. Here, and then take. Alright, that's one. Check. Mate, that's two. Appreciate that, Tilo. I'm trying to get back up. They bring down, rook down here. We got the first four. Take, and you're going to have your queen go here to f1 for checkmate. Alright, next, mate in 1, the bishop guarding the queen. This is mate in 1 as well. They have nothing that can go on the light square diagonal. Mate in 1 is you're guarding that. Now, knight in here, check. Knight here, check. Yes. I got the first 10. Got the first 11. 11's always easier than 10, I've been noticing. If you, you can take the knight first, and you're attacking the rook. And if they take, you'll take. If they take, you'll take, yeah. Take knight first, now you take the bishop. I got the first 12. You're going to sack here on f1. And we have the first 13. Here, down. Have the first 14. Bishop's going to retreat. Alright, there we go. And this is a mate in 3. Take, knight takes, queen takes. Next up, we can have this fork here. Is there something more? With rook down? I don't think so. Because you go rook down, they go king up. Yeah, there's nothing more there. I think you just win the queen. You go this next one. You have the white pieces. Let's win the rook here. You're going to win that pawn as well. Let's go this next one. And then so appreciate the follow there on TikTok. Appreciate all the likes you've been receiving. We hit 10,000 there. If I missed you following, I much appreciate it as well. Bishop can, or not bishop, queen can capture here on d2. That's free, and then that's still hanging. So that should be good, just capturing. And then you'll just take this, and you'll take that. I'll do this next one. The queen's going to slide forward. This is mate in 3. So you take this, and you have to go down straight, and then bring your knight here for checkmate. Alright, there should be a mate soon. Rook's going to slide down. If they come in, checkmate there, right? So rook here to f6. Yeah, they didn't make you get that far. Knight here looks like a great move, but knight here to f6 is actually just checkmate instead. So you're going to go there. They bring their rook over, but queen down here is mate in 1, as this pawn is guarded by this rook. So let's see if that's correct. It is there. Alright, their queen's here. You're going to take this, and you have this fork on d3, and take there on f4. The queen drops back. You can sack your rook, and then go queen captures. And you take that at the end. Alright, next, their queen slides over. You're going to remove the defender tactic. So it's queen here, check. They have to go up, rook down, check, over, and you take on f7. Alright, so this next one. This is a smothered mate. And we have the first 27 here. Their queen's going to slide back over. If you take, they go over, check, up, and then checkmate. Is that correct? Yeah, I think so. And then here. There's the next one. They're going to slide over. This is really similar to the other one. There's a mate in 3 with the knight and the queen. So you're going to capture the bishop. They go back. Knight's going to take. They go over. And queen takes on a2 at the end. Alright, let's go to this next one here. The rook's going to slide down. You could go for... Oh, yes, it is for it. They go back. Check, down, check, up, checkmate. Right? And it's actually a mate idea. They push their pawn forward here. There's no way... How do you get out of this? Actually, I have no clue. You have the... Oh, you go up, right? Because if they take this, you have a pin on the king. So you need to try and get the... Yeah, you go h6, giving initiative, so your king can get out the way. Right? And then you go king here to h7. And now you're taking that by getting the pin there at the end. If you go down and get a queen at the end of the board, that seems like that should be the move up here to h8 queen. They're going to move the king forward, and then after that, could you go bishop in? Or is it bishop in now first? No, but they can go c5 though. So you get the queen. Now this one, what a distinguishing, what a distinguishing gentleman indeed. I'm a magician though. I don't have any tricks, unfortunately. All I do is play chess. h8, maybe q e5. Yes. I'm gonna take this, capture, over, and then checkmate. Yeah. The rook is free though, and then you go here to g5. Alright, what's the next one? There's a mate here. There's a mate here somewhere. Somewhere there is. I believe you go bishop to b3, and then rook to f1. Alright, next one, they're gonna... You have the white pieces. How could you possibly... I have no clue how. I would not win this game if I didn't know that... Oh! Wait, is it up here? Down takes... I would not win this game. I have no... This is crazy. Is it up here? Check. No, that doesn't make any sense. How would you possibly win this game? I have no clue how you could possibly win this. If you move your pawn forward there, their bishop drops down. Oh, no, I see it. It's because you go here, over, king c5, take, b4. The only legal move is taking, and then you queen. That's pretty cool. Let's go to this next one. Their knight's going to move here to a6. The knight... Oh, no, the knight can take this. They can take, you can take that, and then you can take that. So yeah. You get 3 minor pieces for it. That's more than enough. There's this pen here. They bring their bishop over. So that makes me a little worried if that's the idea or not. But you could go rook over, king over, rook here, and just win the bishop. And you're going to win the bishop at the end. They're going to take here on f7. Captures here. But can you leave that? Can you not take it? Like, I want to slide over. But if you go here, they move their... Oh, you could take. Because their queen's hanging. Yes, you can do that. And then you can take this. Their queen's also hanging. You got 2 pieces for it. Alright, bishop's here on e6. What can we do in response? You could take, check. Oh, I see. Is knight captures f6, check. G captures f6, qx d8, king x d8, bx f6, king moves bx h8. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah, nothing else would work. If you took the knight first, it wouldn't work because it has to be check. And then if they don't take it back, like say they just move their king for it, you could still take and just go back to d5 and win the knight. So let's see if that's correct. Yeah, then here and here. Now the next one, they're going to slide over. Can you just take this? Oh no, they can take that way. What am I talking about? If you go here, they go back. Oh, and then you take over and then bishop here. Ah. Let's say, how do you checkmate them? Like, there's no mates because there isn't mate. You're just winning the rook there. We got the first 40 here. Alright, so now we're getting into the hard territory. We have to get the next 16 correct as well. Let's not think about as much. Let's keep going. We're doing good right now. We're flowing right now. Right now, we are down a rook, though. That's not a good thing. There is a double check on the board, and I think there's a mate with knight to d3, double check. King has to slide over to b2, b1 illegal move, and you have queen, b5, king over, and then qb2. I think this is literally just forced. They can't do anything about it, yeah. Alright, got that one. Queen captures a6 here. What can we do next? Oh, wait. You just take... Really? You just take this. I was like, if you go here trying to go there, you could go there immediately. You can just capture. And then checkmate. Alright, that's... Alright, I'll take it. The queen's there on d5. We're up a minor piece right now. Right now, we're up. If bishop captures, it does set up a mate idea. So they would have to react to that. And maybe you could save it. So bishop captures on f4. Then they go g3. Bishop captures g3. They have to stop the mate. And then, how would you save the rook, though? I think that's the first move. Is the bishop takes there on f4. And then if they go up there to g3, you take there on g3. And then if the queen drops back, you could take the rook. I think you have to capture, though. Bishop captures f4. They have to stop mate. And then just knight d. Yeah, I think that's it. But, and begs the question why this is a puzzle, because it seems pretty simple. So that's why I'm second guessing myself on this. But I think it's just take. Yeah, and then because you're attacking the rook at the end, which is the problem. Oh, you're not. Oh. I would not have done that. I don't know if that would have found that if I knew that was part of it. Can you go up here, maybe? Down, over, over, over? And then take. I do this next one here. Let's see, they push. Oh, what's going on, Getaway Cat? Remind me something that we discussed. I can't say it's familiar off the top of my head. But they go up here to g3. We can go knight here. And that may be free, right? If you just go here to e5, looking there. Oh, no, wait, no. They can just go back. Take here. And then Zach, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. Closing in on 10.5 thousand. If you capture the queen moves, no, capture queen moves, knight moves. They may have got me. I may get this one wrong. They may have got me. Capture, because you can't move the knight. If you move the knight, they move their knight. And then it doesn't do anything. If you take, then the queen takes, the knight moves. The queen can't take the pawn though, because then bishop to b5. Alright, I should, yeah, show it. So if you do this, and then here, the queen can't take because of this, but the queen could just slide back though. This one is not super obvious, to me at least. Is it knight slide in, knight replaces? Knight captures, knight captures. You just need more pieces involved. That's the problem. You need more pieces to get involved in the attack. And I don't have a whole lot. 2100. Getaway. I'm sorry, man. I do not remember the username, but I will not forget it again. I'm not forgetting it. Getaway cat. Yeah, I'm with you, Sylvan. This is a complicated one. 95. We're looking at f3. If you take, knight moves. Is it because you're setting up a mate? No. But even if the pawn's on f3, after you go knight to e5, I don't think you'd be able to hold it. Because they could just go back, you go f3, they could go knight to d2. And then you couldn't really hold that one. Take. Could you go g5 after? I don't think you could go g5 after. Knight, knight. Take. I'm not sure. 95. Yeah, that's my first thought. I just don't know after knight slides over to d2 how you win with that. Oh, the board rating is 19. It is 19 something over the board, yes. So you did ask me about my ratings, I'm guessing. 95. That's what I would play in a game, I'm sure. I'm sure in a game I wouldn't even think about it. But it must be something that I'm missing after knight d2. But that's immediately your eyes dart to this. Once the knight moves here, okay, here, if you take, they take. It's still a pin. But you can't get a second piece. That's the only, you can't get a second piece there. Is taking this, does that do anything first? There. If the knight moved, it's an issue now, right? So they'd have to take with something else. And then could you try knight here? Oh, maybe it's because take, they'd have to take here, they'd go here. Then could you go bishop here? And then you're attacking that. I think so. No, that's not it. No, I literally said it's 95 and then that. Yeah, it's 95 and then that. I saw that and I made the wrong move first. That's insane. Why did my hand do that? I saw that. My idea is right. Dude, can't believe I just did that one. But we got that wrong. We have 2 more strikes before we can get to the thing. But their knight's here on f6. What can we do on this one? That is a crazy miss. I can't believe I saw the actual idea. I still got it wrong. If you capture here, they could take and then bishop captures. Nah. Probably not. We have this pin. So what could you do realistically? Capture, capture, capture. I don't think that's it. Knight here attacking the bishop. They'd have to drop back. So no, I don't think that's it either. What can you have be hanging? You could take this maybe, and then take this. Alright, right now, we're at even material. If you take the queen, they take your queen. You take their knight, they take your knight. You take their bishop, And you get 2 pieces. So I think you can just queen trade. Attacking the bishop. Alright, next one. They took here on f6. They're not throwing a mate or anything, but we have 3 pieces that are pretty close to their king right here. So it should be something along the lines of that, if I'm guessing. Like, it has to be something with the king. If you slide down, they'll just take. If you slide over, they'll just take. If you take, they'll just take. So those 3 moves are probably not it. Could you rotate? If you could somehow block off the rook, right, that would lead to a benefit. If you could get like here and then get your queen in. Alright, rotate it around. But there's no way to rotate e3. e3. e3, if they go bishop here. Oh yeah, I think it would do something. Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. I think it is e3. Because if you go up here to e3, the bishop rotates. Then you could take that way. And then, yeah, you're actually completely right. They go up. Just capture? Winning the queen? Or do you take here, queen? Does it matter? I'm sure it matters. How do I see the difference, though? I'm just going to win the queen. Yeah, if winning the queen is wrong, then I'll just get it wrong. And then you'll take this here. Alright, this next one. They move their rook down. You go rook down here. Let's see. They move out the way. So that's probably not it. Here, here. No. There's nothing here. Nothing here. Down, check, over. And the king is completely safe. That is kind of the issue. The king's completely safe. Boom, boom. Oh, then you could go here. But then they can move this back. And they're guarding that diagonal. So is there a way I can shut off their queen from getting to that diagonal? That's now where my mind's going towards. If you give this check, and they go back, and you go here, you're Arthur-ing mate in 1, right? They can move their queen forward. Alright, queen over. But I think it has to be this first. Oh, yeah, I think it is this first. But then if they move their rook up, that becomes an issue. But this way would cut off. It'd give the square immediately. But then I guess now that doesn't work because then the rook could just slide forward. If you did this first, and they did whatever, and you went queen down, then the rook can go up this way. So that doesn't work. See, I think it will give the check first. Yeah. Okay, they slide their king up. It still feels like this is the idea. Like bishop f4, they move the queen back there guarding. But also they could just go rook d1 now. So what's the best continuation? There, rook moves. How would you even check them, though? How would you even get a check-in? The knight's useless. Completely useless. Well, my first idea is here, but this is stopped completely. So, here. No. Here. No. Okay, so if they... Wait, maybe. No, you can't go there. What am I talking about? Here. Oh, they can't go over. Oh, maybe. There's nothing else they can do. QG2 idea, king went back rank. Oh, you guys are saying, oh. I agree. I agree with this QG2. You said that was idea for the other one too? Here, they go back, QG2. Oh yeah, it's trapped as well. Very good eye. I think you guys are right. Yeah. And you're going to take the rook. And now you could just go king over, because going back, they take. And you go here to g8 instead. Alright, let's slide that rook over. Queen down is my first thought. Right now, do a material count, equal material. So if you go down, they go down. There's no fork or anything that I can see, at least. Check. They have to go queen back somewhere. Oh, can you take this first? No. Take, check. I think it has something to do with that. I think you can take this. Take this. If they take, you take, check. They have to go over, then you go down, and that's mate. So then take. If they went up, you check. They take. Yeah, I think you can capture. Yes. Alright, and now they have their rook capturing the knight. That I did not prepare for. That was not something I... Oh, but you can take this, because if they take, there's checkmate, right? Yes, and they have to do it this. So this next one. The rook slides over here. And then rook to g8. But they have a check on b4. So I don't know if that's the move. Could you sack the rook? Rook captures g2. King x g2. Rook g8. Q. King h1. RG8 doesn't work. Oh, they could just go g3 as well. So I'm sure you sack. Oh, no, this is the same thing as the last puzzle. Yeah, no, I literally did this puzzle earlier. It's just, I had the white pieces. It's here and then over and then, or no. Here and then up and then here and then over and then down and then over and then rook. Yeah, I literally did this puzzle already today. It's just a different side of the board. Here and then here. Yeah. Alright, the rook's gonna, king's gonna slide down. Let's see. Knight sliding over. Queen captures f3. That doesn't work. That's crazy. They did the exact same puzzle on the other side of the... But it was like exactly flipped. But it was a little bit different in terms of the material count. But it's basically the same puzzle. I think you can sack the rook. Take. Almost. You can almost sack the rook there. I think you have to go there though. And then here. The queen there doesn't work. I think it would be discovered check. And then up here. Oh, maybe knight down? I mean, it has something to do with this. Oh, wait, no. Here, take and then queen. Yes. I think you have to go there. But it's not because of this, like I was saying. Because the king gets out the way. And I don't think that works. I think QH3. And then there, then there. And then QH3. If they go over, checkmates. Are those next one? The king drops back. QD6. Rook over, rook e8. No, that doesn't work. Rook e8 first, no. QG5, no. QD6 feels the most forcing, but I don't see how you could win with it, because QD6, they would have to go rook. I guess it's forcing, so I should look at it because it's forcing. QD6, rook d7, QF8, king forward, and then we're kind of nowhere. So QD6, rook d7, rook down, sacking. Oh, could you go king f8? Oh, almost. King f8, queen, king f8, queen c5. It doesn't quite work, right? If you do it that way. King f8, queen c5. Rook e8, king takes, queen down, qd6 over, down, over, up, over, check, up, check, down, check, boom, boom, boom. No, I can't. I should probably say this out loud. I'm thinking it. I'm thinking in my head. So there are 3 main moves that I'm considering. I forgot streaming for a second. I'm very locked in. So you go here, Q to D6. That's my first thought. There's another thought, and then this is another thought, and then I'm looking at this as well. So 4 moves, I guess I'm deciding between. Now the first one I think has no legs. I think it doesn't make any sense here. With rook to e8, take, it doesn't work. QD6 is the most confident I feel in it. I'm just missing after rook d7 what to do. Because they can't, if you go here, they literally can't go king c8 because this is just checkmate, right? So that's why I'm kind of feeling it's QD6. But after rook d7, I'm missing that part of it. Could you slide back over to qf6 if you did that? No. So if you go here, rook d7, you can go qf8. They go up. And it doesn't work. QF, okay, then other, so these are the two. I guess we can just kind of kick this off. That doesn't work because of that. So it's either queen here, it's a queen infiltration square, f6 or d6. So d6, I'm running into that issue. Let's see if it's the same type of issue here. Rook over, queen over here. This is literally the same thing. So I don't see the difference here between f6 and it's literally the same thing, or it's the same problem. But yeah, qd6, rook d7, qf8 up. That doesn't work. It's one of those two though. So that narrows it down a little bit, I guess. Does qg5 do anything? No, I think it's probably too far away and not forcing enough. You set qd6, rook d7, rook e8, king xe8, queen f8. Oh, you're right. Yes. Very good find, Eamon there on Twitch. Yeah. It's cute. So qd6 is correct, but I don't think I would have found it without him saying that. Yeah, I think it's he has enlightened me. It's here and then here. And then you sack. I think I said all of that. I just missed after this that it's queen f8. I almost got there. You've been saying that? Oh, my bad. But yeah, queen here, here, down, over, and checkmate. And then here. What a find for everyone who found that. But yeah, this you can just take. No, I don't know if you can quite just take that. Capture, capture, capture. They wouldn't do it that way. You could take and they just capture back that way. You could slide in, check. I don't know if that's it though. Knight in here, I also feel like that's kind of an issue. Taking, if they take. I mean, a check gets out the way of the attack. That's the first thing that crosses my mind. Is just queen there to c5 check. If the queen goes forward, you could take. There's a discovered attack on the file right now with the rook on the queen. I just have to get that to where it's a useful part of the board. Knight. So queen c5. If they move the queen, you would take it. They take. Knight d6 seems like a move that would really be useful at some points. But I need this double attack somewhere. And my queen has to move. I have to take the knight and attack the queen. Knight takes knight. Yeah, knight takes knight. I like that idea. That's my first thought because of this. And you just win the game. But here, if the knight comes back. Oh, wait, no, and then you could just go queen here. And they have to sack the queen. They can't go forward, yeah. And then if here, so I see how it would work if they can't, they can't do, if I do this, they can't take, and they can't go back. So they would have, so if I go here, they have to take here. So that's back to forcing now. If you go queen in, king forward there. So takes, captures. Oh, then just check, and then you win the queen. Yeah. No, it's not it. Let's see. First check, and then you do it. Oh, what a fine knight there at the end. That's crazy. I already got 2 wrong there. We're sitting at 50. I keep getting to 50, bro. I keep getting to 50. I'm tired. I'm tired. Can I please just get past? I don't know how I got to 55. I've got to 50 like 5 times this stream. I just don't get it. Why could I not get past? I got 54 last time. Let's see if we can get there. The rook's over. I mean, the first thought is just rook d2. Because there's a free bishop. But I know that this engine will not allow me to get it that simple. So it's not that. It's not that. It must be something else. If you move... But nothing else even makes sense, though. Like, it... Yeah. I guess because rook d2, if they move the king to c4, knight a3, na3, or kc4, na3, knight x b1, kb3. I mean, I feel like that has to be it. Yeah, it must... I'm guessing it's rook d2. Rook d2, they move... They move that way. I mean, I see no other way. Yeah, if I save for 10 minutes, I'm still going to play this, I'm sure. Yeah, this is right. Now, I have to go for this idea, because if you go here, they can take it back. But there's a fork here, and then down you take, so knight a3, and then you slide down and capture the rook. Alright, this next one. Bishop back here to d6. I think we could do queen. I know it seemed way too easy, Sylvan. I'm with you. I'm like, it's no way it's this, but it was that. They go q here to h5. Looking for that mate. They can go up. Knight in doesn't work. They have so many pieces. But yeah, you're right, though. Who said something, though? Joshua, I do have to take a little more time. I don't have to wait. I don't have to go through it. But I feel like I see them. And then it's like, whoa, I did not see that. I did not see them. QH5 is the first thought. Another thing is it's equal material right now. So, if you sack the bishop, the king takes QH5. King drops back. But there's no knight to E7, though, which should make it worth it. Bishop sack, yeah, it feels like that should be it. But after, I'm just missing after the king back move. Because if you go rook e1, you allow them to play rook e8, and then it doesn't work. But nothing else makes sense. Like, if you move queen there, g6, I feel like it's... Like, you couldn't do anything after that, I imagine. If you go rook there first, rook over first, but no, still, you still can't get the knight in. The bishop would always stop it. So here, they go up. Man, this is quite the puzzle. Knight can go to E. No, knight can't go anywhere. Let's go through. I like what I did that one time, where every piece can move. Knight there, no. Okay. It's not the knight. The knight can't do anything useful. The bishop. Now, bishop captures h7. Okay. I mean, honestly, but after this, it's just like here, and then here, or here, and then here. Nope. One more time. Here, and then here, and then here, and then back. It's like, I want that to work so bad. Queen up sets up a mate idea, too. They have to block. Queen up sets up a mate idea. Can you set up a mate idea and attack a piece is the question. If you go here, you're, I guess, kind of attacking that knight, but not really. I think that's what it is. It's a threat of mates that sets up something else, I'm guessing, and that's what I'm missing. So if you go here, they would have to block there. Here, they would have to block there. Sack, then queen f5. Wait, here you're saying up. And what are you saying? I fork the queen if he takes. What are we talking? Huh? Maybe I missed a message or something. Sack then queen f5. Queen f5, pawn block, queen sack, knight fork. You're saying here, qf5, if block, sack, I feel like I'm not seeing. This is definitely my fault. You're saying after you sack, they take QF5. Oh, you're so right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I understand now. Here, up. I knew it was something with this. And then there. And then take, and then knight. Because they can only blockade. That's why it's QF5 versus here. Because then that. Yeah, that's insane. Very good find. The knight's going to come forward here. If you capture your attacking... That's... Wow. That is a crazy spot. If the knight takes... We're trying to remove a defender. I think you just take this. Because you take this. This knight is then hanging. They do this. The baby. The baby? The... I don't know, man. I feel like we are completely different complexion. But yeah, the knight can take on e6, I believe. And then the queen captures here. And then take, and then take. I mean, I only got so many different options. Take, oh, not so many. Then you take here. Alright, 53. Three, come on. Three more. Alright, let's see. Queen can slide down to a8. But no. I don't think that's it. Queen h6. King over. Queen down over. No, that's not it. Where am I from? I'm from the United States. What about yourself? Yeah, queen. There's gotta be... This one has to be easier. Because there's not that many pieces on the board, and the king's open, so I just need to not overcomplicate it. If the queen slides over to h6, oh, drawing arrows. If we slide over here to h6, we attack the king, but they can really just slide over, and it's not that bad. If you slide in here, well, we have this idea too. Rook captures f7. If takes, takes. I'm not feeling that's correct there. Check, down, check, 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 no. So Amir, today is a puzzle only day, but in 2 streams from now, we'll have the viewer tournaments. I have like a 3 type of stream rotation going on. So yesterday's viewer tournaments, next one's gonna be a rapid grind, and then today puzzles. And then Eman, are you a basketball fan? Are you a Jokic fan? Yeah, we could go down, but I just don't think. Just play one. I mean, yeah, if I just played one, it wouldn't be that big of a deterrent. But then I would have to say yes to everyone. So I'm just going to keep it for the viewer tournament. But we could go here to h6. Oh wait, then can you go bishop here? If you go here. There, bishop down. So then they wouldn't go over. Because then if they went over, you'd go down. That's mate. So then there. And then over. Check. Here. Check. But where's the... No, but no. No. They could just go... I was just about to say that, medium. Yeah. I was just about to say that. That's why I said no. I'm like, bishop back, though. So that doesn't actually work. We're here again at 53. This is a familiar spot today. This is like the 5th time we've been around this. Or I guess we didn't get to 53 before. This is the 3rd 53, I believe. Queen to a8 doesn't work. Rook capturing on f7 doesn't work. Bro, it blows my mind every time I do this that there are some people who see this instantly. Like, I saw videos of them asking Fabiano or Magnus Carlsen questions, and they'll get like this hard puzzle. I got it. I don't know how much long does that take to do. Like, how many puzzles that they do where they see stuff like this instantly? Because this is winning for white. If I was playing a bullet game or over the board game, I don't think I would ever say that this is winning, given that queen here is on the way, and this is completely won because it's a puzzle. I'm guessing it's QA8 if I had to guess. It forces that down. I just don't see any continuation at all. The bishop is an unguarded piece. If we could somehow make that a weakness, like if you try to rook over, but then they just go queen in, and that defeats the point. If you give this check, rook down, again, defeating the point, kind of. If you sack, could you sack this way? And they take, check, up, take, over here to g6. I think that also runs into an issue. Queen h6, bishop c6. So bishop c6, my thing with that is that now I have no access to the king side, and there's nothing there. q8 is also my thought, Sylvan. That's, but I know for, yep, fair. He's the best in the world. But yeah, and then something else. qh6, rook f5. Here, I'm just worried about this, but you're saying here. I just think they, after this, they can go down. And I could be wrong. Is it take? Because the bishop can't move for a turn. Here. Boom, 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 boom. At the end of it, I'm guessing there has to be something where you're winning the queen. That's my assumption. Is the queen somehow falls at the end of this line. Why is it the hardest puzzle? qa3. After qa3, could they go bishop c5 though? If you're saying qa8, rook e8, qa3, bc5. And then take, check. Oh, wait. Oh, but no, they don't have to go rook e8 though. Because if you go down, then the king can just go over. Yeah, that's the problem. They could just go king g7. I think you'd be right if they can't, if they have to go rook e8 though. Because then you could take that with check. But then, I'm not showing any of this. So what we're saying, the idea that was given is qa8, rook here, rook down, or queen down, check. And you're setting up rook f7. Which I do think is what you have to do. Because I think the queen has to fall. But I think with this, they don't have to go there. They could go there. And then you can't take. And then even that I still think may be wrong. Because there and then down. Let's say they, like I said, they have to go back. If they go bishop c5 or like q c5. I guess you couldn't go q c5. Here. What's going on, Nate? How you doing, bro? Try something. I do want to try something, but I have 2 strikes. So I want to have it more figured out before I try it. Yeah, king g7. That's what I'm thinking, even like king g7. It stops a lot of stuff. Bishop e6. Bishop e6. I think they can go play qc3. Is the problem with that. The rook. I was looking at that medium. I was like, if you go queen there, that's, I don't know if, I'm not showing all the stuff I'm calculating, so I should probably do that. I was doing this at first with this, but I'm like, after here, there's just no way for the queen to like swing around and do something. Appreciate that, Nate. I know, 45 away, man. You've been here much before that. It's crazy for me to see too. I can't believe it's that close to 1,000. But yeah, appreciate the likes there. I missed the username. And I have been streaming for a while. Someone said that. KK, yeah, it's been what, almost 5 hours. But I think queen to a8 check. I want to play that so bad. I just king g7 stops everything. Can you go for a pin on qa3, but nah. Bishop c7, bishop c5. Rook h1? Rook h1. Oh, maybe. Rook h1. And then if you go here, hey, rook here, They go over. Check. I think it's here. Oh, you can't go down, though, because of the bishop. Oh, my god. You're saying QH6, at the block of the bishop, you sack the rook, win the queen? So here, here, here. Can't they just do that? What happens after rook captures f7? Like, if you're... So you're saying queen here to h6, right? Bishop here to g7. And then rook captures. But then rook captures. And then take, take. I think they could defend. And then Reptile, thank you for those likes there. QA8, rook e8, QA3. I think the only thing with QA8, like even if that works, what if they go king g7? Because then if you took... Oh, maybe then... Oh, wait. You could try this. And then up. And then maybe rook h1? But then they could go up. And that feels like that defeats the point. Oh, but then you could... Ah, you couldn't take, though. You could not take if you did it that way. Just check. King here. Oh, no, you could. But here, if they went up, slide over, check, up. That could be something. And you win the queen. QA8, you're saying QA8. Rook e8, qa3 check, bc5. That might work, but I'm just worried about that. I think it is qa8 though. That's my first. I don't. This is my gut. Yes, that's my gut feeling. And then, so it might be your line. I'm missing why they can't go up here though. But I think appreciate that, Geezer. I do think you're right, Sylvan. Because of this. I don't understand why they couldn't have went king g7 though. That part I don't get. But then here. And then you go here. And take. I'm very confused. Can they not just go king g7? King. Here. Oh, my rook h1 was correct. Ah, yes. It is because of rook h1. Okay. We'll go to this next one here. Two more correct. They go down here on d6. Knight captures c2. I was like, I knew rook h1 had to do something because it controls it. Like, I knew it had to involve itself somehow. The knight, Stan, I'm not familiar with Stan Laurel. Is that an actor? But yeah, I think knight captures c2 is the first thought. Well, I'll pause. Queen captures, and Ilya, appreciate these likes. Q captures d6 is the first thought I'll say. How is it something else? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you could just go for the fork though, because it's not actually checkmate. Knight captures c2. Knight captures c2. King moves. Knight captures a1. Takes. I don't know how you would save the knight. Yeah, I mean, I imagine simply taking the pawn there is pretty bad. Like, then why would that be the solution, you know? But you could take with the queen. Oh, no, I think that is it. Because if you take here with the queen, right in the queen trade. Oh, I guess I could go king over, though. Capture. Takes. King here. Could you go knight in the center after? Another fork. They move, you capture the knight. It might be that. But it could also just be that, like I said at first. Like, they both... Maybe there's an issue with the second option. Oh, I think, yeah. The issue with this is you take check first. And then... when you block, they can then trade. So I think it's my first move of knight c2. If they go over, can you then here, or, and I appreciate these likes. Pawn takes. It is, okay. This is definitely the first move, though. Silent. I haven't seen any silent movies. The only have I only see like the animated ones of like the animals. I don't know exactly what it is. But that's the only silent I can say. Barnyard? No, it's like a sheep or something. But I think it is taking this because this isn't mate. Okay. All right. All right. Now is it take rook, take pawn with queen, or take pawn with pawn? I think you would take. I guess if you take the rook, they take your bishop. If you take the queen, they take queen. I guess it'd have to be with the pawn then. Oh yeah, no, that's why. Because I think I mentioned that how do you save the knight? You don't have to save the knight if you take the rook for free. If you just took the rook, they take bishop, then it's not for free. It'd be 2 pieces. But cx d6. What if... Okay, cx d6, qb5. No, but cx d6, bishop b5. I don't know. Pawn takes, bishop b5. If you move... Maybe I'm overthinking it, though. Yeah. I think you'd have to do C. Because queen captures. They could go queen. There. Dude, I gotta get this right. I had this right. Now, you appreciate these like bishop checks does nothing. Takes. Check. Move. Yeah, I guess not. Alright, come on. It is correct. Alright, one more, and we hit the record. They go up here to b6. Okay. We see this is looking easier, I'll say. It looks like it's just 95 because you're already up a piece and they can't win that back. If it's not that, I will be furious if it's not 95. Because that's so simple. That's so simple. It has to be 95. I mean, you're just winning. Like, this is, why is it even a puzzle? This is definitely winning for white. The only thing is the rook is hanging here. That's the only issue we're having here. Knight up, if they take, you could just take with check, right? So then here, if they took, you take check, they'd go over. But I know it's the 50 like 8th puzzle they have to offer. So I know it's not that easy, which is why I'm hesitating. If you took this, attacking the queen, they'd go here, take, yeah, give up the bishop pair for nothing. There would be no point in doing that. It has to be 95, but I know I'm going to get tricked. Maybe if you take the knight first, yeah, again, they just take the dart square at bishop. Right, that'd be the issue. 95, bx, b1. nx. No, you take with the bishop. 95, they take the bishop, you take with check. Rook moves. Come on, man. Come on. It has to be 90. If it's not 95, I'll be upset. Because nothing else makes sense. You could try and calculate, like, you could try and, like, trick yourself that a bishop move worked, but no bishop move works. Like, it doesn't even make sense. If you took the dart square pawn, the queen takes with check, down, and you just can't do anything. Let's see. It would have to be that. And Ilya, appreciate these likes. Push the pawn? I don't know if I can push the pawn, unfortunately. I think that would run into... I know, Nate, yeah, it's a lot. Like, the rook is there. That's why I'm, like, a little hesitant on that. Because of the rook. It's hanging at the end. But if I do... I feel like this has to be the move, though. It has to be that you're setting up some type of fall on c6, right? If you were to take, you're just sacking. I don't see anything else, and I only see here. Is there any pin that would do me any good? Could you go here and then bishop back? But that doesn't make any sense. No, I don't think so. don't think so. I think you have to just go 95. I'm gonna go back and forth for a little bit because I want to get the highest I've got. It's gotta be this. Yes, okay. It's gotta be that. If you take, I mean, it has to be take this way, right? Because if you take this way, they can take. So you take with check. We've done it. We've done it. A new peak, 56. A 3,000 rated puzzle. That's not 3,000 rated. I saw 95 in like half a second. I just was second guessing myself. That is so simple. It has a 60% pass rate. Okay, let's say that is a pretty easy one for a level 56. I feel like it was harder ones, the ones I got wrong, honestly, than that. But let's keep going here. And then Ilya, appreciate these likes. Appreciate that, Geezer. Appreciate that. And then Dot for the likes as well. Let's see if we can get to 60 now. We're not done yet. We still have 2 X's, unfortunately. So, it may... You as well, Geezer. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Rook to B1 is the first thought here. I don't think. Appreciate that, Eric. Yeah, I had to get some more hats for hats off. So I got a firefighter hat. I got magician's hat. And I have... What else I have? A captain's hat. But I had that before. Rook B1. Rook. Oh, yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They moved their queen in. Well, QC3 though. I don't know. I think it might be A3 first. I think A3 traps it. Yeah, because then if they go QB5, you have 9xD6. I think Rook B1 runs into QC3. So if you go A3, they could only go Queen B5 and then Knight XD6, I believe. The queen is almost trapped though. That's definitely the idea. But I think you just have to see the discovered check. Because if you go A3, they can't go... Let's do that. If you go here, they can't go over or back. They can't go back or here. Or here. Or here, or here, or here. Or here. So they can only go there and then you have that. Yeah. Alright, this next one. The pawn's going to go forward here. Alright, if knight... So we see that there's a weak area. I'm guessing it's sack here. If they take, you go here. What's going on, Zen? How you doing there on Twitch? Yeah, I think you could go here. If they capture knight up here. But the only thing is if you go here and they go over. Like they don't have to they don't have to do that. That's kind of the problem with this setup. I think you have to sack though. Like this is definitely a sack type of position. You sack here. I appreciate all the likes on TikTok we're getting. We're closing in on 15,000. Meech, much appreciated there on TikTok. I saw some other names as well. Why can they not? Oh, they have to take or I take the knight. Yes, it's definitely sack. No! No! No. No, no. I'm too It's not sack. It's knight first, and then... I mean, and then Q, appreciate those likes there. We, unfortunately, did not... I didn't get to 60. I mean, we got the record. I don't know. I'm not disappointed, because I could have got to 60. But we're going to try. Appreciate that. Yeah. I don't know. If I'll show that again. I kind of sped through what the right answer is. The right answer is knight here, knight in, captures. Like, who was playing that, bro? Like, that. No one is playing that. Yeah, I guess that's why it's a 3,000 level puzzle. I don't think I ever would have found that if you gave me an hour. 1v1, so Zek, today I'm doing puzzles, but next, I guess not next stream either. But I do viewer tournaments. I have like a 3 type of stream setup. Puzzles, and then rapid, or not really rapid, just rating play, and then viewer tournaments. You saw that? Very nice eyes. What's going on, Rob? How you doing, bro? I'm gonna take this. I just got the personal best 57, and we could not get to 60, sadly. Let's get the first 10 and go from there. If I miss one of the first 10, I'll just restart, though, honestly. But I have not yet. My elo, so over the board or online, and then what time control for online, if that's what you're asking. I'm gonna go down there. I think queen here, yeah. This should just be made in 2. This is made in 1. This is made in 1. 3-hour lab is crazy. Well, you still have class. I guess you're not on break just yet. Online rapid's like 2100. We're gonna take here on b7. Yeah, that's checkmate. Go to the next one. Rook over checkmate. Yep. Next up, so we have a fork. Yes. Fork. My live ended. Wait, why did my TikTok live end it? What? What happened? What just happened? Yo. It says inactivity. They ended my live. What in the world just... There's no way, bro. There's no way. I don't... Why did that just... What does it mean, inactivity? I don't understand. 2 weeks... Oh, 2 weeks... You don't have Thanksgiving break? Alright. I don't know why that just happened, bro. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. It said I was inactive, and it ended the live, just out of the blue. I apparently need to send messages. Okay, well, good to know. I need to send messages in the chat for it. That is insane. That is a horrible system that I have to send. I'll just send messages after every one. Just testing or something. Alright, let's see. Pawn down. Just go all the way down there. At least Streamlabs didn't end on me. Shout out Streamlabs. We're going to go down and then rook over. No! We're going to quit this anyways. Alright. Man. That is crazy. Good effort? That's not a good effort. That was not a good effort at all. I cannot say so. I don't know why that just ended the live stream like that, though. That is insane. Let's see. Let me go make sure it's back on. I guess it's back on. Testing. I apparently must send messages. I don't know how it says I'm inactive. That makes no sense. That's never happened before. Alright, we have... play again. Alright, in this one, 3, 2, 1. Alright, I'm going to slide down. This is a free queen. Alright, next, rook's going to slide down. You're going to take the rook and go rook here to c1. Take the queen, take the knight, and that is perfect. Alright, next up, mate in 1 here. Bishop captures for mate here on h4. Knight in here to g3 checkmate. Here, sack the queen and mate here on f8. Knight's going to slide forward here to c7 checkmate. Pawn's going to jump up. They can go down, and then bishop down is actually mate. Mate in 1 on 2 different ways, and bishop here for checkmate. Alright, we have the black pieces. Up. And now we just go all the way up and get the queen. Alright, next up, we're going to have our rook slide down for a check, I believe. Now the second part, oh, you take this and then queen down here for checkmate. So this next one, queen's going to slide over check. They move, and you go back over this way for checkmate. So it's like boom, and then you jump back on the diagonal. I do this next one, the rook's going to slide forward. Rook down, and then rook here, and then rook there. They don't even do it that way. And then here, and then now queen here. Alright, knight can jump in. They can move their king forward, and then you can take this free pawn there. And that's going to be checkmate as the rook guards the file. This is mate in 1. So this next one, the bishop's going to move here on the diagonals. Rook over should be mate. Now we're going to slide over for mate. Next up, we can go knight. Nah, but knight there runs into... Right now, it's not that bad. How do you close this out for a win? Maybe it's knight there and then queen over or something? Maybe. Man, thank you, thank you. I don't know why it ended. Well, I know why. It says because I was inactive. I apparently need to send messages or something during the live stream. I'm not sure why I have to do that. But apparently I do. In order for it to not take me off of the stream. Which is an insane system. That makes no sense if I'm but I'm ranting to the wrong people. But we're going to go queen here to c6. If they slide over, the queen can go here to d7. I just don't get the logic, though. We can go here, check. If they slide over this way, we should be able to just bring our rook down. But I guess the queen could go there. So queen here to c6. And I appreciate those likes there on TikTok. We hit 1,000 already. And someone said the donation that I missed, CM. I don't know if you're still here. I saw that when I was closing off. Did not mean to ignore that. Much appreciated for the support. I don't know if CM is still here, though. But sorry about that. I just didn't see it. I did not ignore it. Or intentionally ignore it, I guess. Check over. If they go over, rook down. Alright, now we have queen here, over, queen down, over, check. It would have to be this check here, check. We're going to if I get 20 wrong, we're just going to have to restart. We're just going to restart. Yeah, because I can't get one wrong for 20 if I'm trying to get higher than that. We're going to take this knight. Not sure how I missed that one. They're going to slide in, take, take. Alright, we're going to make it quick, though. Try and catch up to the 20 we were at. That's the first 3, the first 4, the first 5. Alright. Knight's going to go down here for mate. That's the first 6. Sack the queen. We've got that puzzle like 11, so they're not very consistent where they put that one. Alright, they have their queen forward. Can you sack? Wow, I'm not seeing puzzle number 9. I'm not seeing. And then appreciate those likes there on TikTok from Red Roses. We can take here with check. Oh, yeah, if they go over, you have here. Or here. Or do you have here immediately? I actually don't see this one. This is bad. I do not see. Oh, my God. I do not see this. If you take here, they go. I'm just guessing. Not tonight stream, Dot. And Red Roses, thank you for these likes. I'll have them the stream after the next stream I have. So next time you see me live, I'll be doing rated grind. And then the stream after that, we'll be doing tournaments again. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one. Maiden 1. Glad I didn't get that wrong. We're going to take this, take, and then take. Alright, next up, Maiden 1. We got the first 12. Is there... Appreciate that, Sybil. Capturing. Oh, this is a free queen. That'd be better than whatever I was calculating. That's free. That's there. This is maiden 1. And then checkmate. I got the first 16. Queen down. First 17. Yeah. Next up. It looks like you should be able to sack or something, but I don't think you can. So you just go over and then up and then down? Probably. Alright, next, the queen just needs to be on the diagonal. As you see, it's cutting off the king escaping, or really more here. The king can't go that way. So you're going to go here and then take and then up, and that's checkmate. Go to the next one. The knight's going to slide in. Probably just up here attacking the queen. And then you're starting the maiden 1, so I think it's just f3. Yes, they give a check. However, you still have this idea of attacking the queen with bishop here to e6, and then they sack it. Alright, so this next one, they move down here on c3. I think it's queen down, bishop here. And you still have that mate idea at the end. Their pawn pushes forward. If you capture, take, you can then just take... I mean, you could just take the rook now. Wait, why can't you just take it? You could just take the rook right now. Yeah, because here they could actually sack it. So if you do this, they could take with check first. So you could just take the rook, I believe. And then Kelvin, Thompson, appreciate those likes. And Dot for the likes. And red roses, 3 people. Your name's going back and forth. Much appreciated. Already almost back to, what is that? 4,000. A very quick return. I think you just take this. Yeah. So go to the next one. All right, the rook can't slide in because of the knight there. So I'm thinking queen here. But I mean, it has to... Oh, wait. Can you remove a defender? Can you then take... You take the pawn, the knight move, you take the queen? Because the queen moves doesn't do anything. Rook takes... If they go over... Check, over, check, down. Yeah, that's mate. They'll have to take the rook. And you take the queen? Yeah. I'll show that. Because there's checkmate if they don't do it that way. And thank you for all these likes for getting. But yeah, that's the problem. So... Here, if they don't take, like here there's mate eventually, I'm pretty sure. It's like here, it says here h1. This is mate in 4. Here, king d2. Here, yeah, I saw the latter part of it. I didn't see the qh1. But I just saw this, and then like here, and then back here. Well, apparently there was a quicker way, but this is what I saw. So that's why they have to take that. They have to take, and you just take the queen. You're just in a winning endgame. Alright, let's do this next puzzle. We're at 24 right now. And thank you for all those likes there on TikTok. Red roses. I'm seeing your name still at the bottom there. Alright. They have a lot of pieces. So you have to get rid of some of them. If you give this... Oh, you can give this check. Yeah, I think it's just this. Here, and then here. And then queen here taking. Because if they don't, and they go over. Queen here, then here. It's the same thing except less pieces. And then here, and then take. I'll do the next one. This should be a discovered attack, so I think it's knight captures with check. Well, not quite, actually. Because the queen takes, queen down, over. They're actually getting out of that. Somehow they do get out of that. Knight captures, queen captures. Could the bishop take? Oh, no, the other bishop. Yeah, no, it's fine. Alright, checkmate. Alright, their king's going to slide over. Rook can go down here. Yeah, this is just mate in 3 or 2. I can't count. But it's something like this here. And wherever they go, like you just have like a rook in front. So I'm guessing this is probably easier. And then you go there, there. Or I'll just show it. Here, and then checkmate. Or check, and then checkmate. But wherever they did there was mate. If they went the other way, the same thing would have happened. But the queen can go down here for check. Here, then down. Because up, they can't go over or up. Only the queen can move. If you go down, only the queen can move and you take. Yeah, that's it there. Alright, the rook slides over. So this is a discovered... Not a discovered. You're sacking the knight because the bishop's cutting the king off in this area. So you're going to sack the knight. And the queen's going to go over. And you're going to take the queen there. Alright, time for the next one. Their pawn comes up. Take... Okay, this is kind of a complex one for 30. If you capture the pawn there on g5, I don't see a real way you could stop them, right? If you just take king captures, or no, really you can mate them. Is it king over? But then they can just go rook g1. So it would have to be a check, though. If you go rook h7, though, they can just bring their rook over. And then red roses, again, thank you for all these likes. Closing in on 5.5 thousand. But king f5, g captures h6. Rook over, but king f5, then they move their rook there. And then h5, but you take down. Wow, the king is stuck. And that's why I think you move over to, so they can't go king g5. I'm missing what to do after rook g2. I think that's the move. Capture. Or is it up or capture? I'm not sure. Up, down, down. Oh, rook here now. Yeah. Now rook h7. And that's me. Alright, next one. You're going to take this. You can do bishop capture c4. Attacking. And setting up some type of discovered. Let's say capture. If they move king over. Rook taking. It's probably too slow. So I'm guessing the bishop has to take. And they have to go over. Oh, then bishop here threatening mate. And then you're taking the queen. Then you take the queen here. Alright, this next one. The queen comes down. Check. The king's going to come forward. And you can't go over because of this queen here. The queen has to stay on the board. You can go check, down, and then queen down here to d8. Yes, q d8. And that's checkmate there. Alright, their pawn slides up. You can slide into this one weak spot here on f2 that they can't actually guard if you move the queen there to c5. It'd be unguardable, from what I can see at least. Is that correct, though? qc5, qf2. Boom, and you're looking at the king there. They can't do that much as a response, honestly, that I could see at least. I don't think there's a way they could respond. Let's go for it here. Yeah. They couldn't guard that square. They had to give that up. Alright, the knight's here on f6. Knight up doesn't do anything. They could just capture. We need to... Oh, rook up, because then this is hanging. Yes. That's hanging at the end. Alright, their knight's going to slide here. If you take the rook, they take, you take, they take. That feels like that's not really that good. If you capture here, if the queen captures... But your queen's under attack. That's the problem. So you need to figure out a way to get some material back. Also, because your queen's under attack and you're down a piece. So if you take with check, the queen has to take. Right? Because the king wouldn't just move. I think it's this. And now you win with just taking. And you take the rook here on e7. Alright, next one. Their bishop's going to come forward. Take, no, oops, that's the wrong way. Take, and then what can you do? It feels a little incorrect. If you go queen straight over, though, and you're guarding, this is Puzzle Rush on chess.com. Yeah, queen to e2, because you're guarding the bishop and you're attacking the rook there. We're trying to get my personal best. We just hit it this stream, 57, so we're trying to beat it already. But I think queen e2 is probably the move that this is, because you're guarding the bishop, you're attacking. If they go rook over, you could take, yeah, I think it's qe2. Then you can take, and you take the queen here. So this next one here. Your queen slides forward. I believe you can take, and then queen down, and then down there to e2. Yeah, and then queen here. And the queen here. This next one. The king's going to slide forward. So you know there has to be a mate given the setup of the position. As you're down a queen. You're down a queen for a knight and a bishop. So you know because of that there's a checkmate on the board. For this puzzle at least. The knight can drop down. Then the king has a lot of escape squares. Maybe not checkmate, but at least one material back. Oh, I think it's rook here check. Because they go down, check. Down, check. Here, check. That's, well, maybe not that then. Here, over here, potentially. How I've been playing chess, I played from 5 to 14 and then like 18 to now, so about 12 years. About 12 years. Let's see. But think so fast, I've done a lot of puzzles. I've done a lot. I mean, I've probably done, what, maybe 500 this stream? Like, not exaggerating, because this is, yeah, it might be more than 500 at this point, because I'm not counting the ones I got wrong. But yeah, I do a lot of puzzles, because I play over the board. I'm a tournament player. It's a lot of, that's what I do to try and improve the most, I'd say, outside of playing games. My ELO, over the board or online, and then if online, what time control. If you go knight back, they can lift up. That's probably not correct there, because they can go forward. So if you give a check, I don't see this one. I don't see this. They slide in, check, They go. I have no clue how you would do this. Knight down forces them to go up because of the diagonal. So they'd have to go forward. I am stumped on puzzle 38, I think. If you go here, they come here. Up. There must be some way to break through that I'm not seeing. It's one of these two moves. So I could probably just guess have a 50% chance to get this correct. But I want to see it. I'm not just trying to get it right. I want to understand it. I think knight check doesn't work though. No, it doesn't work because of that. I'll take that back. So it has to be rook here then. Because that doesn't make any sense. The knight can't go anywhere. So it's rook here to h5. But after that, I need to figure out the rest of it. If they go up, I guess you could just go here. Take. Yes, you are. Yeah, you're right, Opium. Yeah, I just completely blanked. It has to be this. Yeah. Rook h5 check. You give this check. They slide. Is there any discovered that wins me the game, though? Knight here. They could go back. Knight here. They could go back. Rook captures. They have to go back. That's forced. Oh, and then bishop here. Yeah. And then bishop here. I've had this mate pattern before, and I forgot it. And that's checkmate. I'm going to take here on b5. Rook to b4, attacking the rook there. No, attacking the king there. Or it could go over here. Here, attacking. Knight here to c3. Attacking the king. Guess. I'm not going to do guess just because I have the multi-stream going. And I want it to be the same thing going on. Because I have the YouTube and Twitch where I can't do that. Or at least definitely not YouTube. And we can go over here attacking the king. If they go back, check. No. Knight 4. You're saying knight check rook mate? So knight goes here to c3. If they go back, I'm missing the mate though. I'm missing the mate. But it could. It's not that it's not there. I don't see it. Knight here to c3 attacking the king though. If they go over, I do think you're right. I think you need another piece. So it's one of these two knight moves. And it's probably this one because it's closer to it. nc3, kc6. Or is it winning materials somehow? This is not an easy one. Knight. They have to go. I guess if you go knight, they only have 3 squares. Here, here, or here. So if they go here, you have another check. Back. Oh, this way you have a fork. So if they go all the way back. So here, they have to go there. Check. Oh, whatever you do, it's not checkmate. You win the rook, whatever happens. And then rook slides over. Yeah, I'll show that because it doesn't actually make you go that far. Whatever they did, there was a fork at the end. So if they go here, there's a fork. Actually, not even. That's the only thing they can do. That's the only legal move after rook over. Oh, I mean here. So they could have went back here. But still, the same thing. They can only go king b6 at the end of this line, and they lose the rook there on e7. So go this next one here. Rook can slide forward, check. They go down, pawn forward, check. But here, if they go back, that's an issue. That would be an issue. Check here. Oh, then you could go h5, though. Yes. And then h5, setting up bishop there, checkmate. And they have to sack their rook. All right, goes next. We got the first 40 correct. Now for the harder part. Can we get these next 20 correct? All right. Queen to h2. This is my first thought, but then there's checkmate. So you have to check them as f8 is hanging. If you go knight to h2, knight to h2, they also have king to g2. So I don't think that's it. Can you sack the rook and go qh2, qf2? Honestly, I think you can. Sack. If they don't accept the sack, the knight is guarding the escape square. Yeah, I think you can just sack this. And then check. and then checkmate. Look at this next one here. When I go up here to g3, I feel like you can only do... This is kind of simple, because you could only do this, and you have to go back, and you have to go back. Alright, that felt like cheating, but that's what they gave me. Bishop's going to take... This is also an easy one. Bishop take, king over, bishop check, king over, checkmate. And they can't... This is all forced. And let me double check I'm right on that. Check, over, check, check, over, checkmate. Yeah. I'll show that, because it doesn't let you show that, or make you show that anyways. But it's simply bishop captures, king over, check, king over, queen down. And that's all forced. They can't do anything about those moves there. Alright, here they took on g5. Can we get this one correct? Alright, the rook can slide over there to h4, giving a check on the king sitting there on h2. Although I'm not entirely certain that's it, because they could go king g3. Oh, could you sack your queen? I think you can sack your queen. Yeah. QH1, sacking it. King takes. Rook to h4, check. And then rook down here, checkmate. Alright, they move their king. And then we go king here to e6. They take f4 and then pawn up. Can you help on level 50? Yeah, I'm definitely down with people suggesting moves. Never not an option. I think it's more fun that way too, if you guys are also playing along. But I'm thinking king e3 is probably the idea. And they take and then f4. And then they move and then f3. I believe this is it. Alright, now last time I did it wrong when it was a simple conversion. Let's just take a second. Although I think it's easy. I think it's just g2. Let me double check, because I got it wrong last time when it was quite just as simple. I think g2. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, took some time. I believe it would have to be this. Yeah, and then you get the queen. Okay, let's go to the next one. Got the first 45 here. f2 was bad? Let's see. Yeah, f2 was horrible. You're correct. I'll show that. f2 would have been very bad. Because the problem with f2 is if you do this, the bishop now has access to that square. And you can never really kick it. Like, it's just too powerful of a piece right there. Let's go to this next one. Or not the next one. Yeah, next one. We're at 45. We have to get to 46. So the first thought I have is the knight's hanging in the center on e4. And that's an issue here. The bishop can go to b4, but the knight just takes it. That's another pretty instant. Oh, you could castle to get out of this. Maybe you're just saving the knight. You could just castle. And if they take, you go rook e8. I believe is all you have to do. Because right now, oh, that's definitely the puzzle. Because f5 doesn't work. That's just too weakening of the structure. And there's no way that's the answer anyways. I think you just have to castle. Although that's usually, I've never had that be the correct answer. So I'm a little skeptical that that's right. But I think so. Because this is just hanging. Your queen can't move. Your light square bishop that would do it can't get there. Your knight can't get there. So it's only f5 or castle you're really thinking about, right? And f5, I guess. But that's hardly ever a good decision. So I'm going to go for it. It is castling. And then you go rook here to e8. You're going for that pin in the center. I think rook e8. Attacking the queen, looking to stare down. And then there's nothing there, yeah. If that's right, that's right. Alright, at 46. This looks like the QF1 tactic that I see so often, but it's not quite the same thing. I do think this... Oh, the bishop might be hanging. Could you take... So if you take first... It's either this or this. I have to see which one is better, though. It's either capturing on f2 or taking on e4. Now, if you take on e4 first, they could take check over. There's some type of sack with the knight somewhere, I believe, but it has to be. It has to be this. This is more forcing if you take first. This is more forcing. They would have to go over. But the rest of it, I'm not. And you could then take, because they can't take with the rook, so they would have to take this way. Oh, then could you go queen there after? Queen to h4? I think you do have to take this first. Because this... Oh, the problem is they could maybe go here. And now the queen can't take first, right? If the queen's there on d4. So I think it's this. Alright, now the rest of it, I am not entirely sure. But I knew that works because the queen there would have stopped queen capturing. Now, if you were to take this, that wouldn't work. If the knight captures here on e4, there's something with this. There's always an idea of the knight moving there. Knight sliding in? No, that's dumb. That doesn't work. Here, if they take... They can't move the queen, though. The pawn has to take if you're doing it that way. Capture. I want to say it has something to do with this. But there's a fork here as well. Like, if you do this and they take, right? If the queen moves to the right square, there's a fork for you that I don't know if they can stop there. If it was unstoppable. I think this has to be the idea. You have to... It must be taking the center. Yes, okay. It is taking the center. Like, it has to be that. Alright, now the final move. So knight here is my first idea. I'm going to say that's probably wrong. That doesn't do anything. Knight taking here doesn't do anything either. Chase the queen. Ah, yeah, I see it now. Chase the queen is probably the correct way. It's probably this. Because if the queen goes, then you just take that. We're almost there. Play Blunderfish. Blunderfish, I have. That's my guy, Yume. They go here. And then they have to slide over there. Yeah, I think you're right. And then you take this, and then if they capture, you'll take the bishop. Alright, so this next one, number 48. We have the white pieces, and we have to stop them from winning this game. I must say... And then M, appreciate these likes on TikTok, closing in on 6,000. Men, male. Hey, you're doing this, male. It'll get higher. It'll get higher. This is definitely a Elo improver. But I think king c4. This is like my worst endgame, honestly. A pass pawn and just a rook. I'm guessing it's king c4, though. King c4, king down. Or no. It would have to be rook c4. But no, that doesn't work. King c4. This is going to take me like 5 minutes. King slides down to c4. They're going to slide their king over to b2. Check. King c4. King over. Or would it be rook f4, king down? Maybe it's rook f4 instead? Because rook f4, you're setting up rook f2. And then if the king... Oh, yeah, you have... Okay, I think I see it. You have to get the king, like, in this setup so you can go king d4 and take it. So if you go here, now going down, then you just go down. And then they go down. And then you... No, that's not right. Here, check. Over. I think it has to be rook f4. Although I'm not entirely certain. King c4 I think runs into this. And then you just can never stop that. That's why I'm taking that off. After over, you can do literally nothing. If you go over then, they go down. Rook down. I think it has to be this. But, okay. But this is my instinct. I want to trust my instinct, but I'm not. I don't feel like that's right. King c4, king slides over. Because they have to stay connected to the pawn, though. And that is forcing, at least. Rook here. If they go down. That can't be it. That can't be it. King c4, king b2. Oh, and then it might actually be rook b4, though, now that I think about it. Because then if they go down, here. No. Just take. Take what? You're saying king c4. I see a couple king c4 as well. You guys agree. I just don't see the follow-up. With king sliding here to c4, the king goes to b2. The rook goes to d3. The pawn goes to c2. I'm not seeing that. King c4, king d3. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Joe, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. Closing in on 6,000. I did miss king d3. Here, king d3. Here, check, down, over. And then you just win the pawn, right? And then, Ja, what's going on, Ja? Appreciate those likes there, man. Yeah, you are correct. I would, this does not win. This does win. Here to d3. And they go down, then you have this check. And if they go down, then you go over. Yeah, I see it now. And then you have this check here on b4. Wait, is that right? Yeah. And then here, and you take. Alright, so this next one here. They go rook here to f4. Let's see. I appreciate all the likes we've been getting on TikTok, all the support. We've got like 20,000 likes today. The stream got closed earlier, so it doesn't show it, but much appreciated still. If you go pawn down here to g6, the rook slides over, so that doesn't actually work. Knight check. Oh no, the rook can't slide over. Well, you could go here, they go here. Oh, but what if you go here, they take, and then you go up, and then they just go over. That doesn't work. Appreciate that, Sylvan. Appreciate that. I got helped on the last one, though. I'd say I got 47 right. But the last one, I would not have found king d3. My brain was not working for some reason there. King c4 could pin. Oh, it's probably really delayed for you, Mail. Yeah, you are correct, Mail. It was king c4. But you're not going to see that for a couple minutes, I'm guessing. Yeah, 95 first. That's... I think I agree. Because here, if they go up, you push, they take. Oh, but then they could slide their rook over if they... So if you go here and then go king d5. f3. Let's see. I see a few f3s. Oh, relapse. And loot. f3. So f3 or 95. Yeah, it might be. I think you're right about f3. Because up they can't take, right? And then the knight would slide in. Yeah. No, or is it is 95 then. It's one of those two. Oh, you do just push it? Wow. Apparently you just push it. That's a crazy one. I would not have thought it's just pawn push. You push the pawn forward. It's saying king d5. What if they... Oh, knight h6, stopping it. So why can't they just go here? Oh, the fork. So what if take knight e5, king d5, here. Oh, what a position. Yeah, would not have got that one. Let's go to this next one here. Alright, we have the black pieces. Really? Take rook. That is disgusting. That's disgusting, bro. That's ridiculous. I'm guessing if you take, the pawn takes. King slides over. They go c5. You go h3. c6. Or I'll put it on the screen. So rook takes. King down, 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 down. Queen, queen. They also queen in that line. So I don't know if that's it. This is definitely not it, because then they can just block with that. It must be captured. Yeah. Now, I know there's a way. Oh, it has to be the thing where you just go over until you get the pin, because you can't stop their queen. Or is my king fast enough? King, pawn, pawn, king, pawn, king. My king is fast enough. We just go here. They have to move their king here. And my king is fast enough, yeah. And then up, over, up, down, here. Oh, if they go down, you promote to... Oh, that's crazy. Yes. Because if they... I want to show that. That's insane. If you were promoted to check there, which would have been the issue. Let's show this. So you just slide your king in, right? And the problem with them just moving king here, if you go over... Oh, wait. No. Well, I saw it. It's saying H2. Ah, yes it is. And then here, and then here, and then here. This is check, which is the problem. I was like, they can just do this, but you promote with check. That is pretty cool. I know this next one. I think that's 50. That's 49. Are the rooks there on D4? Without the 50th puzzle, though. Alright, what can we do? What can we do here? Well, we have a queen that's under attack. Unfortunately. Wait, did you call that one? Or the king down, so you promote with check. Oh, you said that a while ago. Alright. Rook there on D4. Queen down to F2. I don't think that works. Knight 4. The queen's hanging. You have to move the queen. QF2. They have queen captures H4. Knight here to C6. Attacking the rook there. We're gonna go rook to E8. I'm not sure which is the best move. TikTok. I'm trying to keep it all three of the streams the same. I'm gonna stick with this for right now at the moment. But yeah, I think knight to C6 or QF2. I also thought QF2 as my first thought. Because I'm like, you're attacking the rook and you're getting out the way. I'm not entirely sure. I have to move the rook over. Can you just take the pawn there on G2? And then like knight there. Oh, I guess the bishop's hanging too, right? So I think it's QF2. And then if they take. What if they though take on F7? So queen F2, bishop captures F7. Oh, I guess you could go king G7. Ah, yeah. And you go king G7. Bishop E4. I don't think you can do that because I think I have too many rooks pointing in right there. Oh, it's not queen F2. What is this? Maybe, what if it's bishop E5? Oh, it's queen back. Like, dude, I would have never guessed that. You have to move queen out the way. Yeah, 30% pass rate. 31% pass rate. Yeah, it's not too many people get that one correctly, to be honest, according to the math. We can take this up and then over here attacking, but no. Take up here, rook over, and then queen here. I think that's what you do. And then here attacking, and then you attack both rooks here, and you take this one in the corner. I know this next one. The rook's going to slide over. Let's see. Rook captures D5. King captures king G2, king over, king up. Yeah, I think you just run around the pawn, right? Alright, so this next one. The bishop's going to go here to G4. Alright. We can do bishop captures F7. Queen to B3. I'm not... No. The knight can capture on E5, but then the queen falls. It's something to do with that, I think, though. And I have to figure out how to finish it off. I agree with you, man. I don't know why I gave a bishop for that one. But, like, it was over anyways, I suppose. They're having fun. The bishop can capture F7. The king takes. Knight can take. But then the knight could capture back on E5, and now the bishop's not hanging on G4. That'd be my only issue with that move. Knight x e5. Knight x e5 takes queen. Take. Oh yeah, it is that. Because you take, they take queen. Knight captures c6. Man, happy Thanksgiving, John. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, going home to see the family tomorrow. Excited. But I believe that is the move. Knight captures e5. And you are cooking lep. I think that's right. We'll see. Hopefully it's right. That is right. And then you capture here. This is a idea in the Italian. I want to show that real quick. There's an idea in the Italian. Can I go to the analysis board? That's for beginners. Yeah. It's like this, here, 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 and then like here. Something like that. That's what that reminds me of. Alright, let's go back to the puzzle rush. Okay. Play. Alright, the queen is here on f1. The knight could slide in. I don't know if that'll do it though. Knight in, queen captures. You're really setting up a... That's kind of unstoppable. After knight there and q captures g3, the king literally can't move, and qh4 is an unguardable checkmate. There's nothing they could do if you go knight g3. Yeah, they just have to sack the queen. Yeah, this is... I'm pretty sure this is it. No! That's not it. Why? Why is that not it? It says the move is queen here first, and then knight g3. Alright, well, you got that one wrong. And I've been on for 6 hours, so I'm going to go eat. Thank you all for tuning in. If you want to support me, I'm PJ's Chess on TikTok, PJ's Chess on YouTube, and PJ's Chess on Instagram, and PJ's Chess 993 on Twitch. If you want to do one of them, please do the YouTube. We're almost at 1,000 subs, 45 away. So if you're enjoying, a free way to support it, subscribe. I have some fun videos on that. So yeah, you too, y'all. You be safe. You all be safe. Thank you for tuning in. I want to sign off for those watching on TikTok. Thank you. Oh no, on Twitch and YouTube.